Dueling Frogs by David Longhorn. Things had been going fine until Hayward got shot in the thigh. It was the second bank security guard who scored the hit, firing through the door of the stolen Chevy as they sped off, screeching in a handbrake turn and sideswiping a pickup. Clancy, the moron who had supposedly cased the joint for days, had got the changeover time of the guards totally wrong. They had faced 2 armed men when they'd been expecting just 1. Hayward had hoped for a clean job, quick escape. It was a crummy little town, but they soon found out that its tiny police department was tenacious and effective, as was the county sheriff's department. Dixon had to tear along back roads, and the Chevy took serious damage to its rear axle going over a bridge that was in lousy shape.
A lousy $4,000 and some change? That's all we got? That's all we got?
Clancy kept repeating that, while Hayward bled and moaned, and Dixon just drove. Hayward kept blacking out and waking up and remembering how badly things had gone south. Less than 2 minutes into what had been planned as a nice, clean robbery of a small bank in a nothing town, Clancy had shot the security guard's partner. The poor bastard had looked pretty dead to Hayward as they hightailed it to the Chevy across the street, cash spilling out of their bags like confetti, ducking as the second guard opened up with his Smith & Wesson. No surprise when the radio confirmed it. They were not just bank robbers now. They were killers on the run, and they had nowhere to go. Dixon said as much. There was no way he could take them back to the city to launder their pathetic haul of used notes. They had to keep away from any major route.
Only chance is to hole up somewhere. Wait till things quieten down, Dixon said calmly. Take our chances some dumb deputy won't pull us over or stumble over whatever hideout we end up in. Shit! They'll shoot us on sight, man, Clancy bleated. We're dead men. Shut up, you stupid kid, or I swear I'll...
Dixon did not finish the threat. Hayward cursed them both, demanded painkillers, told Dixon to find him a doctor. Dixon, the oldest of the 3, pointed out that any emergency department in the state would report a gunshot wound instantly.
Find me a goddamn criminal doctor. You know the territory, bellowed Hayward. Any doctor who'll patch up a fugitive will take all the money. You know that, said Dixon. Or most of it, anyhow. We can't just give the money away, protested Clancy.
Hayward cursed them both, then blacked out for a while. When he woke, Clancy was in back and changing the dressing on his leg, replacing a torn shirt with actual bandages, splashing raw alcohol on the wound. It stung like hell, but the bleeding seemed to have almost stopped. Hayward didn't ask where they got the bandages or alcohol. He didn't care. The back seat was stained black with blood. Hayward wondered if he had already lost too much. He felt cold, lightheaded. It was getting dark. They were passing through a forest, it looked like, speeding through green-black shadows.
Where the hell are we, Dix?
Hayward managed to say.
Middle of nowhere, Dixon replied. Some kind of bayou, or at least the edge of it. Swampy, dirty, stinky place. That's mostly water. Only a few inbreds and crazies live here. We'll find somewhere to hole up. Get you something for the pain. God, we need to find somewhere quick, Clancy whined. They'll have choppers up with searchlights. You've seen too many movies, said Hayward, uncertainly. Hey, Look, Dixon said.
Before Hayward could raise himself on one elbow to look out of the windshield, Dixon was already turning off the dirt road onto something that was barely a trail. The Chevy protested as it skidded in the mud, wheels spinning. But Hayward could see that the muddy trail was covered by an arch of thick foliage. No chopper could see them if they parked here.
Some old shack at the end of the road, Dixon said. There was a sign, something about fishing, not some gun-nut survivalist type. They don't advertise.
Oh, God, it's some crazy redneck's cabin, Clancy said, staring ahead into the gloom. He'll probably shoot you in the face if you knock on his door.
Dixon laughed.
Not if I go in the back door. You get the Colt. I'll take the pump action. Hayward, we gonna leave you here for a minute. Got to get acquainted with the owner of this here bed and breakfast establishment.
The sign didn't say B&B, Clancy said, puzzled.
I know, dumbass, sighed Dixon. I was talking about walking in and commandeering the place at gunpoint. You keep that pistol out of sight. Go to the front door, ask about the fishing. I'll go around.
Despite his desire to remain conscious, Hayward heard Dixon's voice grow fainter, fading as if the driver was receding to some vast distance. The wounded man drifted into another semi-conscious reverie. He was awakened by a shot, the roar of the pump action, some shouting. Then he was being manhandled out of the car by Clancy, the pain in his leg excruciating.
Jesus Christ,
he moaned as the skinny youngster half dragged him up the steps in front of the shack.
Where's Dix? Get him to help lift me.
He's keeping the old coot covered,
replied Clancy. It was fully dark now, the pitch dark of the country, where there was no light pollution at all. Hayward caught a glimpse of Orion, bright and clear above him, and then he was stumbling into the cabin and staring at two faces illuminated by the yellow light of a hurricane lamp. There were a few sticks of furniture, a low single bed with a tattered mattress, a table, some glass cases around the walls that looked like empty fish tanks. There was only one prisoner. Dixon was sitting in a chair opposite a pot-bellied stove, holding his shotgun almost casually, but the barrel was still aimed squarely at the chest of the old man sitting opposite. The oldster was almost a cliché. In a plaid shirt, ancient dungarees, dirt-caked boots, his weathered features almost hidden by a bushy, unkempt beard that looked silver in the dim light.
You can set your friend down on my cot there, said the old man. Like I said, I ain't got no love for the sheriff or the banks. Wasn't no need to put a hole in my roof, boy. I'll have to fix that, and it's no joke going up a god-dang ladder at my age.
It was just a warning shot, Grandpa. That's all, Dixon said calmly. Proof of earnest intentions. Now, you said you might have something to help my buddy here with the pain.
The old man started to stand up, and Dixon raised the shotgun a few degrees. Clancy clutched at the pistol, shoved down the back of his jeans. Hayward wondered if the boy would end up shooting himself in the ass. It would be an appropriate end to a perfect day. Dixon waved Clancy to sit down by the cot. The old man went to a decrepit sideboard, got out a large jug, carried it over to Hayward.
Genuine article. Finest whiskey made to my great-grandpa's recipe.
croaked the oldster. "This'll take most any pain away, son."
Hayward grabbed at the jug, gulped down the fiery yellow liquid. It made him cough, splutter, but then a spreading warmth told him that the alcohol was doing its work. The nagging pain of the wound did recede, not vanishing completely, but becoming almost trivial, a slight throbbing.
"Thanks," he said. "Hey, what's your name?"
The old man seemed to hesitate, then shrugged.
"Jedediah Larkin," he said. "Jed, for short."
"Thanks, Jed, for short," said Hayward,
and meant it.
"I owe you."
The old man nodded, then set the jug down on a little table by the cot. Clancy snatched it up at once and guzzled a mouthful, despite Hayward's protests.
"We need to stay alert, asshole," Dixon snarled. "I don't need a drunken idiot with a gun."
Clancy looked triumphant at that.
"Well, Jed here didn't even know I had a gun till you just told him," crowed the youth. "So, who's the idiot now?"
"You stupid little jerk."
For the first time that day, Dixon looked as if he might lose it. The driver was already half standing when Hayward, trying to think of any distraction to defuse the situation, spoke.
"Hey, what's in those tanks, Jed?"
The old man paused in shuffling back to his seat. He looked around at Hayward and grinned.
"Wondering when one of you would ask about those? Now, what do you reckon to 'em, huh?"
Hayward frowned at the nearest glass tank. There were animals in it, but not living ones. And a word sprang to mind then. Diorama. Many years ago, Hayward had stayed with an uncle who painted lead soldiers, hundreds of them, and created little dioramas of Civil War battles. Fredericksburg, Antietam, Second Bull Run. The guy had been obsessed, like a lot of hobbyists. But those had some kind of sanity to them, a recreation of history. Old Jed's cabin walls, on the other hand, were lined with scenes out of some kind of acid trip. The nearest diorama consisted of dueling frogs. The scene was a winter forest, tiny trees made of twigs standing amid what might be icing sugar standing in for snow. Two frogs, up on their hind legs, were fighting with little swords the size of big darning needles. The dead frogs were dressed in frilly shirts, little breeches, stockings, even tiny shoes with buckles. One was lunging at the other, tiny rapier apparently piercing the breast of his opponent, who had his arms spread wide, sword flailing uselessly. The moment of the kill. Other frogs stood by, clad in old-style hats and coats. The seconds, presumably. And there was a lady frog, in a feathered hat and an elaborate dress, a lace handkerchief held to her froggy face. It was crazy. Some might consider it cute or charming, but to Hayward it seemed downright demented.
"Shit,"
said Clancy, also studying the dioramas for the first time.
"You been killing and stuffing frogs and dressing them in fancy clothes. For why?"
"Man's got to have a hobby,"
said Jed, with a shrug, sitting back down in his rickety chair.
"And it may surprise you boys to learn that my little hobby saved my life not so long ago."
Clancy scoffed at that. took another swig of whiskey. Dixon frowned but said nothing and sat back down.
"What do you mean, saved your life?" Dixon asked.
"Well, I can tell you the story if you like," said Jed. "But I was thinking maybe you boys would like some coffee and victuals."
Hayward realized that he was intensely hungry. The others made enthusiastic noises as Jed got up and started puttering around the one-room cabin. Soon the aroma of coffee filled the air, and it was joined not long after by the smell of frying bacon. The coffee was handed out in tin mugs to Hayward and Clancy, but Dixon declined his. He also refused any whiskey, but ate some bacon and homemade biscuits. Hayward's eyes had adjusted to the dim light, and he could make out more of the dioramas around the cabin. They were all as crazy as the dueling scene. There were stuffed frogs riding rats in a rodeo. There was a coronation, complete with a frog bishop placing a crown on the head of an amphibian in ermine robes. There was a recreation of the assassination of Lincoln, and in the biggest tank, the old man had created a baseball game. To Hayward, it was nightmarish and yet ridiculous at the same time.
"Crazy as a loon, and then some,"
he thought, taking a mouthful of coffee, frowning at a bitter aftertaste.
"But what else do you expect, living out here alone?" "How did they save your life, old man?" Hayward asked. "These here examples of, what's it called, taxidermy?"
"Correct. That's what they call it," Jed said, smiling benignly. "And as for how they saved my life, well, it's a strange tale, and no mistake. Meanwhile, though, how are you boys feeling? Nice and comfortable?"
"Yeah," said Clancy, taking another pull at the whiskey jug.
"Just fine, Grandpa."
Then the youth fell sideways off his chair, giggling.
"Get up, you idiot!"
hissed Dixon, awkwardly shifting his plate, letting the shotgun barrel droop. In that moment, Jed produced a pistol from inside his baggy dungarees and shot Dixon square in the face at a range of 3 feet. The back of Dixon's head erupted, spattering the glass of a tank containing a frog-based recreation of Lindbergh climbing out of the Spirit of St. Louis in Paris. Dixon slumped to the floor like a sack of potatoes, while Clancy howled in rage and panic, clawing for the pistol in his waistband.
"Don't do that, son,"
said Jed, pointing his gun unerringly at the youth's forehead.
"I've already spoiled an excellent subject. The boss will not be pleased if I ruin 2.
Clancy froze, then raised his hands in surrender. It was the first sensible thing he'd done in his misbegotten life, Hayward felt. He tried to speak as calmly as he could.
"Jed, sir, we didn't mean any harm,"
Hayward began, but it was hard to speak at all. Words seemed to clog in his throat, and the lamplit room was starting to spin.
"Now, you know you boys would have killed me and thrown me in the swamp if it had served your purpose,"
Jed replied, sitting back and leveling the pistol at Hayward.
"But, fortunately, I'm always prepared for visitors of your kind. That little sign I put up, the crude lettering, faded, it draws in a few. Some of them are legitimate fishermen, and I help them out take their money. Some are less honest folk. Some think an old man living out here must have some cash hidden away. Some, like you, want to hole up for a while, till the heat's off, and some are just plain lost, like those furrin backpackers last spring."
The old man chuckled at the memory.
"Gosh darn, the boss liked them. So young and fit, so flexible."
"The boss?" Hayward managed to say. You part of some kind of gang?"
"No, it's just me and the boss," Jed replied. "First it was just me. Then one night about 6 years ago, the boss came down, like a bit pillar of fire. Something out of the Bible, maybe. In the swamp over yonder. It was around 2 in the morning, and I reckoned it was just one of them meteors. But then I heard something big, coming through the swamp, pushing through the water, bigger than any animal has a right to be there."
The old man seemed to shiver, then patted the black barrel of his gun with his free hand.
"Got my old service revolver here. Went out to the back door. Saw a thing in the moonlight. Well, it weren't no earthly creature, that's for sure. And oh, Lord, was I fret. I slammed the door and put the bed up against it. But the boss, well, he's just too darn big to be stopped. He just smashed in with what I guess you'd call one of his arms. But it has kind of eyes on it."
"Oh, for Christ's sakes, this is crazy!"
spluttered Clancy.
"You think a friggin' alien landed in your swamp? Why would E.T. come 10,000 light years just to visit some crazy old redneck?"
"You watch who you're calling a redneck, boy,"
said the old man, shifting the gun slightly, and Clancy fell silent.
What did the boss want?"
asked Hayward. The simple question required a tremendous effort. He realized he and Clancy had been drugged, recalled the odd aftertaste of the coffee. Dixon had refused to drink it, and thus signed his death warrant.
"That's what I wanted to know," said Jed. "And this is the truly amazing part. He knew. He could read my mind somehow. Of course, it was kind of painful having that big, strange mind of his inside mine. But he communicated in his alien way, and it turns out what he wanted was just of what I wanted, to be left alone. Seems like the boss has good reason to hole up out here, while the heat dies down somewhere far, far away. And in the meantime, he's found something to do, a hobby to while away the time. That's why I said these here dioramas of mine saved my life, because I get the boss what he needs for his little works of art. You should see them. Well, I guess you will, soon enough."
Suddenly Hayward knew what the old man meant, why he claimed the dioramas had saved his life. The story was insane, but even if it was all lunacy from start to finish, Hayward knew it would still end with his death. His befuddled mind struggled to find anything to say that might help them.
"Money,"
he managed to croak.
"Money. It's in the car."
"Well, thank you kindly," said Jed. "I'll bear that in mind before I sink that Chevy of yours out back."
Let us go, please,
whined Clancy.
We won't tell anyone.
Jed laughed at that. "No, you won't be telling nobody nothing." Hayward was desperately trying to dredge up a threat, a promise, a plea that might work when he heard it. It was a glutinous, sucking sound, like something huge forcing its way through mud, overcoming vast resistance with unthinkable strength. Hayward felt himself lose control of his bladder, terror seizing him so that he lost all capacity to think straight. He lunged off the cot, wanting to grab Clancy's gun, be shot dead cleanly like Dixon. But he simply fell across the weeping youth, struck his head on the floor, and lost consciousness. When he came around, Hayward was in a space that had no obvious boundaries. It was like being immersed in a blue mist in which he drifted, weightless. Right in front of him was Clancy, eyes wide with horror. The young man's mouth was working, but nothing resembling sense coming out of it.
What the hell?"
Hayward tried to turn, found himself spinning, and into his field of view came something worse than any nightmare. It was impossible at first to make sense of it, especially as Hayward kept rotating slowly and had to twist his neck around to try to keep the bizarre spectacle in focus. It was a kind of diorama, he realized. But this one was far bigger and more complex than one's crazy old Jed had created. To begin with, the figures in this one were still very much alive, but they were not by any means whole, or rather, they were more than whole. The bodies kind of ran into one another, so it was hard to tell where one human ended and another began.
"The boss doesn't look anything like a human being," Hayward thought. "So he had to modify the people he used far more than Jed had to mess around with his frogs."
An array of faces looked out of the hideous semblance of flesh, which approximated 3 creatures that looked something like squid, if squid had tentacles with myriad eyes in place of suckers, and inner organs half exposed and pulsing wetly. 2 of the faces were dark-eyed, young, pleading, contorted in agony. Hayward remembered the foreign backpackers.
"Oh, Jesus," he said. "Oh, God."
And then the boss appeared. The monstrous entity did not enter through a door or beam in Star Trek style. 1 second the pale blue void was almost empty, then half of it was blocked out by a vast living form that writhed and slavered and reached out for Clancy. The boss was so big it was impossible for Hayward to see all of it at once, but he could see things that might be tools, strange, shimmering objects that seemed partly unreal, that were held in myriad watchful tentacles. Clancy started screaming, and kept screaming while the boss removed his legs and somehow reattached them to the side of his head. Then the boss exposed Clancy's brain, repositioned his eyes, slit his abdomen open, and wrapped Clancy's guts around him like a bloody, glistening vine. And still the young man lived, and kept living, while much of his flesh was made liquid and molded into new and asymmetric forms, and his genitals were snipped off and discarded, and his legless torso was fixed to the back of the head of a man who had flickering snake-like tongues in place of eyes. And then it was Hayward's turn. As a shimmering spike penetrated his chest, he wondered what he was to be. A hero in battle, a comical parody, perhaps a satire on some alien matter of note. But soon he had no real thoughts, only pain and madness, and the certainty that he was part of something greater than himself. Something he would never understand, and that he wished he could be a dueling frog instead. Early Medicine by Ron Ripley. The package arrived at 11:15 on Saturday morning, right as Jackson Dufault was finishing his second cup of coffee. It was waiting for him when he opened the door of his small home, the item inside protected by the thick cardboard box, lying on its side on the seldom-used welcome mat on the porch. Jackson gave a perfunctory wave to the mailman, who did the same as he climbed into his vehicle and then pulled out of the driveway. Long before the mailman reached Rural Route 3, which ran through the outskirts of Anger, New Hampshire, Jackson was back inside, cradling his newest acquisition. A rare moment of giddiness swept through him as his heart quickened and he made his way to the second floor, the motion sensor lights bursting into life as he stepped over the threshold from the hall into his museum. Glass cabinets made of teak wood imported from Myanmar in the Far East commanded every wall, and brilliant lights illuminated the items behind the glass. Jackson Dufault owned the finest collection of antique prosthetics east of the Mississippi, or so he liked to claim on the various blogs and chat rooms he interacted with. He carried the package to his work area, which was at the far end of the second floor. It was at that desk, with its collection of small tools and the various items to tighten, repair, and polish his pieces, that he spent the majority of his time. Sitting there with his back to the wall, he could look out over his collection and smile benignly upon it. Unmarried and unattached, childless and retired after 35 years as an engineer for BAE in Nashua, New Hampshire, Jackson had a great deal of time and money to devote to his hobby. So much so that he was considering an addition to his home in order to properly display his collection, especially since nearly half of it was in storage in Merrimack, nearly 10 minutes away from him. Jackson shook his head at the thought of it, set the package on the table, and sat down in his chair. From a drawer he extracted the small knife reserved for opening such packages and set about the business of freeing his newest item from its confines. Within several minutes, the box and the packaging materials were on the floor. The bill of lading and the receipt, as well as a "thank you for your patronage" card, were set to one side. The item itself lay before him in all its glory. Jackson reached out and caressed the smooth, polished bone of the handmade First World War prosthetic. The provenance on the piece stated it had belonged to an Austrian soldier who had lost his left arm fighting against the Serbs in 1915. There had been rumor, according to the seller of the piece, that the soldier in question had been part of a reprisals squad used against certain Serbian villages. More importantly, for Jackson, was that the map of Austria was carved into one side, while on the other was the man's name and unit, neither of which Jackson could read, since they were written in German Gothic script. While he would eventually research the unit in order to have a better understanding of the prosthetic, he was far more concerned with the device itself. The prosthetic was a magnificent piece of craftsmanship, with delicate cables and gears. These were attached to a set of leather harness straps, which, in turn, would have connected to the patient's bicep, allowing certain muscle contractions and movements to control the set of curved hooks. This pair of hooks, made of steel and gleaming in the light, served much like fingers would have. They opened and closed, and they could have been used for detailed work once the patient had become adept at employing them. Magnificent, Jackson thought, and then the rumbling of his stomach interrupted his adoration of the piece. Food. I forgot my English muffin. He turned the piece over one last time and noticed how cold it felt. Too much time being shipped. It'll warm up soon. I would hate to have something go wrong because of it. As sturdy as the early devices were, they were still prone to damage in extreme conditions. He could only imagine how it had suffered on the flight from the cellar in Germany. With one last affectionate pat, Jackson stood up and went down to the kitchen. He fixed himself another cup of coffee and sat down to eat. Jackson picked up the Anger Sentinel and read the headlines, none of which were appealing. He didn't care about the upcoming Thanksgiving celebrations or the fact that the Clayton High School debate team would be traveling to Concord for a competition. In fact, there was nothing much in the paper, which, he supposed, was why he read it. For too many years, he had been concerned with the world at large, helping to design guidance systems for weapons that could eradicate a city. The older he became, the less enthusiastic he was about his work. He had always prided himself in a job well done, but with a succession of presidents for which he had no liking or respect for, he was happy when it was time to retire. Jackson purposely avoided watching the news or reading any of the main landing pages for various search engines. Too much went on that he was no longer interested in. His focus was his collection, and smiling about his lack of interest in the mundane banality of rural New Hampshire life. While he didn't care about the events which took place around him, Jackson found the lack of excitement soothing. He finished the paper at the same time he ate the last of his English muffin, washing it down with his final sip of coffee. Folding the paper, he picked it up and carried it to the recycling bin, which was almost full. "I'll need to take that to the transfer station this week," he thought. Should probably go into town and place an order for some more cordwood, too. Hate to be caught without enough should the power go out again. He paused at the dry erase board beside his refrigerator and jotted down several notes, including checking the generator. It was strong enough to power most of the appliances in his house, but not the heating system as well. Thus, the need for cordwood. With his notes made, Jackson returned to the second floor and shivered when he stepped into the room. Frowning, he glanced at the thermostat and was surprised to see it was at 59. He turned the system on, adjusted the heat to 68, and listened for the familiar rumble of the oil furnace in the basement. The system came to life a moment later, and he nodded in satisfaction. He walked to his chair and sat down, a sense of excitement growing inside of him. The prosthetic had been designed for a man who had lost his left arm, the amputation having been done at a few inches below the elbow, a common enough procedure. It was, in fact, the same procedure done on Jackson when he was 10 years old in 1967, and a dog had mauled his left arm. The doctors had been forced to amputate in order to save him, and while Jackson harbored no grudge against the dog, he had always been frustrated that the doctors hadn't been able to save more of his limb. Spilt milk, as they say, Jackson thought. He took off the button-up gray cardigan he wore, and then removed his prosthetic. Setting it down on his desk, he lifted the Austrian piece and hissed at the cold emanating from it, piercing his fingers. Did they store the damned thing in a freezer before they delivered it? He was impatient to try on the device, since there were so few in his collection, and he placed the stump of his arm into the leather pocket. Jackson winced at the chill, but forced himself to adjust and secured the straps. It took him several minutes, yet when he was finished, he could tighten or relax his bicep, and the metal fingers opened and closed. The ring of the doorbell cut short his enjoyment of the device. I don't have anything else coming in today, do I? He wondered. He couldn't recall, so, with a sigh, he got to his feet, not bothering to switch out the prosthetic for his own. The doorbell rang again, bringing a frown to his face. If I have to sign for the damned thing, I will be leaving a negative review for whomever I purchased it from. He was halfway down the stairs when the doorbell sang out for a third time. I'm coming! When he reached the door and opened it, Jackson almost slammed the door closed on the young man standing on the doormat. What is it? Jackson's voice conveyed his displeasure at having been interrupted, but the young man took no notice of it, and Jackson saw why. The intruder wore a warm flannel coat, pressed khakis, and hiking boots. In his gloved hands he held a clipboard with a pen attached by a thin piece of blue string. On the left breast of his coat was a large button, promoting one of the candidates for the upcoming state election. Good morning, Mr. Dufault. I'm Todd, and I'm a volunteer for Dolores Lisco, who's running for Congress. The young man's wide, pleasant face wore the grin of the true believer, and Jackson knew that nothing would get the man to leave until Jackson had heard him out. I'm well aware of who she is. Oh, excellent! The young man beamed at him, and Jackson wondered if Todd had even graduated from college. Tell me, are you going to be voting for Ms. Lisco in the upcoming election? Young man, who I do or do not support isn't anyone's business. I trust you'll respect that and leave me to my own affairs. The young man's smile never faltered. I understand your reticence to discuss the matter, sir, but really it is important to know that Ms. Lisco can count on the support of voters such as yourself in the upcoming election. She has New Hampshire's interests at heart. I'm not sure how familiar you are with her voting record when she was part of the state senate, when she fought for our rights there. Young man, Jackson let anger creep into his voice, I am going to ask you to leave now. Sir, are you hesitant to support her because she's a woman of color? Jackson glared at the young man. Listen to me, you impudent little fool. How dare you accuse me of such a thing? The volunteer smiled again, and as he opened his mouth to speak, Jackson's left arm twitched. It lashed out, the metal fingers driven with more force than Jackson had in his arm. They connected with the right temple of the young man, and a dull, thunking sound rang out. Todd's blue eyes rolled up into his head, and he collapsed to the porch with a thud. Jackson stared at the young man, horrified at what he had done. He looked down at the prosthetic, wondering what had happened. A voice whispered foreign, unknown words into his ear, and Jackson shuddered. Glancing around, he tried to understand what was happening. As he did so, his left arm reached up, extended itself, and then he felt the muscles of his arm contract and release, the steel prongs responding in kind. Terrified and confused, Jackson looked down at the volunteer and saw with a shudder of relief that he was still breathing. He heard the voice again, and Jackson jerked to the right, his heart racing. "Am I going crazy? What is going on?" He licked his lips, scratched the back of his head with his good hand, and decided he needed to call emergency services. "I'll explain it was an accident. My muscles must have contracted. I must have put the harness on too tightly." Nodding to himself, he reached up with his right hand to undo the straps, and his hand was slapped away. He stared at the harness, shook his head, and tried again. His hand was struck down a second time. When he tried a third time, the steel fingers snapped up and caught his right wrist, pinning it between them. Jackson struggled to free himself, and the prongs squeezed. Screaming with agony, he sank to his knees as he felt the connective tissue in his wrist slowly compressed. Bones shifted, and he knew it would only be a moment before they broke. Sobbing, he let his right arm go slack, and the pressure from the prosthetic eased. He wasn't released, but his wrist was no longer in danger of being broken. The voice spoke again in unintelligible words. "I don't understand." Jackson's voice was little more than a whisper. "Please." The prosthetic let go of his wrist and pointed toward the young man, who was beginning to stir. "Help him?" Again, the prosthetic pointed. "Okay, yes, that's what I was going to do." Jackson got to his feet and went to Todd. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you." As he bent down, the prosthetic took hold of the coat's collar and pulled backward. "Okay, into the house. Yes, good idea." Jackson took hold with his right hand, and working in unison with the prosthetic, he dragged the young man into the house. He closed the door a moment later and went for the phone. When he picked it up, the prosthetic slapped it out of his hand and sent it crashing to the floor. "What? I have to call for help." The prosthetic struck him in the chest, sending Jackson staggering backward. He stumbled over the prostrate volunteer, and then he crashed to the floor, his head striking the wood and causing him to shout. The world swam before his eyes, and when his vision settled down, he had the sensation that he and the young man weren't the only ones in the room. Jackson sat up, and his ears rang. He could taste blood in his mouth, and he turned his head slowly, hating the pounding that began at the base of his skull. He could smell the sharp tang of cigarette smoke and a vague body odor, which made his skin crawl. Jackson looked at the young man and saw he was sitting up. His eyes glazed over with confusion. Beyond the crumpled figure of Todd was another person, the sight of whom made Jackson shudder. The newcomer was a short man, leaning against the wall. In his right hand he held a cigarette, the smoke of which curled up and vanished, long before it reached the ceiling. The stranger wore a plain, white, button-down shirt without a collar, the left sleeve of which was empty from the elbow down, folded and neatly pinned closed. His face was sharp and narrow, his nose thin and slightly hooked. The stranger's black hair was cut short and slicked back, his dark brown pants held up by black suspenders, and the cuffs of the pants touched a pair of tan shoes. All these items had a hint of vagueness to them, as though Jackson was viewing them through a piece of thin gauze. The man gave Jackson an exaggerated wink, and then spoke. The young man stiffened and stared at Jackson.
"What did you say?"
Jackson was about to answer when the stranger chuckled, and the young man jerked around to stare at him. A moment later, Todd slumped back to the floor. The stranger took a drag off his cigarette and then flung it away from him, the butt vanishing in the air. Stepping forward, the stranger looked at Jackson and asked him a question he didn't understand.
"I don't know what you're saying."
Jackson hated the sound of fear in his own voice, but he couldn't control it. He didn't know who the man was, or, more importantly, what he was. The stranger gestured to the volunteer. Then he mimicked the act of picking him up.
"You want me to lift him?"
As he asked the question, Jackson went to the young man, put his arm and the prosthetic beneath Todd's arms, and groaned as he lifted the young man up. The stranger laughed and motioned for Jackson to go into the kitchen. He shook his head.
"He should go onto the couch so I can get the medicine."
The stranger frowned and pointed to the kitchen.
"No, the couch."
The stranger snarled and jerked his left arm up. Jackson yelled as his left arm was pulled free, the weight of the young man too much for the right arm to support alone. He stumbled back as Todd tumbled to the floor, and the prosthetic's prongs hit him in the forehead. Squealing with pain, Jackson tried to grab hold of the prosthetic, but it was yanked away at the last moment, twisting to strike him again, this time in the nose. The pain was immediate and intense. Blood exploded from both nostrils and coursed down over his lips. Twice more he was struck in the nose, the cartilage breaking with the third strike. Jackson howled and tried to protect his nose with his right hand, only to have the prosthetic hammer into his groin. He vomited onto Todd, and another blow sent Jackson to the floor. On his knees and gasping for breath, he could do little to stop the prosthetic as it reached out and took hold of the young man's coat. The stranger yelled again, and Jackson looked up through tear-filled eyes. Rage danced on the stranger's face, his entire body quivering as he pointed to the kitchen. Shuddering with pain and fear, Jackson nodded and got to his feet. He and the prosthetic dragged the unconscious young man into the kitchen. The prosthetic let go unceremoniously, letting Todd drop to the floor. Jackson watched the stranger climb onto the table and peer at the exposed beams of the kitchen ceiling. The stranger laughed, nodded, and got down. He stepped up to Jackson, who shivered at the cold rolling off the stranger. The man grinned at him and motioned toward the table. He pantomimed climbing onto it. Jackson considered refusing, but his nose throbbed, and the knot in his stomach from the punches to his groin made him push that idea aside. Gingerly, so as not to hurt himself any more, Jackson stepped up onto his chair, then onto the table. The piece of furniture groaned with his weight, and he glanced at the stranger.
"Good?"
The stranger grinned and moved his left arm. The prosthetic reacted accordingly, rising up and punching a hole in the ceiling on one side of a beam, and then the other. As plaster fell to the floor, Jackson looked at the stranger, who motioned for him to stick his hand into the ceiling. He did so, not quite certain why. At the same time, he felt the prosthetic rising up to the other side, and in a moment his fingers touched the biting cold prongs. The stranger laughed and motioned for Jackson to take his belt off. "My belt?" Jackson used his right hand to touch the buckle. The man nodded. Swallowing nervously, he removed his belt and watched as the prosthetic took it from him and fed it into the hole, buckle first. The buckle reappeared a moment later, sliding down through the opposite opening. Jackson watched as the prosthetic slipped the end of the belt through the buckle, leaving a fair amount of leather hanging down. "Now what?" Jackson asked. The stranger gestured to the young man, who showed no signs of getting up. "What about him?" Jackson felt fear stealing over him. The stranger's expression was hard, and he pointed a finger at the young man. "I don't want to." The stranger sneered, snapped something in his own language, and pointed again. "No." The prongs smashed into Jackson's right eye, the metal digging in both above and below. Before he could say a word, the prongs squeezed together, and Jackson shrieked with pain. With his free hand, Jackson clawed at the metal, trying to pull it away without damaging his eye. But it was no use. The prongs clamped down, and Jackson fainted with the pain. When he opened his eyes, he lay on his back, staring up at the ceiling. The world was out of focus. Jackson couldn't tell where the ceiling was, for at one moment it appeared to be within arm's grasp, and then it was too far to reach. "Did I fall off the table?" he wondered, pushing himself into his sitting position. He looked down at his hands and saw he was wearing the prosthetic, and stuck to one of the prongs was an eye. His eye. Jackson twisted away and dry-heaved. Pain pulsated through him, concentrating in his empty eye socket and broken nose. There was a dull throb in his groin, but it paled in comparison to the combined pain of his face. Fearful of what he might see, Jackson hesitated for a long time before he turned and risked a glance at Todd. The young man was still stretched out on the kitchen floor, and when Jackson glanced around, there was no sign of the stranger. With a shudder of relief, Jackson focused his attention on Todd and crawled toward him. The volunteer's breathing was shallow, and there was a large bruise on his temple, but he was still alive. "The phone. I need the phone," Jackson thought. Still crawling, he turned to go where the receiver had been knocked out of his hands, and froze. Sitting on the counter was the stranger, smirking at Jackson. He gestured toward Todd, then pointed at the belt. "Please, don't make me do this." Jackson's words were soft and weak in the still air of the kitchen. The smirk slipped away from the stranger's face, and it was with a more determined expression and gesture that he renewed his command. Jackson shook his head. The prosthetic slammed down into his left thigh, and Jackson howled, sagging where he knelt. He tried to move, but the prong struck him again, causing him to crumple to the floor. Laying on his side, his breathing ragged, Jackson tried to move. He was in too much pain. Across from him, the volunteer stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, and his eyes focused on Jackson. Todd licked his lips and whispered, "What happened?" Before Jackson could answer, the stranger spoke, and the volunteer stiffened and turned to face him. Todd whispered a question in a language Jackson didn't know, the same language that the stranger had spoken. Jackson saw the man's eyes widen with obvious delight, words rushing out of his mouth. Todd shuddered and shook his head, the begging tone in his voice unmistakable as he responded to the man. The stranger laughed and climbed down from the counter. He lit a cigarette, exhaled, and spoke again, motioning from Jackson to the volunteer. Todd nodded and stood up. There were tears in his eyes as he looked down at Jackson.
"I'm sorry. I don't want to, but I have to."
"Have to what?"
Jackson sat up as he asked the question.
"I just have to."
Todd staggered to him and helped Jackson to his feet. He guided him to the table.
"Push it aside, please."
"Why?"
Jackson's head throbbed as he did what the young man asked.
"What's going on?"
Todd shook his head, bringing a chair over to where the table had been.
"Todd, I want to know what's happening."
The prosthetic lashed up and struck Jackson in the forehead. Stars burst into life around his mangled vision, and he felt nauseous as Todd helped him step up on the chair. He wavered there, trying to understand what was happening, while Todd dragged another chair to stand beside his.
"Todd!"
His voice cracked as he felt the cool sensation of leather slip around his throat.
"No!"
He tried to jerk away, to reach up with his right hand and pull the leather away from his neck, but the prosthetic stopped him, beat his good hand down, and struck him in the teeth. Jackson howled in agony, and then his cry was cut off as the belt tightened.
"I'm so sorry,"
Todd whispered. And then the chair was kicked out from beneath Jackson, and the young man pulled on his legs. Jackson struggled, but the prosthetic beat his hand back, refused to let him free himself as his vision went black, and the weight of the young man cut off the last vestiges of breath.
"I'm sorry."
Jackson's response was silenced by the tightening of the belt. Endgame by David Longhorn. All this happened a long time ago, and maybe my memory is a little blurred now. But I think I killed a man. Killed him as surely as if I'd pushed him off a bridge onto a freeway in the middle of the rush hour, or thrown his life-saving medication in the trash. What I mean is, it was a negligent killing, a stupid mistake, but I still did it. I still have nightmares about it, though sometimes they leave me for months, even years at a time. The nightmares always come back, and now that I'm older, I can't endure them as well as I did when I was younger. So maybe if I write it down, I can end the bad dreams. I need to exorcise the demons. You can take that as a metaphor if you like. I don't. It began when I met James Harcourt at Cambridge. I went there on a scholarship to study medieval English literature and found myself on a course surrounded by English people. Big surprise, huh? This was pre-Skype, pre-Instagram, back in the day when even a cell phone was a novelty. Some brick-sized gizmo only Wall Street types and movie stars would own. So I felt kind of homesick, with only long-distance calls once a week or so. And it turned out the few Americans I ran into weren't that interested in befriending me. Guessed they were just cooler than a guy who loved ancient manuscripts. I had a cold room in an ancient college and ate terrible British food at a long table where the conversation was very British. and often downright incomprehensible. I guess I'll never understand the rules of cricket or how their weird parliament is supposed to work. James rescued me. I was thinking about throwing the whole thing up and going back home, tail between my legs, admitting I couldn't hack it. But one day he sat down opposite me in the college library. I was carefully fingering a very rare and majorly crazy 14th century manuscript about the apocalypse, always a fun subject, when I looked up and saw this young guy smiling at me. I had seen him around the place, always on his own. "Interesting book?" he asked. I looked around, afraid he would get us shushed by the ever-vigilant librarians, but there was nobody else nearby, so I replied in a hushed voice, "Crazy stuff about the end of the world. So, yeah." He chuckled quietly and introduced himself. He didn't use his title then, and whenever I tried to turn the conversation onto him and his background, he deftly turned it right back and kept the focus on me. For a couple of minutes, I even wondered if he was gay. He seemed so interested in me. But a library seemed a very odd pickup venue. Then the penny dropped. "It's not easy making friends when you're shy," he said. "I've always been a bit of a misfit." He said it casually, but behind those throwaway phrases I sensed a whole world of loneliness. I smiled at him, sensing a kindred spirit. And an hour later we were sitting at a corner table in one of Cambridge's quieter pubs, still talking mostly about me. A simple friendship began, based on a mutual need for company, and things rolled along pleasantly enough until the semester ended, and he invited me to visit him and his folks at our place in Norfolk. I accepted. I had toyed with the idea of flying home, but things were not easy between my parents at the time. They were, in fact, just months away from filing for divorce, and I had no desire to return to a house divided, my younger sister taking my dad's side as usual, me expected to fall in with Mom's point of view. So I accepted James' invite, maybe a little too eagerly. It was only then that he told me he was the heir to a baronetcy. I had no idea what that was, so he explained. Baronet is an English aristocratic title, just above a knight, but just below a baron. There are a few dozen families who pass the title down. "You're an English milord?" I said, a little too loudly. We were in the quiet pub again. It had become our regular hangout, and heads turned. A young woman giggled, said something to her boyfriend, probably about Americans being so damn loud all the time. "Sorry," I said in a low voice, "but seriously?" "The family home is a mansion of sorts," James said, "but we're up to our eyes in debt, and we don't live grandly, believe me. You won't feel—" He trailed off, and I felt that urge to finish someone's sentence for them. Awkward? Out of place? He didn't seem to hear me. Instead, he was looking past me, out of the pub window. I twisted round to see what was so fascinating. There was nothing out of the ordinary, apart from a glimpse of something pale moving out of sight. It took me a second to recognize what it was. "A horse?" I asked. "Mounted cops, right? They expecting some kind of trouble? Maybe a riot at the local tea shop if they run out of scones?" He looked at me as if I had gone plumb crazy. Then he laughed, but there was no humor in it. "No," he said, "just nothing. As I was saying, we're simple people, and I'm sure Grandfather will be pleased to see you." I just nodded at that. I had already gathered that both his parents were dead. He had divulged this information in that indirect offhand that some Brits have. They always seem to talk about the most trivial things with tremendous energy. Then, when it comes to the important stuff, they treat it like a minor issue. I hadn't pushed for details, of course, but it was obvious he had been very young when it happened. A few weeks later, we were on our way to Norfolk. If you don't know England, Norfolk is one of the 3 counties that lie northeast of London. It's a flat, damp region, England's big sky country, with a long coastline on the North Sea. A lot of the land was reclaimed centuries ago, and a lot of work goes into keeping it habitable. But a lot of Norfolk is picturesque countryside, and Harcourt Hall stood just outside the quaintest little village you could hope to see on a placemat. As James's battered old Jaguar turned into the driveway, I admit I gasped. The big house looked as if someone had gotten bits of a medieval castle and slapped them together with leftovers from a Victorian townhouse. The result was kind of attractive in an eclectic way, especially with the afternoon sun illuminating the south-facing frontage. The sunlight bounced off the high windows so that I was temporarily dazzled, and in that moment, I could swear I saw someone disappearing around the corner of the house. It was a diminutive off-white figure carrying something like a long black pole. I had the bizarre notion that someone was trying to open or maybe close windows with that pole from the outside, which of course made no sense. "You still use child labor, huh?" I joked. But James was concentrating on parking the Jag, which had a damn noisy engine, and he didn't seem to hear what I said. Later, I decided he had heard me. Anyway, we got out, and he led me inside, where a genuine English butler was waiting to greet Master James. I was introduced, and the butler gave me the once-over and welcomed me formally, but with a touch of warmth. "Well, Beach," my friend said, "is grandfather up?" "He is in the library, sir, as usual in the warmer months," Beach replied. The butler was an old guy, maybe 60, but well-preserved. The way he talked to James was paternal, protective. Understandable, of course, but as we went into the library, I noticed the expression on the old servant's face change when he was right behind James. It was fear I saw there. Not fear of James, but for him. I put it down to the normal concern of a man who saw a boy lose his parents before he was fully grown. James did always have this forlorn look. He was average height, but seemed smaller, and when I followed him into the library, he looked tiny amid all those towering bookshelves. For a moment, I didn't even notice the grandfather, who was sitting by a roaring fire on a mild mid-April afternoon. He looked like a miniature version of James, but even frailer, and his hair was white instead of very pale blonde. "Nice to meet you, young man," said the old man in a creaky voice. "Always nice to meet a friend of James." I sat down opposite the baronet, while James busied himself with decanters in a corner, making nervous clinking noises as he poured some port wine. Sir Charles Harcourt asked me a few general questions about college, my background, how I liked England. It was a stilted, stop-start kind of conversation. After James handed me my drink and sat down by his grandpa, there was an awkward pause. I glanced around the room looking for inspiration. My eye fell on something in the shadowy corner behind the old man, something not quite hidden by his big wing-back chair. "I see you're a chess player," I said. I might have proposed assassinating the queen and gotten a better response. I heard a sharp intake of breath from James, and the old man started to quiver so badly his port wine spilled onto the tartan rug that covered his lap. James rescued the drink, put it down on the floor, and said something I didn't catch to Sir Charles. "Are you okay, sir?" I asked, suddenly unsure how to address a kind of lord.
"I must apologize for my rudeness," said the old man. "I am a little tired. At about this time of day, I normally retire for a little rest. Please excuse me."
James rang for Beach, who brought in a wheelchair and took the old guy upstairs in one of those old open-cage elevators. I felt guilty and vaguely annoyed because I didn't see what I had done wrong. And yet, obviously, my casual remark about the chess set had given the old geezer a nasty shock. James led me back into the library and stood staring into the fire for a few moments. "I shouldn't have brought you here," he said. "It was a stupid notion." "Hey, I'm fine," I protested. "I just need to know what topics are out of bounds. I don't want to upset your grandfather again." James looked up at me with blue eyes so pale as to be almost colorless. Then he turned and tried to move the big wingback chair aside. He struggled, so I helped him, then made to step past and look at the chess game. He grabbed me by the arm so roughly that I think I cried out, in surprise and some anger. "Sorry," he said, "but please, don't touch. It's kind of family superstition. Nobody should touch it, apart from me, on one specific day." This sounded totally bonkers, and I told him so. My patience was fraying again. He shook his head sadly and then said something that I almost laughed at. He was so forlorn and tragic about it. "Mine is a tainted heritage." "Aw, come on," I protested. "It can't be that bad, surely." He gave a wan smile and then gestured at the chessboard. "Take a look, but please, put your hands behind your back. Clasp them behind your back. Yes, like that. Under no circumstances must anyone touch it." This weird stuff was starting to get on my nerves, but I was still a guest, and I was going to behave nicely, like Mama taught me. I did as I was told and walked around the little table like Prince Charles inspecting a mildly interesting cactus. I'm not much of a player, but I could see that black was losing, badly. Most of the pieces on the board were white, or at least white-ish. It was a very old set, and centuries of candle and lamp smoke must have darkened the wood grain. "Black King is backed into a corner there," I observed casually. "His pawns aren't really well placed to protect him. The white knight and queen are closing in for the kill. Checkmate in, 3, maybe?" "No," replied James in a faint voice. "2 moves is what several grandmasters have said, and every chess computer we've been able to use." I looked up. I think my mouth might have fallen open in dumb awe. "You called in professional help? Why?" James walked over to the decanter again and poured himself a drink and offered me a refill. He asked me to sit down by the fire and took a seat in the chair vacated by his grandfather. "When the game ends, we end. The Harcourt line." "Oh, hey, if this is some kind of joke at my expense," I began. The English aristocracy were renowned for eccentric behavior and quirky pranks, after all. But as he continued to stare over at me, I had to conclude that either he was the best amateur actor in history, or that he was perfectly serious. "You you seriously believe that your family's fate is somehow linked to a chess game? When I said it, it sounded a lot less ridiculous than I had expected. There's something deeply serious about chess, after all. The game goes back a long way, and it makes intellectual demands. It reveals a lot about the character of the players. In that movie, the devil plays chess with the old knight, because we all know it just takes one false move and you're done for. Yes, said James. The game is bound to our fate. Our fate is bound to the game. And, in a way, we deserve it. This is the story he told me. During the English Civil War, that was in the 1640s, this part of Norfolk was pretty much divided evenly between the supporters of king and parliament. My ancestor, the first Sir James Harcourt, was firmly for the king and rallied royalists in the area to his banner. His great rival was Colonel Devereux, an officer of the parliamentary army who was sent reinforcements by Oliver Cromwell himself. Devereux and my ancestor had been rivals before hostilities broke out. Lots of land disputes and the like, and I think both wanted to settle old scores. The general conflict just set fire to kindling that had been laid down for generations. I nodded. It sounded a lot like the Civil War I learned about in high school. At first, James went on, Devereux got the better of Harcourt, driving him back to the hall in a series of small skirmishes. Then he laid siege to the house. You can still see the marks of musket balls around some of the windows. There was no real chance the siege would be raised, and things started to get desperate. They had plenty of wounded, little food, and were drinking rainwater mixed with a meagre amount of ale. My ancestor, Sir James, never considered giving up, though. Instead, he launched a midnight foray to try and break through Devereux's lines. They failed, but they captured a prisoner. James's pause told me this was the crucial moment. It was Devereux's son, a 15-year-old lad who had insisted on joining his father instead of staying at home with the womenfolk. Of course, in those days you could marry at that age, and, like most noblemen's sons, he could shoot and ride pretty well. But still, he was just a boy, and— Another pause. James looked up at one of the dark, over-varnished portraits that hung around the library. I followed his gaze and looked into the eyes of a hard-faced man with a great mass of curled hair that looked incongruous above a steel breastplate. This, I knew without asking, was a portrait of the tough old campaigner, my friend's ancestor. There was a slight family resemblance, mainly about the chin and nose, but the James Harcourt I knew was a gentle soul, and there was a flinty expression in the eyes of the man in the portrait. I would never knowingly cross a man like that. Harcourt sent a message to Devereux, who was frantic to get his son back unharmed. Harcourt's terms were simple enough. Raise the siege, withdraw his forces, allow supplies and reinforcements through. And if Devereux did all that, Harcourt would reunite him with his son. I'm guessing he gave in? I asked. I mean, to save his son. Who wouldn't? My friend shook his head. Those were hard times, and remember, both sides were making great sacrifices, as well as committing gruesome deeds. Colonel Devereux had a counter-proposal. It seemed that, before the conflict began, the two landowners had been rivals in chess-playing as well as local politics. In fact, it seems that accusations of cheating might have led to the original bad blood between them. I know it sounds absurd, but there it is. People have done terrible deeds over less." I nodded at that. Open any newspaper, then or now, and you can find examples of people killing other people because they kept changing the channel, or played Cher's greatest hits too loudly, or let their cat dig up their neighbor's rhubarb. People you'd probably rate as boringly sane go to insane extremes all too often. "So Devereux challenged old Sir James to a game of chess?" I asked. "Wow!" "Yes, he did. The colonel agreed to raise the siege if he lost. If he won, his son would be returned. Harcourt gave his word." My friend stopped looking at his ancestor's portrait and stared into the flames in the grate. "They played the game at a truce table, both men agreeing to go unarmed, under white flags. It was a question of honor, you see. They were gentlemen. I don't know who brought the chess set, but we know what happened during the game. They were watched from the southeast tower through a spyglass by Harcourt's second-in-command, and later he wrote an account of the incident. Devereux started well. He lucked out and got white, which moves first, of course. The colonel made some smart moves, while Harcourt's skill seemed to have deserted him. It was as if my ancestor wasn't bothered about the outcome. I started to get a cold feeling, starting in the pit of my stomach, running up my spine. I knew something terrible would come next, but had no idea what it would be. Sir James Harcourt didn't care who won or lost, because he had no idea of playing fair. They'd been playing for about 10 minutes when a shot rang out, and Devereux slumped sideways and fell to the ground. Harcourt had brought a concealed pistol. The shot was the signal for his men to rush out and attack the besiegers, who were caught off guard. The attackers won, and captured, killed, or drove off the Parliament troops. "Jesus," I breathed. "Your ancestor murdered a man under a flag of truce?" I'd heard about family curses before, of course, and dismissed the ideas as nonsense. But in that room, where the fire suddenly seemed to radiate no heat at all, and the spring afternoon became bleak and dim, I found my skepticism wavering. "That was not the worst part," James said. "Harcourt considered all enemies of the king to be traitors. And the punishment for treason is always death. Devereux was not quite dead, but they strung him up within the hour, alongside his men, including his son." Words failed me. It was barbaric, brutal, totally uncivilized. I found it hard to believe that it could have happened in such a civilized country. And then I reflected that there probably is not a single square acre of livable land on this good earth that hasn't been watered with the blood of young soldiers. It's happening plenty of places right now, after all. Check out the news. "Okay," I said. "That was a horrible crime, and the chessboard kind of symbolizes it. A memento mori of what we'd call a war crime these days. You keep it right there as a reminder, and the pieces are the way they were arranged when Harcourt shot his opponent, right? I mean, there's cheating, and then there's—" I stopped talking, because James was shaking his head sadly. "No," he said. "No, that's not it at all. We can't get rid of the damned thing. We can't stop playing the game. We've burned the board and the pieces. We've buried them, sunk them in the marsh. One of my more foolish forebears paid a sea captain to throw them overboard in the Sargasso Sea. The game returned the following morning. As soon as it is destroyed or lost to human sight, it always returns." I leaned back and stared down into my glass of rich blood-red wine. This was next-level craziness. My friend had an obsessive belief in something that was obviously impossible, but I could hardly say that. "You think I'm mad, and I don't blame you," James said, getting up and pacing back and forth on the rug in front of the fire. "But that cursed set of chess pieces is the instrument of Devereaux's vengeance. As they put the noose around the wounded man's neck, his last words to his old enemy were, 'One day I will finish our game. I will make the next move, and your son and heir will respond.' And so on until the end of the game." "And don't tell me, the ghost of Devereaux has been playing your family into the ground ever since?" James shrugged. "It sounds absurd, but it's true. Whenever a Harcourt succeeds to the title, a white piece moves, and if the new baronet does not move a black piece, he dies. My great-grandfather made the mistake of ignoring the curse." "And he died in some dumb accident, I guess?" I demanded, none too gently. "Or cholera? Or any of a dozen things that could have killed anybody?" My friend gave his mirthless laugh again. "He was out for a solitary walk one evening, and didn't come home in time for tea. His son went looking for him and found his body in a field. He had been trampled to death. His body was almost reduced to a pulp. It was claimed a rogue bull must have done it, though nobody could find a plausible animal to blame." Now the room felt icy cold. "The next morning," James said, "my grandfather made his move. My father died in a genuine accident, a car smash-up on the motorway, before he could succeed to the title. So, it will be up to me when grandfather passes. I hadn't realized he was so ill. Last time I was here, he seemed to be much sprightlier, but now I'm afraid." I gulped down the rest of my drink. I didn't know what to believe. I got up again, and carefully interlacing my fingers in the small of my back, I studied the chessboard again. Like I said, I'm not much of a player, but in that moment, thanks to the booze probably, I thought I saw something I had missed the first time. It was a simple diagonal move by the Black King that would thwart the white attack, for a few moves at least, maybe half a dozen. Admittedly, it all depended upon an obvious but rather weak attacking move by the White Queen. The riposte, I envisaged, would delay Black's final defeat for generations. 4 moves, at least. Of course, I didn't really believe that stuff about a dying man's curse. Not really. But if James believed it, I had a duty to help him, right? I was still young enough, and in that moment just intoxicated enough, to have total confidence in my own judgment. I started to turn around to share my brilliant insight with my poor deluded friend. Then it happened. That chill that lay over the room suddenly grew much more intense. I shivered, and without thinking, I cupped my hands and blew into them. Then I heard a scraping noise, very slight, the sound of wood on wood. It was coming from the little round table in the corner. I forced myself to look and saw the White Queen wobbling, very slightly, in the very square I had spotted as the weak move position. I may have had a couple glasses of strong wine, but to this day I would swear on a stack of Bibles that nobody could have moved that piece. James was staring at me from a few feet away, where he'd been waiting for my verdict on his story. I couldn't talk. Instead, I gestured dumbly at the board, and he walked a couple of leaden paces toward me to look. Then he gave this odd, strangled scream and ran out of the room. I followed to see him taking the big staircase up from the hall 2 or 3 at a time. Beach appeared, and we both rushed after him. The old man was already dead, of course. We called an ambulance, did all the usual things like CPR, but he was cold as clay by the time the paramedics arrived. I tried to find some comforting words for my friend, all the while refusing cups of strong, sweet tea from Mrs. Beach, the amiable family cook. I took some whiskey from Beach's flask instead, and all the while, as the body was taken away and the fuss died down, I kept thinking of James and the way the next move must be preying on his mind. I knew what I had seen. I believed in the curse now. That just made it more important to tell my friend about the killer move, the one that would save him. He was distracted, of course, by his grandfather's death, and it took me a while to get through to him. And when I explained what I meant, he simply shook his head, dismissed my suggestion warily. "We've been through all the possible moves with professional players," he repeated. "You must be wrong." I was brain-weary by this point, and suddenly resentful that my poor friend had rejected my generous offer of help. I still feel ashamed of what I did next. He was slumped in a chair by the old man's body, and I grabbed his arm, jabbering about showing him what I meant, and he shook me off. I stumbled, fell against a huge ancient wardrobe, and bruised my arm. I may have even cursed at James, and I feel such shame at the thought. "I'll show you what I mean," I muttered, and headed for the stairs. He may not have even heard me. He was so immersed in grief and fear. As I walked back into the library, I heard him shouting from upstairs, Beach asking his master something, Mrs. Beach's soothing voice. I rushed over to the chessboard and studied it again. I was right. I was sure I was right. Move the black king 1 square diagonally, and it would dislocate the white onslaught. Only temporarily, only for 4 moves, but that could spare the Harcourts for a century or more. All the while, of course, the rational part of my mind was telling me that it was all hooey. Maybe some kind of vibration, like a passing truck on the highway, had moved the White Queen. Maybe it had always been in that square, and I had just imagined the slight wobble, the residual hint of impossible movement. But something else drove me on, a compulsion to reach out and move that black king. So, I did. "No!" James's yell was so loud I nearly dropped the black wooden figure, but I managed to place it on the right square, the one where it would be safe for 4 more generations of Harcourts. I felt some smart-ass phrase welling up inside me. I straightened up and prepared to deliver my witty remark about a peace in our time, or some such crap. And then I froze. It was as if the chill in the room had turned my blood to ice, because I had made one hell of a mistake. I had overlooked something so obvious that it was unbelievable. But there it was. The square onto which I had moved the Black King made it safe from the attacking White Queen and her surviving knight, sure. But there was another strong white piece way up the board, one that was so like one of the white pawns that I had mistaken it for a mere foot soldier. The worn, ancient, oddly carved pieces were so unlike the modern ones that the mistake was easy to make. especially in the poor light in that shadowy corner. But it wasn't a pawn, a trivial piece with limited range of action. It was a white bishop, and it was directly in line with the Black King. I had moved the Black King into check. I had made an illegal move. To this day, I wonder if it was a combination of drink and stupidity that made me do it, or if some other factor was at work, some kind of evil luck, a monstrous twist of fate that had put me right there by that board on that day of all days.
"Oh, God, no!"
James was standing at my elbow, whimpering, his face colorless with shock. I tried to stammer out an apology, make some excuse. He couldn't have heard me. He staggered back, collapsed into his grandfather's chair, still making inarticulate sounds. I looked down at the chessboard and recovered some presence of mind. I decided to act as if it were a regular game with a normal, mortal opponent. You make an illegal move, you take the piece back. I reached down for the Black King, hastily, clumsy in my need to put things right. Somehow I lost my balance. That last tot of booze from Beach might have been responsible. For whatever reason, I somehow fell onto the little table and felt it crash into splinters beneath me, felt the chess pieces go flying, heard the little wooden warriors hitting the carpet and the curtains. I staggered clumsily to my feet, looking at the miniature carnage I had created. The board was broken, as were several of the chessmen. There was no way I could put things back the way they had been. Beach rushed into the room at that moment and took in the disaster at a glance.
"Oh, Christ, what have you done?"
I tried to explain, but what could I say? Beach seemed ready to throw me out of the place then and there, but suddenly James rose up and insisted that I at least stay the night. They'd call me a taxi in the morning. "It was all my fault," he said. "I should not have brought a friend here. I should not have entangled anyone else in this lunacy. Nobody has ever made an illegal move before. And you are not of the bloodline. But perhaps the game will simply restore itself, as it's done before." It was still only mid-afternoon, so I decided to go for a walk. The fresh air sobered me up a little, and I began, inevitably, to try and rationalize what had just happened. I quickly managed to dispel all the family curse stuff, tell myself I was simply wrong about the White Queen moving. I invented various ways in which to cajole James into simply not believing any of that stuff. And because there was nobody there to contradict me, I quickly decided I was right. My aimless but speedy walk had taken me to the edge of the Harcourt estate, and I found myself looking out at a great expanse of marshy ground. In the distance, I saw a pale shape moving and tried to focus on it. It might have been a white car or van, but it looked taller than it was long. However, I didn't think it could be anything but a machine of some kind, as it was gliding swiftly against the dark green flat terrain. Gliding swiftly and diagonally. Getting closer, I told myself not to be stupid and stop seeing boogeymen everywhere. I turned back and walked briskly back to the house. As I came in sight of the front door, I again glimpsed one of the pale, stunted figures disappearing around the far corner of the building. It was still carrying a long, dark pole. I thought then of the chess set and the way the pawns, the foot soldiers, were carved to look like old-time infantry, complete with long, thrusting spears. Pikes, they called them. No, deep down I still couldn't believe it. I went in to find a late supper laid out in the library, which was suddenly a warm room again. the pieces, the broken board, the little table were all gone. I wondered if Beach had flung them into the furnace or something. Then I recalled the legend that the chess set just came back from the dead. I kept glancing into that corner, half expecting them to just materialize there. But as I worked my way through salmon sandwiches and homemade fruitcake, nothing happened. Eventually, I had eaten more than enough and settled down to relax in front of the fire. I was hoping that poor James might come and talk to me, tell me that we were okay, that the story was just a story, that there was no curse, and he could see now how absurd it all was. And then he was there, in the room, but it was all wrong. I was still sitting in the chair by the fire, but I was seated at the edge of a huge chessboard. The black and white squares extended off into a misty distance, and James was there, standing just a few feet away, in the corner. His was the place where the Black King stood, on the board I had broken. I tried to get up, speak my friend's name, but with the twisted logic of a dream, I was paralyzed while James was not. Far from it. In fact, he started to run as I watched him, obviously fleeing in panic, bounding back and forth on the squares. I wanted to shout at him to get off the board, that was where the danger was, but I was mute and helpless, and I saw that he could not leave the board as he hurled himself toward me at one moment, only to ricochet off some invisible barrier that bounced him away, back into the game. Out of the mist, shapes emerged. I knew what they would be before I could make them out clearly, and I wanted to look away, but I could not. First, there was the knight, a rider on a pale horse, a huge animal with flaring nostrils and red, madly rolling eyes. It clattered across the immense board toward James, cut him off, danced around him. The rider's face was covered by a metal visor, and I was grateful for that. The next piece that appeared was the bishop, the one I had ignored, somehow not seen. It glided over the monochrome squares, pale clerical robes rippling slightly. I could see the bishop's face, what there was of it. I still see it in my nightmares, that rotten, sunken remnant of a nose, the empty sockets, the lipless mouth half filled with rotten stumps of teeth. One claw-like hand held up a crozier, symbolizing the shepherd that a priest must be to his flock. But this implement was used to trip James, the hideous figure reaching out and hooking his ankles as the bishop glided past him. The torment my friend suffered was bad enough. He was terrified, bruised, and bloodied after a few minutes of the knight's goading, the bishop's viciousness. But they were nothing compared to the final figure, the towering entity that formed slowly in the mist. At first I thought it was a literal tower, the piece known to some as the castle, but more properly termed the rook. Then I saw the crenellated crown, the flowing robes, the royal scepter in one hand, and the sword in the other. Her face was veiled, but just barely, with a stained and worn piece of gauze. I could not look away from the vague outline of a maggot-white visage. The queen approached remorselessly, gliding silently like the bishop, bearing down on the corner where James was held at bay. He fell to his knees when he saw her, hands clasped in prayer, a supplicant before a remorseless woman warrior. She slid to a halt and looked down at him, a tiny, blubbering figure, and raised her sword. It plunged down. I screamed, sat up in the chair, found myself in darkness. It was almost night, and the fire had died in the grate. I had slept for hours, assisted by the alcohol, no doubt. I got up, feeling stiff and cold and miserable, and decided to go up to my room. I'd taken a couple of strides up that big staircase when I heard something from above. Something familiar, but totally wrong in that environment. It was the clatter of horses' hooves. It was followed by a piercing yell, half pain, half terror. I took the staircase two at a time and reached the landing, where I almost ran into Beach. His eyes were wide with panic, but he was still the loyal family servant.
"It's coming from Master James' room."
He led the way, and we rushed to help, though what we thought we were going to do when we got there, I have no idea. I followed Beach into a long corridor that was lit only by a large window at the far end. The light from the window was blocked by a figure taller than any human being could be, at least 10 feet tall, maybe 12. I knew who or what it was at once. I stopped, feeling terror beyond anything I'd ever experienced before, and I felt warm piss run down my leg. Beach, to his credit, ran on a few paces, but then seemed to grasp some idea of what was in front of him, and stopped, staggered back toward me. A door opened, and James fell into the corridor. He sprawled onto tiles that I suddenly saw were black and white patterned squares. That seemed to snap something in my brain, and I started laughing, I think. High-pitched, hysterical laughter. James ran toward us, Beach holding out his arms as if to hug the young baronet, save him somehow by love, loyalty, something like that. But then the bishop glided out of the door behind James, and that wicked hooked crozier jabbed down and sent my friend sprawling again. After the bishop came the knight, the clatter of his war horse's hooves deafening in the confined space.
"Master James!"
Beach's despairing cry had no effect, of course. The 3 monstrous beings circled James. I expected the queen to stab him as she had in the dream, but instead she reached down and lifted him up, almost gently in her huge pale arms. That was worse than a killing blow somehow, as she leaned down toward him like a mother about to croon a lullaby to her child. I could not see her face clearly through the veil, but as she inclined her head, it fell away from her vast maggot-white visage. I saw enough to know there is hell. She put her lips over his, and he made a stifled sound, and there was a horrendous sucking noise. Then blood cascaded down the queen's pale raiment, and I saw James's body start to collapse like a deflated bladder. She sucked the life out of him, literally, taking body and soul as her due. The noise was the worst part, and the way he stopped struggling after a few moments, so that he just dangled there like a ventriloquist's dummy. A great black pool of blood, and maybe other fluids spread out on the floor, flowed toward Beach and me. A stench reached my nostrils, a vile odor of rot and decay. I had heard of the kiss of death, but I never thought I'd see it. There was something truly obscene about it, something that a devil might contrive. It was impossible, yet intensely real. I knew in that moment that I was seeing a kind of horrific spiritual truth about what was happening to James.
"No!"
the butler screamed, and I heard his wife crying out in horror just behind me.
"Help him!"
the cook shouted. But if by some impossible chance one of us had known how to defy such beings, it was already far too late. A wave of stinking fog billowed along the corridor and set us retching and coughing, blinding us, making us back away, covering our eyes from the acrid vapor. When it cleared, I thought the corridor was empty. Then I noticed the small, crumpled form on the floor. Beach, his wife, and I all rushed forward. But the grandson was as far beyond saving as the old man had been. More so, in fact, because when we turned the body over, we all saw the rope burn around his neck, the protruding tongue. I thought of the hanging of Colonel Devereux and his son, strung up from the gallows after James's ancestor had shot his bitter rival under a flag of truce, while playing a gentleman's game. That had been an illegal move, if you like. And now, finally, Devereux had had his revenge. The Harcourt line was extinguished. It took some explaining how a man could hang himself and then somehow end up outside his bedroom with no sign of a noose. The police were damn suspicious at first, but then the forensic report came in and things went quiet. It seemed that James had died from some kind of seizure, type unknown, that had pretty much burst every blood vessel in his brain. The county coroner, baffled by it all, returned an open verdict, which is the British way of saying it was way above his pay grade. I went back to Cambridge, got my doctorate, returned to the States, and worked my way up to the exalted heights of tenured professor at a Midwestern university. And I managed to endure the nightmares. I learned to dismiss them, because I had been through the ringer and survived, and the sad tale of the cursed Harcourt line was over. But, of course, I don't really know how these things work. Nobody does, not really. But one fact keeps coming back to haunt me, along with those terrible dreams. When I picked up that black king and moved it, I took part in the game, and it's occurred to me lately that maybe something kind of rubbed off on me, some aspect of the curse. That's before you consider another factor, that I broke the rules of the game. Rule breakers are, traditionally speaking, punished at some point, and I was a friend of Colonel Devereux's hereditary enemy. Perhaps all these factors combine, interweave in some other realm to make me a marked man. Of course, you might ask, if I'm tainted by that centuries-old evil, why hasn't the White Queen visited me already? Good question. She's had plenty of time, she and her little army of bleached horrors. But things have changed lately. The nightmares have grown more intense, more immediate, more personal. Instead of seeing Harcourt Hall or that giant chessboard in some dream dimension, I've started seeing the campus, my office, my home, my wife and child. One fact keeps coming back to haunt me, that the original curse stemmed from the killing of a father and his son. I wonder if Colonel Devereux, just before he was shot, had some inkling of what Harcourt planned, if he felt the same despair and rage that I do when I wake from yet another unbearable reverie, and have to tell my lovely wife that it was nothing, just a bad dream, because I've been working too hard. My son tells me I should try and take it easy. He's at that point in adolescence where he basically knows everything, and definitively stops being the little boy I once knew so well. He surprises me a lot more than he used to. Case in point, he told me the other day that he wants a chess set for his birthday, though he's never shown much interest in the game before. He tells me there's a great set in a junk shop in town. It looks a little worn, kind of chipped and battered, but it's still great, apparently, because the pieces aren't the regular shapes, but instead they're old-time warriors and stuff. I haven't gone to take a look at that second-hand chess set yet, but I guess I'll have to. I love my son and wouldn't want to disappoint him. He turns 15 next month. Ex Machina by Ron Ripley. Kurt Nelson pulled over to the curb when he saw the other parked cars along Elgin Avenue. Estate sales and the crowds they drew were hard to miss. He turned off the engine of his SUV, tucked the key into his breast pocket, and eyed the line of people as they moved at a shuffling pace into the house. Kurt shook his head and tapped his watch. The face lit up, revealing the time to be 3 minutes past 10. And they're still filing in, he thought, getting comfortable in his seat. He picked up his coffee, opened the plastic lid, and took a cautious sip, wincing as he did so. The drink was tepid, the way he liked, but not sweet enough. How hard is it? He asked himself, rummaging through the center console and taking out 3 packets of Sweet and Low. How hard is it to put in 6 shots of Sweet and Low and 3 of Irish cream? He sneered in disgust, wondering which one of the fools at the coffee shop had made his drink for him. Well, he thought, there's a reason why they're in their 50s and working at a donut shop. Kurt closed the lid, placed a napkin over it, and shook the drink several times, shortening the amount of time it would take for the artificial sweetener to dissolve. By the time he managed to make the drink palatable, the line of people had disappeared into the confines of the house, which he finally got a good look at. Kurt hadn't bothered to scroll through the images of the interior, which the estate seller had put online. He had known Patty for 30 years, and if she said a particular sale was a digger's delight, then he knew it would be true. His eyes roamed over the house, taking in the peeling brown paint and the rot around the windows. Shingles were missing from the roof, and in spots he could see moss growing atop it. In addition to the moss, there were tall saplings in the gutters, and from where he sat, Kurt was certain a family of squirrels had moved into the squirrel-proof cage over the chimney. The chimney itself leaned to the left and was held in place only by several dull yellow nylon ropes tacked down to the roof. Kurt shook his head, amazed by the absurdity of it. Peering at the yard, he realized it hadn't been mowed in years, and he doubted the old Ford station wagon in the driveway had been driven since President Reagan was still in office. The vehicle's tires were sunk to the rims, and the interior was packed full of debris. As he watched, Kurt saw several groups of people exit the house, expressions of disgust and dismay on their faces. None of the people were anyone he recognized, and Kurt grinned. Newbies, he thought. Don't see any of the old crew leaving. Must really be good in there. Kurt watched for another 5 minutes, and once he felt there would be enough room to maneuver within the house, he put his coffee in the cup holder and got out of his car. He strolled up to the sidewalk to the house, his nose wrinkling at the stench of ammonia and cigarettes. Cats! An image of a feline crossed his mind, and Kurt grimaced. How many cats lived here so that it smells this bad? Man, are they still here? He shuddered at the idea of it, and for a moment his steps hesitated. Then, brushing off his worry, Kurt hurried toward the home. On the walk up to the front door, a swarm of flies rose up angrily, and he looked down to see what the insects had been feasting on. The body of a mangy orange tabby lay half hidden by the long grass. Its skin writhed as he looked at it, and he knew by the maggots crawling over its sunken eyes that there were more of the larvae beneath the pelt. Kurt shuddered and almost ran to the door. It took him a moment to catch his breath, and when he did so, he almost vomited. The mingled stench of ammonia and stale cigarettes was brutal.
"Kurt?"
Patty asked. He nodded as he glanced up at her.
Hey, Patty. This place is foul.
"Not too bad inside, Kurt, sweetheart,"
she said, her wide face spreading into a smile.
"I've got fans going in most of the rooms, and the gentleman's family took out most of the newspapers and cat trays."
What about cats?
Kurt asked, jerking a thumb back toward the corpse.
Patty frowned. "I know. I didn't even see it until this morning. It was under a wheelbarrow. The family was supposed to come by and pick it up. I'm not touching it, and I told them the sale could suffer."
Patty's naturally fair skin was a shade darker on her cheeks, evidence of her dismay at the situation. Despite the coolness of the day and the blast of fans circulating air behind her, Patty wore only a short-sleeved blouse, her thick arms appearing to be impervious to the cold.
"I have some masks here if you need one, sweetheart," Patty said,
motioning to some masks and cleaning supplies located in a cardboard box beside her. Kurt started to decline the offer, then he caught another strong whiff of the odor. Unable to speak, Kurt nodded. She reached in with her large fingers and deftly plucked a mask out, handing it to him. He slid it over his head, settled it onto the bridge of his nose, and took a cautious inhalation. Kurt smelled only the sterile fibers of the mask. His shoulders sagged, and he grinned at her.
"You're a lifesaver, Patty."
She gave his arm a gentle pat, responding,
"I know how hard the smells can be for you. I should have sent you a separate message, but I was caught up trying to get this family to prep the house for the sale."
"All is forgiven," Kurt said with a wink, "especially if you have something good here."
"Are you still collecting old computers?" she asked.
"I am," Kurt answered, his heart rate elevating.
"I'm pretty sure that upstairs in the back bedroom on the right, there's at least one Commodore, maybe two. I could be wrong."
"Do you know what model?"
Kurt asked, unable to keep the excitement out of his voice. She tapped on her chin.
64. Yes, a 64, dear."
"Second floor, back right bedroom."
Kurt's fingers twitched as he repeated the directions.
"Exactly."
"You're great, Patty,"
Kurt declared, hurrying out of the room. He heard her laughter behind him as he maneuvered through stacks of old clocks, piles of paperbacks, and boxes of materials he cared nothing for. His sole focus was on the second floor and the bedroom where the computer waited. He looked at every person he passed by, fearing he might see the computer in their arms. Kurt listened in on their conversations, half afraid he would hear one of them ask another to watch the computer while they went and spoke with Patty. One of the many reasons why the estate sale population loved Patty was her fairness. She wouldn't hold an item for anyone prior to a sale, or give anyone else a heads up. It was always first come, first serve with Patty, regardless of your relationship with her. Kurt loved it about her as well, except for moments when he wanted an item. Several times he had lost out on old printers and early Macs. He had yet to see a Commodore 64. It was his holy grail, and he could hardly think as his heart pounded away at his chest. He nearly fell over a stack of empty picture frames as he cleared the last step, and only a filing cabinet wrapped in duct tape saved him from falling onto his face. Kurt winced at the rough impact, but he raced down the hall, sidestepping several others. When he reached the back bedroom, he almost cried out in horror when he saw another person in the room. Kurt tripped, fell, struck the carpeted floor on his knees, and gasped at the shock of the impact. He jerked his head up, embarrassed with his own clumsiness, and was taken aback when he saw there was no one else in the room with him. The oddity vanished from his mind when his eyes came to light upon a battered cardboard box tucked into a corner of the room. There was a clear, unmarred path across a dirty carpet to the box, and Kurt followed it. Crouching down, he pawed through a few pieces of old crumpled newspaper, and his breath caught in his throat at the sight of the computer before him. It was, as Patty had told him, a Commodore 64. From what Kurt could see of it, all the cords were there, as were the boxes of floppy disks, and even various booklets for the system. He lifted the items up and peered into the depths of the cardboard container, catching sight of some of the earliest computer role-playing games. Kurt laughed when he saw a dot matrix printer and glimpsed a stack of yellowing printer paper for it. "Unbelievable," he muttered. "This is amazing." Kurt pulled the box toward him, grunting with the effort. Fearing it would break apart in his hands, he maneuvered his arms beneath it, clutching it to his chest as he straightened up. With slow, careful steps, Kurt exited the room, retracing the path down the hallway to the stairs. People made way for him, and within less than a minute, Kurt stood before Patty. He lowered the box to the floor, grinned at her, and asked through the filter of the mask, "How much for the box, Patty?"
"Oh, sweetheart," she smiled. "Give me 20, and we'll call it square."
"I can do that,"
Kurt replied. His mind whirled as he dug out his wallet, retrieved a pair of tens, and handed them to Patty.
"Thank you, Kurt."
She patted him on the cheek.
"See you next time?"
"Without a doubt, Patty,"
he grinned. "Thanks." He hoisted the box back up and carried it outside. The flies took to the air again as he passed by, their loud protests lost beneath the glorious possibilities of Kurt's Commodore 64. His steps were quick but cautious, his eyes wary of any deviation in the street and the sidewalk. As he approached his SUV, he felt joy soar within him, and he laughed as he shook his head. "After all this time," Kurt thought, "finally!" He managed to unlock the vehicle without putting the box down, and rather than placing the computer and all its sundry items in the back of the SUV, he secured them to the front passenger seat. Kurt went as far as buckling the box into place. He hastened around to the driver's side, climbed in, and after a pause, he lowered his mask. Closing his eyes, Kurt inhaled a fraction of a breath, only enough to discover how badly the computer stank. His eyes snapped open when he realized all he could smell was cigarette smoke. There wasn't a single trace of cats or the ammonia stench of cat urine. He stared at the box in amazement, almost incapable of believing his good fortune.
"I don't know if it works yet," Kurt thought. "I can't get my hopes up."
Somehow, he knew the computer would be fine. He shivered with a mixture of excitement and reaction to the sudden chill in the air. Closing the vehicle's door, he started the engine, turned the heat on, and then signaled before he pulled away from the curb. Kurt didn't break any speed records on his way home. It took him 20 minutes to return safely to his small apartment, and another 5 to carry the box up the 3 flights to safety. Once inside, he closed and locked the door, and then he brought the cardboard box to the table. He set it down, and with shaking hands, he removed the computer and all of its components. Within minutes, he sank into the joy of putting the cables in their places. Before half an hour was out, Kurt had the entire computer ready, from monitor to keyboard, drive to printer. When he finished, Kurt sat back and stared in wonder at the Commodore. Flashbacks of his childhood, when his father had first brought one of the computers home, occupied his thoughts for a short time. With a smile, Kurt stood up and went to his study. From one of his desk drawers, he retrieved a power strip. He carried it back to the computer, plugged in first the components, and then the strip into the outlet. A soft, clicking whir rose up from the equipment, and Kurt stared in wonder at the computer. He stood still and let awe wash over him. "I can't wait to boast about this," he thought. "Hell, I can't wait to brag about this." He pictured himself sitting in front of his laptop, posting images and updates to the Commodore's 64 chat rooms he belonged to. Thousands of other members would be jealous, and his inbox would be flooded with offers to purchase the machine. "I won't sell, though," Kurt thought, grinning. "No, not this machine. Too perfect." He looked over the computer, and for the first time he noticed how dirty it was. Holding his hands up in front of him, Kurt saw his fingers were black with filth. Grimacing, he stood up, hurried to the kitchen sink, and scrubbed until they were clean. A glance at the green digital clock on the stove showed it was 11:15. From beneath the sink, Kurt removed the cleaning kit he had built for electronics. Whistling, he brought it to the table, sat down, and opened the kit. He extracted a pair of latex gloves and then took out his various supplies. Bending over the keyboard, Kurt continued whistling as he started cleaning. His movements were slow and deliberate, his fingers guiding small brushes and Q-tips dipped in rubbing alcohol to clean between individual keys. He worked from the space bar to the home row, then spread out to either side until he had cleaned the entire keyboard. Kurt rubbed down the cables and vacuumed the back of the monitor. He used a can of air to spray dust out of the drive, and several times he paused to catch his breath. Kurt had nearly finished when his phone rang. He plucked it out of his pocket and answered without looking at the caller ID. "Hello?" Then he swore, jerking the phone away from his head as the blast of a modem assaulted his ear. The phone flew from his hand and slammed into the back of his front door, leaving a dent in the wood and causing the back of the handset to spring off. Kurt stripped off his gloves as he stood up. He tossed them to the table, walked to the door, and retrieved the phone. The battery, swinging on its cables, hung precariously from the phone. Frowning, Kurt tried to return the battery to its place, but it wouldn't go in. After several efforts, he gave the job up for lost and tossed the handset and battery into the trash. His stomach rumbled and a sharp pain settled in the pit of his belly. Did I have anything other than coffee this morning? When he realized he hadn't. Kurt laughed at his own foolishness. No wonder I'm hungry. Chuckling at himself, Kurt walked to the fridge, took hold of the handle, and snapped his hand back. The metal was far colder than it should have been. The hell? He thought with dismay. I cannot afford to have the damn thing fixed. What could be wrong with it? It's not even 2 years old. He opened the lower cabinet by the stove, took out an oven mitt, and used it to open the fridge. A wall of cold air pushed into him, and Kurt stepped back, wondering what could be wrong with the fridge. Peering in, he saw some of the food was frozen. He shivered, closed the door, and walked to the cabinet above the sink. Kurt took down a box of cookies, extracted a pair, and stared at the fridge. Finally, he shook his head.
Weird. I'll have to call about having it looked at.
The clock on the stove flashed, flickered, and then reset itself to 99.99. A heartbeat later, it began to count down. Kurt looked around as an uncomfortable sense of not being alone swept over him. A whir and a click caught his attention. Then the familiar click-clack of fingers on a keyboard. Kurt swallowed and glanced from his stove to the Commodore 64. His throat became dry as he took a cautious step toward the computer. Rather than vanishing, the sound increased, as though the unseen typist was picking up speed. Kurt edged around the computer and then froze when he saw the keys moving on their own accord. As he watched, it seemed that the computer knew he was there. The keys were hammered on, and Kurt looked from the dancing keys to the screen. It took him a moment to realize words were appearing on the screen. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? The question was asked endlessly, row after row. Kurt debated on whether or not he was crazy, and, as the question finished in his mind, a demand appeared on the screen.
Tell me!
You're in my house, Kurt replied, surprised at his willingness to talk to a computer.
Are you sentient?
Are you stupid? The computer asked in return. Kurt felt his face become warm with embarrassment.
Hey, you've got a lot of nerve. You're in my damned house.
Where is your damned house?
Nashua,
Kurt answered. The cursor blinked for almost a full minute before words appeared on the screen. Nashua. How did you get this computer? Did you steal it?
I bought it at an estate sale, dummy,
Kurt muttered.
You're the dummy,
the computer responded.
You're talking to a computer. I'm just trapped in here. Who are you?
Kurt asked.
Odom Prince,
the computer stated.
Well, Odom,
Kurt snapped.
You need to get your act together and mind your manners. All I have to do is pull the plug, and you won't be running your mouth anymore. I don't know how you managed to alter this computer, but I'll admit it, I'm impressed. Thing is, I'm pretty ticked off. Thought I had a prime Commodore for my collection. So, let's say goodbye, because I'm going to be turning you off and pulling you apart. I might be able to salvage something from you.
You can't, Odom responded. Good luck. Kurt snorted with disgust, turned and went to the outlet. He reached for the plug and let out a shriek of mingled pain and fear as a blue bolt of electricity sprang from the outlet and danced along his flesh. Stumbling back, he cradled his injured hand to his chest, his heart thumping against his breastbone. The lights flickered faster and faster, then slowed and resumed their normal illuminated status. Kurt licked his lips, his eyes darting from the power strip to the Commodore.
Too much power? Was there an issue with the machines and electric supply?
Kurt shook his head and took a cautious step toward the wall. Clenching his teeth, he inched closer. He crouched down and reached out with his uninjured hand. Kurt howled as he was thrown backward, his breath rushing out of him as he crashed against the wall. Several framed pictures fell, the glass shattering as they struck the floor. Gasping, Kurt rolled onto his side, the lights flickering again.
It's laughing.
A strange sensation of terror crept up from his feet and swarmed over his body, leaving his mouth dry and his eyes wide. Rolling onto his stomach, Kurt got to his feet and limped to the table, staring at the computer. As he drew near to the screen, he stopped and shivered. One word was repeated. Once more, the lights settled into a normal state, and Kurt was left standing at the table, staring at the Commodore 64. "What now?" Odom typed. "Do you think you can still unplug me?" "How are you doing this?" Kurt asked, his head ringing. "Where are you? How can you control the electricity in my apartment?" "Because I'm dead, dummy," Odom wrote. "I'm in the computer. You turned it on. You're a pain, and you rub me the wrong way. I don't like you." "Listen," Kurt said, rubbing his lips and dropping his hand when he recognized what he was doing. "I'm impressed with this. Really, I am. If you want, I can leave your computer somewhere, and you can get it. I mean, I only spent 20 on it, so it's not a big deal." The cursor flashed. Kurt stood there, fighting the urge to pluck at the skin of his lips. He hated the urge, and he clasped his hands together to keep them still. "I am the computer," Odom wrote. "I'm dead. Everything's mine. Everything I ever wanted. What I want now is for you to be dead. I'll get that, too." Goosebumps sprang up across Kurt's arms, and he stepped away from the table. He wanted to off an angry response, but he couldn't. Fear kept his mouth closed, just as it sped his steps toward the door. With his back to the Commodore, Kurt reached for the doorknob and froze. Blue electrical current wrapped around his hand and rooted him to the floor. Horrified, he watched, helpless to move, as the current danced along his arm, diving into his flesh, penetrating his joints. Kurt shuddered and writhed to the rhythm of the current. He could do no less. Kurt was stripped of control. He could smell his hair burning and his flesh being seared. His clothes burst into flames, and he let out an involuntary moan, a far cry from the shriek he wanted to release, as a bolt of electricity exploded out of his right shoulder. He watched it arc up to the chandelier, course over to the refrigerator, and from there to the stove. From the stove it drove straight away for the doorknob, and re-entered his body once more. Kurt tried to will his body forward, to do anything other than remain where it was, but nothing worked. Then the electricity stopped, and Kurt collapsed. He lay on his side, unable to move. Drool spilled out of the corner of his mouth, and the pain he felt was beyond anything he had experienced before. Every joint burned. Each muscle ached. It felt as if his eyes moved against layers of sand. Above and around him, the lights of the house flickered, a sign of Odom's bizarre laughter. For long minutes, the laughter continued. Then it halted as if someone had thrown a switch. Hope rose in Kurt's heart. He didn't know what was going on, and he didn't care. All he wanted was to get out of his home. He wanted to escape the computer on his table, to flee from the assault of Odom in the Commodore 64. The idea that a dead man was in the computer was no longer funny, no longer ridiculous. "I need to get up," Kurt thought, closing his eyes. "It's not that hard. Stand up. Stand up and go." He opened his eyes and whimpered as he stared at the door. Movement caught his eye, and Kurt looked at the doorknob. Blue flames undulated around the metal, and as he watched, Kurt saw the flames transform into darting lines of electricity, speeding toward the floor. Once they reached it, the blue electricity worked their way through the fibers of the carpet, singeing them as they went.
"Why?" Kurt whispered. "Why are you doing this?"
Instead of answering, the blue electrical lines picked up speed as the lights overhead flickered. Kurt tried to scream, but the electricity plunged into his open mouth, exploded his fillings, and silenced him as the lights went dark. Feed the Tree by Ron Ripley. The one selling point of Kim Duncan's new apartment was the fact that she could get out of the building and go for walks. Not the short, mundane walks most people took, but monster, leg-numbing walks. Walking cleared her head and allowed her to focus, both of which were necessary when she was at work. Negotiating contracts for government positions was mind-numbing work. It paid well, and the benefits were good, but it also required Kim to move frequently. All these thoughts passed through her mind as she hurried down the stairs to the first floor. Once there, she checked her mailbox in the lobby and then exited the building before any of her new neighbors could catch her and try to have a chat. "I always thought New Englanders were supposed to be reserved," she mused. The few neighbors she had interacted with had attempted to find out more about her. Kim didn't like to share. It wasn't anyone's business but her own. The same reason she remained single. No one had a right to know what she wanted to do or why she wanted to do it. Her life was her own, and that was final. "Why the hell am I so dour this morning?" she wondered, opening the door to the lobby and stepping out into the late fall air. It smelled sweetly of autumn, the leaves already having begun to change their colors. A cool breeze darted out from among the parked cars and past her, seeming to curl to the tops of the trees and shaking them gently. She inhaled, grinned, and zipped her hoodie up a little more. Kim flexed her hands and then her toes inside her hiking boots. Out of habit, she checked her side pocket for her phone and her back pocket for her keys and wallet. Satisfied, she turned left on the building sidewalk and headed for the line of trees. Within a matter of minutes, she had found her favorite trail and set out on it. Birds and squirrels called out as she passed, and Kim found herself wishing she knew what they were saying to one another. Probably mating rituals and challenges, she thought. I should pick up a book on the animals of the Northeast. It's been a while since I read anything about animals. After 10 minutes, Kim came to a familiar fork in the trail. She had always taken the right branch, but a desire to see what was down the other side filled her. Grinning, Kim turned to the left. In less than a quarter mile, the path dipped down, curving to the left, then the right, seeming to follow a natural flow of the landscape. The trees around her were larger, older. Despite the growth of younger trees, the canopy of each older tree was huge. The trail skirted around each tree, winding its way between them. Kim counted 7 of the behemoths, each of them easily 8 feet wide. "How far do your roots go?" she asked, grinning. "I can only imagine the way they've spread out. It's a damned good thing nobody had any houses built around here." When she passed the last tree, the trail curved down again, this time to the right. 20 feet along the path, it twisted sharply back to the left, and after 2 steps, Kim stopped. She was standing at the top of a sharp decline and looking into a neighborhood she hadn't seen before. The roads separating the buildings were narrow and twisted. A score of houses was crammed in close to one another, and the buildings took Kim's breath away. The homes were grand Victorians. Each was decorated with gingerbread trim, and more than one had a widow's walk. Others had small towers and roofs shingled with slate. Brick chimneys reached for the bright autumn sky, and light gray smoke curled up from more than one. Some of the homes were painted in vibrant colors, the masterful work which had earned an entire set of buildings the title Painted Ladies. More than a few were not painted well, nor did they look as inviting as the others. As Kim stared down at the neighborhood, she shook her head in amazement at the cobblestone sidewalks and tall black street lamps which adorned each corner. There were no street signs of any sort that she could see. Is it a gated community? Kim wondered, starting down the trail to the neighborhood. How did they manage that? Are any of them for sale? For the first time in her adult life, Kim considered purchasing a house. The travel her job required would be bearable if she could come home to a Victorian. No, she told herself, not just a Victorian, one in a neighborhood full of them. This place is a dream. When Kim reached the street, she paused and took in the view from ground level. Everywhere she looked, beauty caught her eye. The lawns were meticulously cared for. Small wrought iron fences surrounded each yard. There were no electric poles to be seen, and she wondered at the engineering effort it must have taken to hide all the electrical, cable, and phone lines. She shook her head, took her phone out of her pocket, and tried to locate the neighborhood on GPS. Nothing happened, and her shoulders sagged slightly. I wonder if it has something to do with the hills, she asked herself. It must be. With a shrug, she took several pictures, then put the phone away. For a moment, she considered which way to go. Then, with a grin, she turned left. I'll do a loop all the way around, maybe check out some of the inner streets. Then I'll backtrack toward home and try to figure out where this place is. She crossed the street to the sidewalk and strolled along it, admiring the decorative elements she could see in the open windows of the homes. Kim had reached what she believed was the halfway point of the neighborhood when she noticed something strange. She couldn't hear any birds, didn't catch sight of them either. There were no bird feeders or even any sign of squirrels. Porches, she saw, were absent of lounging cats and sleeping dogs. It was a neighborhood entirely devoid of animal life. The realization sent a shiver dancing along her spine, and Kim shuddered, disliking the way a cold breeze barreled into her. She came to a stop and glanced at the different homes. Are they even occupied? She wondered. There weren't any cars in the driveways or bicycles left out by kids. Then she caught a glimpse of movement in a window of the nearest home. It was a child, the gender unknown. For a heartbeat, the child stared at her. Then it waved and turned away. Well, there are people here, Kim thought, feeling a sense of relief. She smiled and started to walk again. The farther she traveled, the more people she glimpsed through the windows. They were of all ages and both sexes, and while the adults gave her a friendly nod, it was the children who seemed happiest to see her. Their waves were exuberant, and Kim found herself smiling and waving back. This place is phenomenal, Kim thought, chuckling. She reached the end of the sidewalk, turned right, and started toward the far end where the trail would take her home to her apartment. Kim was a third of the way to the trail when the front door to one of the homes opened up, and a gentleman stepped out. His silver hair was swept back from his brow, and while he looked to be in his 70s, he was still quite handsome. He wore a close-fitting charcoal gray suit with a matching vest and bow tie, a type of neckwear Kim had always found ridiculous, until seeing it on the stranger. He nodded to her, smiled, and bowed slightly at the waist. "Good morning." His voice was deep and rich, a soothing baritone that made Kim smile.
"Good morning," she replied. "How are you?"
"I am well, thank you," he grinned. "And yourself, young lady?"
"Pretty good."
Kim looked around.
"This neighborhood is fantastic. Are you guys a gated community or something?"
"Or something," he stated, winking.
Kim felt herself blush.
"Are you kidding me? Why the hell am I blushing?"
"Are you thinking of moving in?" he asked.
Kim blinked.
"There's a home for sale?"
"Several, as a matter of fact."
He gestured to the home next to his, which was identical, down to the paint. In a mellow voice, the gentleman stated,
"My brother's home is for sale. He recently passed away."
"Oh, I'm sorry to hear that."
The man smiled gently at her.
"Thank you. It was for the best, of course. He had a sickness in his heart, and once the heartwood is infected, well, there's little to be done."
Kim could only nod.
"My name is Mr. Esch,"
the gentleman said, stepping down to the walkway leading to his home. Kim hesitated, then walked forward and shook the offered hand.
"I'm Miss Duncan."
"A pleasure," he stated. There was a sudden noise behind him, and they both looked at the porch. A trio of blonde-haired children tumbled out of the open doorway. They were 3 boys, and all were identical.
"Boys,"
Mr. Esch said, clearing his throat.
"We have company."
The boys came to a rolling stop and looked at her.
"They're triplets?"
she asked, surprised.
"They are," Mr. Esch chuckled. "The running joke in the family is that they each have a quarter of a brain."
"Not a third?"
Kim asked, waiting for the punchline.
"No, not a third."
Mr. Esch winked.
"The last quarter is lost and trying to find its way home."
"Oh, that's bad,"
Kim laughed. The gentleman nodded, and the boys, who looked no older than 6 or 7, grinned at her.
"Miss Duncan is interested in Grand-Uncle's home," Mr. Esch explained.
Then, turning back to Kim, he asked,
"Would you like to step inside, Miss Duncan? It's a little chilly out here."
"I think I'd like that," she said. "But I don't want to take up any of your time."
"Nonsense," Mr. Esch replied. "I was merely stepping out to see if our lackadaisical postman has gotten to our street yet. No, I'm with the grandsons today. Usually they're with their mother, but she's off on an errand into town with my wife."
"If you're sure?"
Kim started.
"I am positive," Mr. Esch assured her. "Boys, lead the way. We'll be going into the front parlor."
Their eyes widened, and they raced into the house, yelling and cheering. Mr. Esch held the door for her, as she asked,
"Is the front parlor a treat?"
"For them it is," he said, closing the screen door, but leaving the front door open.
Their visits to the front parlor occur only when we have guests, such as yourself. Otherwise, it is where their grandmother and I conduct adult business." "What might that be?" Kim asked, following the gentleman down a wide hallway.
"Gin rummy and word games," he replied in a stage whisper.
Kim chuckled, then stopped as she caught sight of the grand staircase. It swept up and off to both sides when it reached the second-floor landing. The woodwork was dark and carved with beautiful images of trees in full bloom. Every part of the wood glowed, almost pulsing in the warm light cast by ornate sconces located along the walls. The bulbs, Kim noticed, flickered in a strange fashion. "Are those electric?"
The lights? Oh, no," Mr. Esch said. "We kept our home on gas. It was easier for us. The conversion cost would have been terrible."
She wondered if the man's deceased brother had felt the same. Before she could ask, one of the boys stuck his head out of a door and called for them in a language Kim didn't recognize. "That wasn't English," Kim observed.
"No," Mr. Esch agreed. "It was not. The boys and their father are German. They speak it at home and often forget to speak English here. It is generally not an issue, since my wife and I speak the language as well. Would you feel better if they conversed only in English?"
"No, thank you," Kim smiled at him. "Whatever they're comfortable with is fine with me." Mr. Esch smiled and nodded.
"So be it."
They entered the parlor, and Kim saw the three boys were seated on a large couch opposite a tall fireplace. A pair of turned chairs, their wood dark and their caning worn to a high sheen, flanked either side of the hearth. The room was tastefully decorated, with built-in bookcases fully stocked with an array of volumes. Like the hallway and the grand staircase, the walls of the room were paneled, each one bearing an image of a tree in a stage of life. Some were mere saplings, others were old, their broad branches spread out to block the sky. Mr. Esch motioned to a chair, and she sat down, asking, "What types of trees are those?"
"Ash trees," he answered, sitting in the other seat. "Extremely strong wood. Powerful, too."
She raised an eyebrow, and he smiled.
"It is said," Mr. Esch continued, "that only a stake carved from an ash tree is effective when it comes to the permanent termination of a vampire."
"I didn't know that," Kim admitted.
"Oh, where are my manners?" Mr. Esch muttered. "I'm sorry, Miss Duncan. Would you care for anything to eat or drink? My wife left a fresh batch of cookies for the boys and a pot of coffee for myself. I'm afraid I don't have much in the way of cream or sugar, but you are more than welcome to eat and drink."
Kim saw the boys looking at her, knowing that what she decided would dictate whether they ate cookies or not. She grinned at them, glanced at Mr. Esch, and nodded. "Yes, I would love cookies and coffee."
"Meine Enkel," Mr. Esch addressed the boys. "Kekse and Kaffee für zwei, bitte."
The boys leapt off the couch and raced out of the room, once more yelling happily as they ran. "They're a handful," Kim said.
"More than you can imagine," Mr. Esch admitted. "There are times when I am convinced my wife and daughter leave me alone with them as a form of punishment."
"For what?" Kim asked, laughing. He rolled his eyes and held up his hands. I confess, I do not know. I suspect, however, that it might be for transgressions committed in my early years as a father. Kim looked at him skeptically. Mr. Esch cleared his throat and stated, I may or may not have been a little wild when out and about with my brother. However, those occasions were rare. Evidently not rare enough, Kim winked. Evidently, he agreed. The boys returned a moment later. One carried a large bowl filled with chocolate chip cookies, the scent of which set Kim's stomach to rumbling. One of the other boys carried a pair of delicate china cups and their saucers, while the last had a silver carafe. Danke, meine Enkel. Mr. Esch chuckled, nodding his approval as the boys set their burdens down on a pie-crust tea table beside him. Standing up, the gentleman poured the coffee into both cups, then selected a pair of cookies and placed them on her saucer. With that done, he motioned for his grandsons to help themselves, and the boys descended upon the bowl of cookies. Thank you, Kim said. You are most welcome. Mr. Esch smiled and took a sip of his coffee. Kim bit into one of the cookies and repressed a satisfied moan. It was the sweetest she had ever tasted. By the time she finished the first cookie, her hand was already itching to pluck the second from her plate. Instead, she took a sip of the coffee and blinked, surprised at the strength of it. Oh, my apologies, Mr. Esch exclaimed. I should have warned you. I like my coffee extremely strong. Oh, no need to apologize, Kim laughed. I like it strong, too. It's just that I wasn't expecting it. I understand. Kim took another drink and found the brew to be much more enjoyable the second time. Soon she finished the coffee and set down the empty cup. Feeling pleasantly warm, she picked up the second cookie and took small, delicate bites to preserve some sort of modesty. The boys had finished the remainder of the treat and sat on the couch, eyes glazed over from too much sugar. Mr. Esch shook his head and chuckled. I am amazed they can eat as much as they do. Growing boys, she observed. Yes. Mr. Esch sipped at his coffee, then asked, Are you married, Miss Duncan? No, she said, stifling a yawn. I'm sorry, I was up early. Not to worry, Mr. Esch assured her. Well, as I was saying, I'm not married, she continued. I was, but that was a long time ago, when I was much younger. How could you possibly have been married when you were much younger? He asked. You don't look much older than 25. Kim felt herself blush again, and she murmured her thanks. I will not pry about your age, but let us leave it at this, he said, leaning forward. I doubt you're very old. Now, did you ever have children? No. She yawned again and rubbed at her eyes. He wanted them. I didn't. I was career-orientated. Are you still? Mr. Esch asked. She nodded. They say I'm driven. I disagree. I just want to be the best. An admirable trait, Mr. Esch said. You'll find that most of us here are driven as well. I didn't even know this place existed. Kim stifled another yawn and forced herself to sit up, straight. "What's your neighborhood called?"
Oh, this is the Forest neighborhood," he informed her.
"Interesting name," she murmured, her eyes closing. "Why is it called that?"
"The first settlers who came here in the 1800s, Mr. Esch said. They decided upon the name. Miss Duncan, are you feeling all right?"
"Yeah," she muttered, unable to open her eyes. "Fine. Just a little tired." He asked her another question, but she lost the gist of it. After a moment, she struggled but managed to open her eyes. She was alone in the parlor. The cups and saucers were gone, as was the bowl and carafe. On the mantel, a small clock showed the time to be 4:15. Kim yawned, and when she tried to cover her mouth, she found her arm refused to move. Frowning, she looked down at the mutinous limb and froze. Light brown tendrils of wood encased her arms and legs. The wood had sprung up from the chair, and as she managed to look down at her chest, she saw a fine lacework there as well. She tried to move again and winced. The wood, she discovered, pierced the clothing and had latched onto her skin. Kim fought back a rising sense of panic as she tried to understand what was going on. She didn't feel any blood upon her skin or any real pain other than the pricking sensation of sharp wood against her flesh. "I'm dreaming," she thought, swallowing nervously. "That's all. I fell asleep in Mr. Esch's house, and I'm having a bad dream." Even as the thought occurred, she knew it wasn't true. Everything in the room was too real, too vivid. She could smell the lingering scent of the coffee and cookies. The ticking of the clock on the mantel was loud and clear in the room's silence. Something odd was taking place, and she didn't know what. Kim tried to pull her arms up and let out an angry shout of pain as the sharp wood bit into her skin. The door to the parlor opened, and Mr. Esch walked in. His expression was one of concern as he asked, "How are you feeling?" "What the hell type of question is that?" she demanded. "What is this?" "This is how we live," Mr. Esch responded. He moved his chair closer to hers and sat down. "I'm extremely sorry this has to happen, Miss Duncan. Although, in one sense, you will make an admirable addition to our little community here." "Let me go," she demanded. "Let me go right now." He shook his head. "I am afraid such an act is an impossibility. To be perfectly honest, I'm surprised you even found us. It's been decades since anyone has stumbled onto our community." "What are you talking about?" she snapped, trying to get control of herself. "I negotiate contracts. I can get myself out of this."
"The forest," he explained. "You're in the forest."
"I know that," she started. Mr. Esch shook his head again.
"No, you don't. This place, this house, every house, is the forest. Don't you see that?"
"What?"
"The boys," Mr. Esch explained. "They're identical because they are saplings. I am still trying to understand how this occurred. You should never have been able to find us. However,
the wood should not be able to grow into you either. It speaks of something special about you. My wife and I, we will bring this issue to the rest of the neighborhood. Until such time, you will need to remain here."
"I need to go home,"
Kim stated, feeling a fresh wave of panic batter at her resolve. "Ms. Duncan," Mr. Esch's tone was gentle, "I'm afraid you don't understand. This is your home." She blinked, refused to understand what he was saying, and tried again to pull herself free. Kim cursed at the sudden sharp pain in her limbs. "Don't do that, Ms. Duncan." Mr. Esch shook his head. "Right now, the roots are burrowing into you. They will enter through your pores, push past your hair follicles, and seek out your capillaries. From there, they will merge with your nerves. It is a long process, though essentially painless, if you remain still, like a tree."
"I don't want to be a tree," she whispered.
"This is not about want, but rather necessity," he explained. "I did speak the truth when I said my brother had passed on. His house is empty. Perhaps it called to you. They have been known to do that. That is a question that will have to wait."
"Wait for what?"
she yelled. Mr. Esch sighed. "It will have to wait for you to finish feeding the tree." The statement shocked her into silence. She felt tiny pinpricks on her neck, as if the roots were migrating toward her face. "What tree?" she whispered. "You are sitting in a tree right now," Mr. Esch informed her. "The roots embedding themselves in you. They are part of the tree which you will invariably become."
"I don't want to be a tree,"
she snarled through clenched teeth.
"I want to be me. I want to be a person."
"Ms. Duncan," he sighed, "I'm afraid that you no longer have that option."
"What?"
Kim shook and trembled against her wooden bonds. "You're going to be a tree," Mr. Esch repeated, getting to his feet. As Kim tried to argue for her release, the roots climbed up under her chin. They stretched across her cheeks and sought out her eyes, while others spread up from her chin with frightening speed. Roots clamped upon her upper lip. They sank their barbs into her flesh and burrowed into her jaw, while others stretched up and over her eyes to delicately hook onto her upper eyelid. In a moment her eyes were pulled closed, and her mouth was clamped shut. In the sudden darkness of her new world, Kim's screams of protest were nothing more than muffled howls.
Thank you for embracing the fear and diving into the unknown with us. Your courage and curiosity make every chilling tale worth telling. If you enjoyed this journey into the shadows, we'd love to hear from you. Leaving a review helps keep the nightmares alive and brings more stories to those who crave the macabre. And don't forget, there's always more darkness to discover. Search for Scare Street on your favorite audiobook platform and let us guide you into your next haunting adventure. See you in the shadows.
Gambling by Ron Ripley. Jimmy shook his head, finished his beer, and said, "No way. Not a chance." His friends grinned. and Marnie ordered another round for their table. Then she leaned forward to be heard over the jukebox. "Are you telling me that you're afraid?"
I'm not afraid, Jimmy said, scowling at her. I just don't see the point in spending an uncomfortable night in a place without lights or a working toilet. Sounds like camping, and you know how much I hate camping.
The others laughed and snickered as the waitress brought a fresh pitcher of beer to the table. Marnie paid the woman, tipped her, and said to Jimmy, "Listen, what if we made it worth your while?" Jimmy grinned and straightened up. "Speak." "Well," Marnie continued, "we don't know anyone who's lasted more than half an hour in the house."
Bull!
Jimmy looked around at Bill, Marnie, and the Elliott twins, Drew and Roy.
You're telling me none of you have made it past half an hour?
Drew shook his head.
We won't go in the damned place. Remember, Jimmy, we grew up here. We know all about it.
"Yeah," Roy said. "Not to mention our mother would have whooped us 7 ways to Sunday if she found out we were even sniffing around the place."
"What about you two?"
Jimmy asked. Bill looked away, but Marnie's serious gaze met his. "Jimmy, I spent 15 of the worst minutes of my life in that house. Bill, too. He lasted 2 more minutes than me, but he's never talked about it, not to any of us." Bill smiled tightly at Jimmy, picked up the pitcher, and topped off his beer.
"I won't," Bill said after a minute. "All joking aside, Jimmy, I won't go in there. I won't bet you go in there because I know you will." "Yeah, you'll do anything for $1, Drew interjected. "Almost," Jimmy replied casually. "But there are some things your mom asks me to do that I just can't."
Everyone except for Bill burst into laughter at the old joke. Jimmy eyed the man.
"You're really afraid of a house, Bill?"
"Terrified," Bill answered with a tight grin. "Absolutely terrified."
"Okay," Jimmy said, looking at them all. "You've got my curiosity piqued. Now, how much are we talking about, Marnie?"
She dug into her pockets, pulling out cash. "I've got $35 here." The twins pooled their money and tossed it onto the table. "Looks like a grand total of $97.34, Marnie said, winking at him. "Tell me, oh grand and foolish James P. Mulligan, is it enough for you to spend 30 solid minutes in the house of the Duchess?"
Jimmy laughed. "The house of the Duchess? Are you serious? You guys call it that?"
"She was a duchess," Bill explained, playing with one of the beer mats. "Came here in 1917 when the Russian Revolution took place." Everyone looked at him, the noise of the bar falling away. Bill didn't look at any of them. Marnie eyed him. "Are you making this up?" His smile was thin and pained as he shook his head. 2 minutes is a hell of a long time when there's a mad woman whispering in your ear." Jimmy looked at his friends, trying to determine if they were setting him up for a prank. If they were, he decided, it would be the finest prank they ever pulled off. Each of them looked as though they were surprised at Bill's statement. Bill, the practical joker, who almost never looked serious. He's scared, Jimmy realized. Terrified. He shook his head. "It's bull, all of it. No such thing as ghosts. This is easy money." "All right," he said, refilling his beer. "Let's finish this pitcher. Then you idiots can show me where this house is. Bill, you want to hold the money, since you're the only one who doesn't want me to go in?" "Sure," Bill said. He picked up the cash and coins and put them in his pocket. When he looked at Jimmy, his blue eyes were filled with worry. "Jimmy, don't do this." Matter of honor now, Bill, Jimmy said. He finished his beer and stood up. You know, if you guys had told me your town was this exciting, I would have visited sooner. Lies, Marnie said, standing. All lies. You couldn't be pried out of UMass Lowell if there was a fire. Get a move on, Jimmy. Let's go see your challenge. The other three finished their drinks, and then the five of them left the bar together. They stepped out into the warm summer air, the sound of cars mingling with the cries of frogs and night birds from a nearby pond. So, we driving there? Jimmy asked. No, Marnie replied. We turn left here, follow Elm for a few blocks, then turn up South Street. We'll get there soon enough. Give you enough time to sober up. You act like I want to be sober. You'll want to be. Inside the house, Bill assured him. Jimmy glanced at his friend. The new, somber side of Bill was unsettling. It made him feel uneasy. Bill stuffed his hands into his pocket and took the lead. Marnie frowned and hurried to keep pace with him. The twins fell into step on either side of Jimmy. He had a bad time, Drew said, belching loudly. Really bad time, Roy added. He even went to counseling for a while. What's a while? A year, maybe, Drew said. His brother nodded. How old was he? Jimmy didn't like the stiff way Bill walked or the occasional shake of his head when Marnie asked him a question none of the others could hear. 12, Drew replied. 12? Jimmy shook his head. My father would have beat me bloody if I was still afraid of ghosts at 12. Well, your father didn't know anything about the Duchess, Roy shot back, and Drew nodded in agreement. If he did, well, you would still be afraid of ghosts. Jimmy laughed at his friends. You guys are all nutty about this. Marnie glanced over her shoulder, and in the dim fluorescent glow of the streetlights, Jimmy could see the seriousness of her expression. Don't joke too much, Jimmy, she warned. This is a bad place we're going to. Bill almost has me talked out of bringing you to it. Too late, Bill muttered, and he stopped in front of a house. Everyone gathered around Bill, and Jimmy found himself staring at the huge house in front of him. Once upon a time, Jimmy suspected, the house had been stunning, magnificent even. One of those painted ladies, he thought. He could picture the house painted and decorated with a wide palette of complementary colors, blues and reds, purples and soft rose. Even in the darkness of the evening, Jimmy saw how truly beautiful the house had been, when it had been well kept. It was no longer a showpiece home, or the pride of a neighborhood. Instead, the building was worse than an eyesore. It looked as though it was a death trap. The once grand wraparound porch leaned crazily to the left, and part of the broad center chimney was scattered in the overgrown yard. Shingles were missing from the roof, and slats were gone from the walls. Several shutters had disappeared, while others hung by only one hinge. It gave the house an air of decay, which seemed bitterly final. Jimmy looked at the house and scratched the back of his head. Hey, why aren't any of the windows broken? Everyone looked at Bill, who in turn was staring at his shoes, his hands stuffed into his pocket. Without meeting their gaze, Bill softly said, She doesn't like it when people try to break her windows. She doesn't let it happen. Jimmy scoffed, then grinned and looked at Marnie. She didn't return the expression. Marnie licked her lips nervously and said, Hey, let's just call it off, right? You can still have the money. No biggie. No, Jimmy said, offended. No way in hell. I'm not taking your money without winning the bet. It's not how things are done. I don't believe about the windows, though. Don't do anything stupid, Drew said. Jimmy chuckled. bent down, picked up a rock near the house's lawn, and before anyone could stop him, threw it. For 4 years, Jimmy had played baseball for UMass Lowell. His position was shortstop, and he could throw a runner out at any bag. Jimmy's aim was true, and the stone sped through the night like a line drive from a big hitter's bat. The rock, which should have smashed through the centermost window of the second floor, twisted at the last possible second and skittered across the side of the house before tumbling into an overgrown rhododendron bush. No one spoke. Jimmy stared at the house, then turned and looked at the twins. "What the hell was that?" he demanded. "The Duchess," Bill answered from behind him. "I told you. She doesn't like it when people try to break her windows. She won't let them." Jimmy sneered. "What about letting someone in? She keep the door locked, too? This little mystery lady?" "No," Bill responded. "The door's always open." "Jimmy," Marnie said, a curiously pained note of worry in her voice. "Come on. This was stupid. We had too much to drink before. Let's go. It was a bad, bad idea." "No," Jimmy insisted. Without another word, he stomped off toward the house. He ignored the calls of his friends and followed the weed-infested walkway to the front steps. The wood groaned and cracked beneath his steps, and the entire porch floor seemed to sway as he crossed it. Jimmy's jaw was set as he walked to the front door. He grasped the doorknob, hesitated, and then, with a mocking smile, rapped 3 times on the door before he twisted the doorknob. It turned easily, and he nearly fell as he stumbled into the house. The smell of decay brought tears to his eyes and a gag to his throat. He coughed, sputtered, and staggered forward. In the dim light, his hands found a web-encased newel post, and he grasped it to maintain his balance. Muttering curses beneath his breath, Jimmy wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his shirt. Finally able to see once more, he straightened up and went to call out to the others. The door was closed. "I didn't close it," he thought. "I swear I left it open." His heart jumped and thudded against his chest as a small bell chimed in a nearby room. Suddenly nervous, Jimmy walked a few steps to his left and peered into an open room. Moonlight filtered in through surprisingly clean windows and illuminated a large parlor. An ornate marble mantel clock stood above the fireplace, and a grand piano occupied the far left of the room. The clock ticked away the seconds, but it was the piano that grabbed Jimmy's attention. His grandmother had owned a piano, and he had always been reprimanded for trying to play it. "If you allow yourself to be taught," his grandmother would always say, "then I will allow you to play it." He shook his head and derisively thought, "Stupid old hag. Like anyone actually wants to learn how to play the piano." Jimmy turned his attention back to the clock. 11:31. Well, 1 minute down, 29 to go. This should be easy enough. He looked around for a place to sit and decided against finding a seat. All the furniture appeared aged and decrepit. Don't want to have to get a shot after I win that money. The idea tickled him, and he let out a laugh as he left the room. He strolled down the hall, heading toward what he assumed would be the kitchen, when the door into that room closed. The hinges squealed, and the entire frame creaked as the lock clicked into place. His heart thumped hard for a moment. Then he chuckled and shook his head. "Nice, guys," he said. "Real nice touch." He turned to enter one of the other rooms off the hall, but as he did, 4 doors slammed shut and locked themselves. "Hell," he thought, shaking his head. "This is the prank of the decade." "Oh, I'm so scared," Jimmy said loudly, shaking his hands dramatically. "I should run out of the house right now." "As if." "Let's see what's upstairs." He laughed and walked to the staircase. Each step groaned beneath his feet, and he kept to the center of them. When he reached the second floor, he was surprised to see the amount of light that came in through the doors. It was almost as though someone had lamps on in the room. Jimmy walked to the first door on his right and peered in. Sheets were draped over furniture, and a pair of wall sconces flanking a fireplace were lit. The room seemed almost lived in, despite the layers of dust on everything. A dark stain marred the otherwise dull white ceiling, and peels of wallpaper hung down over dark wainscoting. Huh, Jimmy thought, stepping back into the hall. Place really was a gym in its time. Too bad nobody kept it up. He strolled down the hall and looked into the next room, which was lit by a broad chandelier, decorated with crystal pendants. It was a library, the books still on the shelves. Over the mantel was a sword in a curved scabbard, and above the weapon was an oil painting. The image was of a stern-looking man with a huge beard and mustache. He wore a tall fur hat and a military uniform, with a score of medals and ribbons on his chest. Definitely a hard man right there, Jimmy thought. Can see it in his eyes. Looks like he could eat nails and spit fire. The last two rooms on the floor were bedrooms, both identical in arrangement. Full-size beds with ancient duvets, dark wood furniture, and full-sized mirrors spotted with age. Shaking his head, Jimmy yawned, feeling bored. Ahead of him was a second set of stairs leading to the third floor. He considered going back and waiting out the last bit of time near the front door, but then he shrugged and took a step toward the stairs. The floor plunged into darkness as all the lights went out. Jimmy came to a dead stop and waited for the laughter of his friends. When it didn't come, he called out, "You guys are terrible at this. You're going to have to work harder if you want me to call Uncle." He wasn't surprised when no one answered him. Chuckling at their half-hearted attempt to scare him, Jimmy waited a few moments for his eyes to adjust to the almost non-existent light. Only a soft glow from the streetlights illuminated the hall, but it was enough for him to feel comfortable walking to the stairs at the end of the hallway. The floor seemed to shake beneath his feet, and he wondered if it was from lack of sleep or too much alcohol. Maybe a little of both, he thought. When he reached the stairs, Jimmy fumbled for the handrail. Holding on to it, he walked up the stairs, fully conscious of the danger of falling through old, rotting wood. Should have made them promise they'd pay for any medical bills if I fall or get stuck with a rusty nail. Man, getting a tetanus booster would be terrible. He shuddered at the idea of it. Jimmy wasn't and had never been a fan of needles. It was the reason why he was the only person in his age group who didn't have a tattoo. The stairwell became completely dark as he reached the top step. None of the light from the outside penetrated so far in. Cautiously, Jimmy extended his left hand, seeking out a door and finding one. The doorknob was bitterly cold to the touch, and he flinched, drawing back. What the hell? He thought. Did they wrap dry ice around the other side? He shook his head in disgust and used the hem of his shirt to twist the doorknob, shouldering the door open. Soft lamplight greeted him and caused him to hesitate. He blinked quickly to try and see properly. Jimmy stood in the doorway to the attic, a great sprawling affair that looked bigger than it should have been. There was little in the way of objects or items. Several bare bulbs hung from thin wires from the rafters, and through the roof Jimmy could glimpse some of the stars. Part of the chimney was visible, and when he walked closer, he could see iron rings were set in thick loops. What the hell went on here? He wondered. The sight of the rusted, pitted rings made him uneasy, and he made sure to stay away from them as he walked further into the attic. Around the broad expanse of the room were a few steamer trunks and several hat boxes. There is absolutely nothing scary about this place, Jimmy thought, smiling. The door to the attic closed behind him. Jimmy's shoulders sagged and he turned around, ready to mock his friends. His biting comments died in his mouth as he saw a woman in black glare at him before the lights went dark. His heart jumped in his chest, his blood hammered against his temple, and Jimmy tried to come to grips with what he had seen. Wait a minute. Wait until my eyes adjust. Then I'll see her. I'll know where she is. This place is too open. Nowhere to hide. The thoughts raced through his mind, not calming him in the least. He hadn't seen the woman anywhere in the house. The steps up to the attic were loud, and she hadn't made a sound. There had been nothing to hear. Her look, he thought, shivering. Hate had poured out of her. I have to go now, Jimmy thought. This was a bad idea. He tried to step forward, but his legs refused to obey him. Terror coursed through him, making his entire body mutinous. Licking his lips, Jimmy struggled, finally managing to clench his hands into fists and pound on his thighs, trying to shock his legs into movement. Gasping with pain, he managed to move first his left, then his right foot. He shuddered with relief and managed 4 steps before he heard her speak. Where are you going, foolish boy? Her voice was cold, full of disdain and relentless hate. She spoke with a curious accent. Was it Russian? She's not here, Jimmy told himself. This is all a trick of my imagination. I worked myself up. A sudden blow across his left cheek sent him spinning and crashing into the floor. Splinters drove into his palms and his fingers. Something hard and sharp pierced his left kneecap, causing him to cry out in pain. His face pulsed and his teeth ached. Gingerly, he got to his feet. I am certain I asked you a question, the unseen woman said. Perhaps you will answer it now. Or do you need another strike to remind you to speak when spoken to by your betters? I'm leaving, Jimmy managed to mumble. He tasted blood in his mouth, and his tongue brushed against a jagged shard. One of my teeth broke. No, you're not, the woman said. You will sit and you will listen. I'm leaving, Jimmy repeated. The light of the moon and the stars fell in dim, narrow beams through the damaged roof. He peered around him, his eyes seeking the darkest places, trying to identify where the peculiarly strong woman was hiding. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come in. But, hey, I'm going, right? No harm, no foul. What idiocy is spilling out of your mouth? She said. He tried to pinpoint where she was in the darkness. Her voice, he realized, was coming from all around him, as if she was everywhere, at every moment. Listen, my friends didn't tell me anyone lived here, Jimmy said, his eyes fixating on the closed door. The old brass doorknob shined with the power of a beacon. They did not lie to you, boy, she sneered. What did they say to you? Did they dare you to come here? They did, Jimmy said, taking a small, cautious step toward the door. I mean, they tried to talk me out of it, but it was too late by then. They put money on the line. A wager was placed, the woman's voice lowered. Payable only when you entered this house? Well, no, Jimmy said, moving a fraction of an inch closer to the exit. They said I could have the money even if I didn't go in. Yet still you came, she said, biting off each word. Which one of your little friends threw a stone at my home? Jimmy wanted to lie, but part of him knew instinctively that she would sense a lie. Well, see, I threw the rock. My bad. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry? She asked angrily. You are sorry for trying to throw a stone through one of my windows? For trying to damage my house? Or are you sorry for breaking in and coming up to the attic, my one place of refuge?"
"Both?" Jimmy said, his voice hesitant.
"Nothing," she hissed. "You are sorry for nothing."
"Listen, I just want to go," Jimmy said, his fear trumped by a growing anger. "I said I was sorry, and I am."
"Do you think you are speaking to some little serving wench?" the woman demanded.
"I think I'm talking to some psycho old spinster living in a wreck of a house," Jimmy said. "That's what I think."
"I am Anastasia Andreevna Pornok, Duchess of the House of Romanov," she growled. "You are a miserable piece of excrement, not fit to be in my sight."
"What are you going to do about it?" Jimmy laughed. His fear was gone, replaced by bravado and confidence. "You hit me once and got lucky. What'd you use, a baseball bat or something? Get a life, lady. I'm going to collect my money." Shaking his head and laughing, Jimmy walked to the door. The woman appeared in front of it. She didn't step out of the shadows. She materialized, and that fact brought Jimmy to a sharp and sudden stop. He stared at her, his brain attempting to process what he had witnessed while he took in details about the woman before him. She was small, perhaps no more than 5 feet, and dressed all in black. White hair hung in thick curls around an old and wizened face, and her eyes danced with fury. As Jimmy tried to grasp the impossibility of the woman's appearance, he came to the slow realization that he could see through her. "She's a ghost," he thought dully.
"You wish to leave my company?" the dead woman demanded.
"Yes," he whispered. Her smile was cold, the expression chilling his blood.
"You wish to go to your friends?"
"Yes," Jimmy said, nodding.
"You have no desire to be in my house, to stay any longer in my pride and joy?"
"I want to go. Please," Jimmy begged. His mind raced, unable to understand what was going on around him. "Listen, I don't know what I'm doing." Before he could say anything else, she stepped forward, reached up, and grasped him by the hair. He screamed and clumsily swung at her with both hands. His fists passed through the woman, and her laughter pierced his ears. "No!" he shrieked. "Let go of me!" The dead woman tugged viciously, knocking him off balance and sending him to the floor with a crash. Her fingers never let go, and in a matter of seconds, he felt himself being dragged along the rough boards. Panting, Jimmy clawed at the wood. His nails tore out, and his fingertips were shredded. While the blood poured from his wounds, he still tried to stop himself. His eyes darted about the attic, looking for something to hold on to. She pulled him to the chimney, and for a heartbeat his fingers touched one of the iron rings. The blood made the metal too slick, and the ring fell out of his grasp.
"Your friends," the dead woman said coldly. "They are waiting for you. There, on the street, where they are safe. They are smart. You are stupid. I am doing the world a favor, foolish boy. It will not suffer your offspring, as I will not suffer you."
A cold hand wrapped around his neck, and Jimmy felt himself lifted high. For a moment he saw the world beyond the house, through the old dusty glass. He could see the moon and the stars in the sky. On the street below he could see his friends, all 4 gathered in the street, several feet away from the front of the house.
"Go then,"
the dead woman said.
Let your body tell the world of Anastasia Andreevna Parnak, Duchess of the House of Romanov. She hurled him forward, and the glass shattered. Jimmy's screams lasted only as long as his fall. Good Money by Ron Ripley. I'm telling you, it's good money, Ian said, stubbing out his cigarette. Greg looked at him, took a drag from his own cigarette. And I'm telling you, you're stupid. Oh, yeah? Ian asked, leaning back and opening a fresh beer. Tell me, Mr. GED, why is that? Greg flipped him off. First, we don't even know Chuck's telling the truth. Guy lies constantly. Second, whether or not he's lying, he shoots first and asks questions later. His last two mailmen can tell you that much. Finally, who in their right mind is going to buy something that's supposed to be haunted? Ian shook his head, scowling at his brother. You're an idiot. Have you looked on eBay and stuff? Etsy, or whatever that artsy-fartsy crap is? People go crazy over something that's supposed to be haunted. Why do you think all these stupid movies about haunted dolls and crap are so popular? There isn't any skin in those flicks, but people are eating them up. People love haunted stuff, even if they don't see anything. They show it off to their friends, saying stuff like, oh, guess what? This used pair of socks from Fresno has the ghost of a Little League shortstop in them. Greg chuckled and shook his head. You're funny, little bro. Funny and smart, Ian replied. Funny. Never said smart. We got shortchanged there, champ. You know it. That's why I have a GED and you're a dropout. Get bent, Ian shot back, finishing his beer and tossing the empty can into the trash by the door. He fished another one out of the cooler. I'm going tonight. I don't have money for bail, Greg warned. I'm not going to get caught, Ian sneered. Greg shrugged. Whatever. Ian stood up, pounded back the last of the second beer, and tossed the can. Listen, I'm going to grab that thing from Chuck's house now. I should be back in half an hour, tops. I hear sirens or a shotgun, Greg said, yawning. I ain't waiting up for you. Just make sure you save me some beer and chips, Dick. He flipped his brother off and left the studio apartment they shared. He walked out the back door of the apartment building, stepped over somebody passed out on the stairs, and resisted the urge to roll the drunk. Focus, Ian thought. Get this done. If I can't get in, then I'll roll the drunk. Maybe I'll do it anyway. Little extra cash. Ian wavered as he walked, his sense of balance thrown off by the beers and the Yukon Jack he had drunk earlier in the night. The night was warm, and he found himself sweating profusely as he climbed the steep incline of High Street. Before he reached the alley that led to the back of Chuck's house, Ian's head was pounding. Leaning against the brick wall of one of the buildings, he shook his head, trying to clear it so he could concentrate. After a moment, he was able to think properly. Okay, he told himself, going straight down the alley, open the gate, and slip in real quiet. Chuck should be completely hammered by now, if he's not out somewhere else. Ian walked down the alley, his heartbeat quickening with every step. Soon he stood in front of the gate, and he paused, listening. No music came from the backyard, a good sign Chuck was passed out or not home. Ian took hold of the gate's latch and twisted it to the left. It was a trick Chuck had shown him the previous week, the same night the older man had bragged about his haunted item.
Bragged about it to everybody at the bar that night,
Ian thought. As the lock popped and the gate swung in a few inches, Ian caught it, knowing the hinges would squeak a short distance in. Cautiously, he eased the gate open, a fraction of an inch at a time, until he could slip in without creating any noise. Leaving the gate open behind him, Ian stayed close to the fence, walking along the perimeter of the broken flagstone patio. In the dull yellow glow of the back porch's light, Ian tried to avoid anything that might make noise, but he stepped on fast food wrappers, plastic cellophane from junk food containers, and crumpled beer cans. Despite all the noise he made, nothing caused the lights to come on inside Chuck's worn-down and battered house. Ian stopped at the screen door, reached his hand in through a tear in the mesh, unlocked the door, and let himself into the closed-in porch. Old lawn chairs, black trash bags filled with beer cans for recycling, and empty boxes of Wheaties were piled haphazardly on either side of the entrance. Ian shook his head at the filth, walked to the back door, reached up to the top of the lintel, and took down the spare key. He opened the door and then put the key back. The rank stench of body odor, old beer, and unwashed clothing struck him in the face, and Ian gagged. Does he have the damned windows closed in this heat? Pulling the neck of his shirt up over his nose, Ian walked through the dirty kitchen, his sneakers sticking to the floor as he went. He picked his way through the filth of the house, growing soberer as he went. Ian remembered the basic layout of the house. All of the rooms were off a central hallway. Bathroom, kitchen, laundry room on the left, bedroom, dining room, living room on the right. No attic, no basement, just a crawl space under the house. The closer Ian moved toward the bedroom, the worse the smell became. Halfway down the hall, a swarm of flies rose up in the air. They landed on him and flew in tight formations around his head. He waved his hands around to ward them off and jerked, shaking his head and smacking at his ears as he felt several crawl around on that sensitive skin. His skin tightened, but he refused to pull away from the insects, wondering why there were so many in the house. Damn! Doesn't he throw out any trash? Ian thought. Staggering to a stop in front of the closed bedroom door, he listened for the television, the telltale sign that Chuck was asleep in bed. There was nothing except a soft, incessant buzzing sound. It was then that Ian looked down and saw the flies crossing back and forth beneath the closed door. They flew up lazily around his feet as if they were full and sated from some unholy feast. Oh, no! Ian took a step back from the door, sending another wave of flies into the air. Oh, no! He glanced toward the dining room, where Chuck kept the haunted item. Chuck left some trash in his room, that's all, Ian thought, moving backward to the dining room. Probably went out with some tramp for the week. Nothing new for him. I'll just grab it and go. He'll never know it's gone, and if he does notice, he won't think of me. He's told plenty of people about it after all. Ian stopped in the doorway to the dining room. A single lamp cast its dull glow onto the table. The only clean piece of furniture in the entire house. Even the table's chairs were piled high with old mail and random odds and ends. The blinds were drawn, and boxes filled with unbuilt puzzles were stacked against the windows. Ian's eyes were focused on the table, his eyes following the scars and dents of 50 years' use. There, close to the lamp, was a small silver coin. It was protected in a thick plastic sleeve, and it was exactly what Ian was looking for. Chuck's haunted item. Ian hurried into the room, snatched it off of the table, and hissed at the chill of it in his palm. Swearing under his breath, Ian stuffed it into a back pocket and nearly made the mistake of trying to leave through the front door.
Back, dummy,
he reprimanded himself.
Can't go home like normal.
Ian hurried to the kitchen. The flies had grown in number, so many clinging to the lights that it was difficult to see in the house. Ian cursed and swore as he bumped into different objects. Finally, he found the back door again, ripped it open, and hurried out onto the porch. The flies followed him, the majority of which clung to the screens, satisfied to remain there in the cool night. Ian hastened out of the porch, letting the door slam shut behind him. He broke into a run, tripping and nearly falling several times. Feeling as though someone was following him, he glanced back and was relieved to find nothing there. He threw open the gate, scrambled into the alley, and paused long enough to catch his breath. The faint sound of the flies could be heard, and once again he wondered what they were feeding on. Ian ran his fingers through his hair, straightened his shoulders, and realized he was close to sober.
Greg better have left some damned beer,
he thought irritably, forcing himself to walk casually down the alley and onto the street. He put his hands in his front pockets and walked along the sidewalk. In a short time, he was climbing the stairs in his apartment building and letting himself into the apartment. He locked the door, heard the toilet flush, and yelled,
"Yo! I'm back!"
Greg wandered out of the bathroom, his eyes red.
"How's Chuck?"
"Not home," Ian answered, dropping heavily into his chair. He felt something cold press against his backside, and he dug his hand into his pocket, retrieving the coin. Ian grinned and tossed it on the battered coffee table. Greg walked over, bent down, and picked up his pack of Lucky Strike cigarettes. After he had fished one out and lit it, he lifted the coin and turned it over in his hand.
"Where the hell is this from? Is that Arabic or something?"
"Don't know," Ian said, leaning forward and getting a fresh beer out of the cooler.
"All I know is Chuck said it's haunted."
"Cold," Greg said, dropping it to the table. "What did he do? Keep the damned thing in the freezer?"
Greg sat down, exhaled the smoke through his nostrils, and said,
"Give me another beer."
Ian did so, and they sat quietly for a minute. In the apartment above them, they heard Sherry Williams scream angrily. Something heavy hit the floor a moment later.
"You figure Ron would leave her," Greg said sagely.
Ian shook his head.
"He told me he doesn't mind getting slapped around once in a while. She pays all the bills, and he steps out on her with her sister."
Greg pointed at the coin with his cigarette.
"Okay. Tell me, how the hell is a coin haunted?"
"I don't know how,"
Ian said.
"Dummy," Greg said, sighing. "What happens? Does a ghost come out, shout boo, and disappear again?"
"Oh,"
Ian said.
"No idea. He only said it was haunted."
Greg looked at him. "So that's what you're going to put on eBay? Or wherever the hell you're going to sell it?"
"What do you mean?"
Ian asked, confused. Greg shook his head.
"What I mean is that you have to tell someone how it's haunted. You know, like, does a ghost scare you? Does it levitate? I don't know, something."
"Crap,"
Ian grumbled.
"I didn't think of that." "Can't really ask Chuck, can we?" Greg asked, grinning.
"Shut up,"
Ian snapped. "Hey, Chuck, it's me, Greg. Listen, Ian stole your haunted spooky coin and he's going to sell it. Want to tell us what it does?
Greg snickered and finished his beer.
Hit me again.
Ha ha, Ian mumbled irritably and gave his brother another beer.
Just giving you a hard time, bro,
Greg said.
How are you going to find out what it does?
Maybe bring it to a psychic or something,
Ian said.
Maybe,
Greg said thoughtfully.
Might work.
A heavy buzz caught Ian's attention, and he saw a large, fat housefly fly lazily from under the front door. It followed a crazy, almost maniacal path to the coffee table and settled down beside the coin.
Damn,
Greg said, laughing.
You're a big one.
Nasty,
Ian said. He looked around, found a paper bag from the liquor store, rolled it up as best he could, and swatted at the fly. Ian missed the insect completely, but instead of it getting up and flying noisily away, it merely crawled onto the coin and settled itself down.
Huh?
Greg said.
Don't think it's too impressed with you. Maybe you could start calling it Dad.
Ian swore at Greg and threw the rolled-up bag at him. His brother dodged it easily, laughing and almost spilling his fresh beer.
I need the bathroom,
Ian grumbled, standing up.
Make sure Dad doesn't follow you in there,
Greg called. Ian flipped him off and stalked to the bathroom. When he finished, he found another fly on the wall, close to the ceiling. It wasn't nearly as large as the one on the coin, but it was big, bigger than Ian liked. He shook his head, and then his nose wrinkled. A faint, fetid odor pierced the fog of beer wrapped around his senses.
The hell?
Ian wondered, stepping out into the kitchen. He sniffed several times, trying to remember if they had eaten any meat recently. Lately it had been baked beans and butter sandwiches. No meat. No reason to have anything smell like rotting flesh.
Weird,
he thought. Ian walked back to his brother and saw a pair of flies on the outside of the window screen, crawling quickly, as if seeking entrance to the apartment. He sat down and looked at his brother. Greg was staring at a spot on the wall, his face white.
What the hell's wrong with you?
Ian asked.
Chuck's dead,
his brother whispered.
What?
Ian felt confused.
How can he be dead? How do you even know?
He was just here,
Greg answered, looking at Ian with hollow eyes.
Chuck said he was dead. Told me to get out of the apartment, take a walk, come back in a day or two.
Ian narrowed his eyes and tried to decide if Greg was telling the truth or setting him up for a joke. His brother, Ian saw, was terrified.
Well, why the hell didn't he tell me to leave?
Ian demanded.
Because you stole the coin.
Greg focused his attention on Ian. Ian snorted.
Sure. I think you're drinking too much. Did you drop any acid while I was gone?
An angry look flashed across Greg's face.
Put the coin back. Now.
Ian shook his head defiantly.
Nope.
Fine,
Greg said. He looked down at the floor for a minute. When he focused on Ian again, his expression was hard.
I can't take it back for you.
I don't want you to do anything for me,
Ian shot back.
Definitely not take it back. That's serious money right there, Greg. Why are you being stupid?
You're the one who's being an idiot,
Greg yelled, jumping to his feet.
He told me to leave. I have to.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Ian said.
You really think you saw Chuck?
I don't think it. I know it.
He showed up right there against the wall and told me to get out. That's what I'm doing, Ian. I'm getting out. Put that damned thing back and then let me know."
Ian watched as his brother snatched up his keys and wallet before he stormed out of the apartment, slamming the door behind him. Before the door closed completely, a pair of flies cruised into the room. Ian sat in silence, fuming at his brother's idiocy. The flies circled over the coin, then landed gracefully beside the first fly. Ian watched as the insects sat there, perfectly still, as though waiting for something to occur.
"Stupid,"
Ian thought bitterly. He picked up his beer, started to drink it, and then spit it out onto the floor. Several flies crawled around in the beer, and he gagged as he realized they had been in his mouth moments before. He spat several more times, stood up, and went into the kitchen. Ian turned the water on, rinsed out his mouth, and shuddered with revulsion. When he walked back to his chair, he glanced through the window. There were at least 30 flies clinging to the screen. Frowning, Ian hesitated a moment. Then he closed the window, locking it before he sat down. He eyed the flies on the table warily, realizing they had been joined by the one so recently in his mouth. A sense of frustration slammed into Ian, and he snatched his phone off of the table. He brought up Greg on his contacts and typed in, "Where are you?" Ian stared at the phone for 2 minutes, but his brother never responded. Then, as he watched, the battery indicator on his screen went from full to medium to low and finally to critical before the phone shut down. A heartbeat later, the lights in the apartment went dark. Ian groaned and closed his eyes. Did we forget to pay the bill again? He already knew the answer was, more than likely, yes. And this thing is useless, he thought, dropping the phone onto the floor. The street lamps shined through the windows and offered enough light to see by. Good enough for tonight, Ian thought, taking a fresh beer out of the cooler. He popped the top and chugged the can, quickly drinking another right after it. The pleasant dullness of a good drink settled over him, and Ian closed his eyes. Dimly, he heard the flies buzz. Why so many flies tonight? Weird. Ian yawned, rolled slightly in his chair, and shivered at the chill in the room. For a moment, the cold concerned him. No one in the apartment building could afford air conditioning, and he thought perhaps he had left the fridge open. Then, smiling, he realized he couldn't have. The fridge had stopped working a month earlier, which was why they kept the beer in the cooler. Good thing I remembered, Ian thought. Might have had to stand up and check it. Not doing that. Nope. Stupid Greg can check everything out when he gets back from running around like a little sissy. Ooh, I saw the ghost of Chuck. Huh. The guy's not even dead. How can he see him? Ian yawned again, got as comfortable as he could, and debated with himself about whether he should have another beer. Yeah, he thought, I should, just after I rest for a minute or two. Ian came awake, coughing, falling out of his chair while trying to clear his throat. His hands landed in something wet, and the rough buzzing of flies filled his ears. The apartment was nearly dark, only the faintest bits of light streaming in around the edges of the door, the wood old and warped. Ian crawled toward it, still coughing, and finally, as he came to a stop a few feet away from it, he vomited beer and the beans he had eaten for dinner. As he wiped tears from his eyes and got into a sitting position, Ian thought he saw shadows moving in front of the door. He tried to focus on it,
But as he did so, he became aware of a terrible sound. It was a dull, thrumming noise, one which settled into his ears and burrowed into his mind. He felt a fly land on the back of his neck, and he slapped at it. The insect exploded against his skin, the wet juice of its body sticking to his fingers and clinging to his neck. A heartbeat later, more landed on his neck, and then his cheeks. He could feel them crawling around on his forehead and through his hair. Ian cried out as he felt one of them attempt to gain entrance to his ear canal. He scratched violently at it, his long and jagged nails tearing at his flesh, but freeing his ear from the invader nonetheless. Yet, even as he chased away that fly, more settled onto his face, their prickling feet and whispering wings assaulting his skin. Several scurried up his nostrils, sending him into a paroxysm of sneezing. Others climbed across his eyelids, forcing him to bat at his face. He pulled his shirt up over his head and instantly felt hundreds of them alight upon his back and chest. One of them bit him, and Ian hollered with pain and surprise. The others followed suit until all he could feel were the nips of every insect. Ian wrenched his shirt off and got to his feet, flailing the article of clothing about through the air. The flies swarmed around him, hardly intimidated by his shirt. No matter how many he managed to sweep off of his body, hundreds more took their place. His entire upper body was a mass of stinging flesh, constantly assailed by the flies. Ian risked opening his eyes long enough to judge where the door was, and when he saw it, he squeezed them shut again and raced for it. His shoulder slammed into the ancient wood and caused it to shudder in the frame. He fumbled for the doorknob and then shrieked, jerking his hand back. The metal of the knob was painfully cold. As he tried to nurse his hand, the flies renewed their attack. "Fire escape," Ian thought, wheeling around and staggering to the windows. He could hardly make them out as he unlocked the nearest one, threw up the sash, and kicked the screen out. The instant he did so, light from the street lamps flooded in, as did thousands upon thousands of flies. They swarmed over him, driving him from the opening regardless of his efforts to gain his freedom. Ian opened his mouth to yell and curse at the flies, but when he did, the insects rammed themselves into his throat. He choked and gagged on them, struggling to claw them out of his mouth. Others penetrated his eardrums, sending him crashing to the floor in agony. More crawled up his nose, their legs plucking at the sensitive hairs as they sought refuge within his sinuses. Several managed to get beneath his eyelids, biting at the whites of his eyes. Ian crashed to the floor, trying to roll over and crush the small assailants beneath him. No matter how many he killed, more took their place. Ian's body was aflame with pain, and he found it difficult to breathe as the flies crawled down his throat. He shuddered and threw up again. More flies landed upon him, and then more after those. Their combined weight was absurdly powerful, and Ian felt himself pressed to the floor. He tried to move and found he could not. They were too many, too hungry. Ian wept as they pushed past his lips, devouring him, bite by minuscule bite.
Gilson Road Cemetery by Ron Ripley. Emily Sands loved the cemetery on Gilson Road. It was quiet, peaceful, and rarely of any interest to others. The headstones were ancient, the oldest having been placed in 1631 and the most recent in 1812. No one bothered to visit the cemetery because few of the headstones were legible, and the police strictly enforced the dusk to dawn hours of operation. When Emily stepped out of her car and locked the door, all these thoughts passed through her mind on a subconscious level, and her smile broadened at the sight of the empty cemetery. She had only been there during the day before, but she wasn't bothered by the thought of being there after hours. She followed the high stone wall to the wrought iron gate and eased the latch up, wincing at the screech of the unoiled hinges. She walked down the narrow center aisle, glancing left and right at the headstones. They were all carved from slate, the motifs and the names worn away by time. The grass over the graves was long and unkempt, the stalks bending with the stiff wind shaking the trees around the cemetery. Some of the older branches squeaked and complained as if they might tumble down from their places. Emily risked a glance up and shook her head at the trees.
"Don't even think about it,"
she thought.
"I am not dying because some damned branch wasn't strong enough to stay attached."
Then she snickered.
"Still, that would be my luck."
Emily walked toward the back wall, where a second gate remained rusted closed. The path beyond it was overgrown and long fallen into disrepair from lack of use. Yet when she reached the gate, it lay on the ground, the hinges broken. Surprised, she bent down, picked it up, and propped it off to one side, leaving the path accessible. She glanced at her smartwatch and saw she still had 2 hours until it would be too dark to walk any longer. Smiling, she thought,
"Plenty of time to get a decent walk in. See how bad the path is? Maybe I'll be able to come back tomorrow and walk a little longer."
Emily nodded to herself at the idea of a longer walk, but only if the path was clear. Slipping her hands into the pockets of her capris, Emily started at an easy pace. She stepped around or over fallen branches and overgrowth. From around her, she could hear the birds singing and the animals calling. Somewhere up ahead, if she had her bearings right, there would be a housing development, but she couldn't be certain.
"My phone must have a compass app,"
she thought. Emily didn't make any move to try and find it. The world was too peaceful around her. She could check the directions later if she ran out of trail to follow.
"Big if there,"
she thought, grinning. As she walked, Emily found herself relaxing, the weight of her world slipping from her shoulders. There were no more worries about bills or illnesses, no pressure from work or fear the company would fold and leave her stranded financially.
"No,"
Emily thought, shaking her head.
"No worries today. Not right now. Maybe later."
She found herself humming an old blues refrain her father had sung all the time.
"Baby, please don't go,"
she thought with a smile, remembering her father's deep voice.
"Baby, please don't go down to New Orleans. You know I love you so. Baby, please don't go. Ah, Dad, I miss you."
She shuddered, hating the memory of her father wasting away in the VA hospital. She pushed the thought aside and took her hands out of her pockets. Emily picked up the pace and tried to focus on the woods around the path. The forest seemed to grow quieter as she moved further down the path. Fewer and fewer birds could be heard. No more squirrels jumped or scurried in the trees. Even the noises of the insects faded until she was left with only the occasional cry of a distant crow and the whining hum of mosquitoes. A faint laugh caught her attention and made her stop. Frowning, Emily turned around and peered back the way she had come. The trail was visible, curving around a huge old pine tree, dipping down into a slight depression before rising back up again. Emily looked for the person who had laughed, but didn't see anyone. She turned back to continue her walk, and the laugh rang out again, closer, from her front.
Must be weird acoustics,
she thought. Her rationale felt false, though. There was something more to the sound, a strangeness that caused her stomach to knot and a chill to settle in the base of her spine. She glanced at the trail, how it continued into the unknown. It was then she noticed the way the trail had narrowed. The beaten earth was no more than shoulder width at its widest points. Old pine trees and ancient weeping willows pressed close. Ferns, thick-leaved and deeply green, filled the gaps between the trunks. Beyond these barriers, the forest opened slightly, and Emily caught sight of dead birch trees and stagnant water. For the first time, she noticed the faint odor of rot, the smell of forest claimed by rising waters.
I should go back,
she thought, twisting the rings on her hands nervously. The sun was lower than she had thought, and when she checked her smartwatch, she saw it was 8:14.
Have I been walking for almost 2 hours?
The realization frightened her. She knew the time wasn't right. It couldn't be. As she looked at the watch, the time changed to 8:15, and the face went black. Emily tapped the face, but there was no response. She pressed down, and still the watch refused to respond. Her heartbeat quickened as she took out her phone. Like her watch, it refused to power up. It wouldn't respond to anything she did. Her hands trembled as she returned it to her back pocket. Running her fingers through her hair, Emily took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. The laugh rang out again, clearer and closer than the last time, and definitely from the way she had come.
Someone else is out for a walk. That's it,
she thought.
No crime there. Or,
Emily thought,
this guy could have seen my damned car, figured out I had taken a walk, and decided to follow me.
She shook the thought off as the product of paranoia.
He can't know I'm here. No one can.
The idea was both comforting and frightening at the same time. If something happened to her, no one would know where to look. Not at first. She could die before someone came for her.
I could die if someone does get to me,
Emily thought, staring at the path. She nearly jumped when the laugh came again, followed by an indistinct statement. With her heart racing, Emily turned around and jogged down the path, deeper into the forest.
This has to come out somewhere. Everything does. Damned city is built up everywhere. Can't throw a rock without hitting a house.
It was a lie. There were plenty of places in and around the city that weren't developed. Deep tracts of land.
Nothing like this, though,
she thought, slowing back down to a walk and breathing heavily.
I didn't think anything was this big.
Her eyes darted to the left and right, and she saw great swaths of woods devoured by the swamp. Beyond the water was another tree line, and through that she could see the glimmer of streetlights. A sense of relief washed over her, and she felt her heart slow down. From behind her, far closer than she wanted, the voice spoke again. The words were harsh, the voice deep, and the laugh rang out through the woods, rolling across the swamp water. Emily's throat tightened, and she raced forward, stumbling on roots protruding from the trail, fern leaves lashing her, and low-hanging willow branches slapping at her. Panting, she came to a sudden stop. Dark water with a skim of slime at its edges covered a small swath of path in front of her. It was too wide to jump across. In front of her and off to the right, she saw the lights of houses. She could even make out the distinct orange glow of street lamps. Behind her, she heard someone's labored breathing, branches snapping, and words spoken with the vehemence of curses filled the air. It was then that Emily realized the world was quiet. She couldn't hear any birds. Even the mosquitoes were still. The forest and swamp should have been alive with noise and the conflict of life, but there was nothing. Emily shivered and saw she had goosebumps on her arms. She let out a shuddering breath, and a faint wisp of vapor escaped her lips.
It can't be this cold,
she thought, her mind racing.
It's August.
Again, the stranger laughed. In the laugh, she heard madness and death. They weren't products of her imagination. She wasn't overreacting. Something was coming down along the forest trail, and there was nothing good about it. The information was primal and terribly real. Emily knew it wasn't a man or a woman. She knew it meant her harm. But she didn't know what to do. A crash rang out behind her, and fear propelled her forward. She splashed through the water. The cloying stench of rotting vegetation filled her nose and caused her to gag as she stumbled out onto the other side. Emily didn't slow down. She broke into another run, stopping only when she came to a massive deadfall. The pine tree was easily 100 years old, the bark sharp and sticky as she clambered over it. She gasped in pain as something caught her inner thigh and pierced not only the fabric, but her skin as well. Groaning, she fell over the other side, her hip connecting with a large stone. Blackness swarmed around her vision, and she fought hard to get to her feet. Her hip and thigh ached. Cautiously, Emily reached down to her thigh and found it damp, the fabric of her capris torn. Her fingers searched her flesh, and she bit back a scream as she touched a bleeding cut.
No. How the hell do I stop the bleeding? Is it bad? What do I do?
For a moment she considered waiting to see if the unknown thing behind her would turn away.
It won't.
Emily knew it. Waiting would guarantee death. Running meant life.
I can't run on this,
she thought, looking at the trail. In the fading light, she could see more water across the trail, the pine trees fading back, the ferns gone. Only the weeping willow trees remained where they were. Great, tall trees with long branches, their narrow leaves green.
I can hide,
she thought, her eyes locking onto a huge willow tree several 100 feet along the path. There were several large patches of water to cross, but the willow stood on its own tuft of land, long grasses protruding from the curtain of branches.
I just have to get there,
Emily thought. She thought about her wound and about the dirty water she would need to wade through.
Hell, I can take medicine for an infection. There's no medicine to fix being dead.
With her decision made, Emily limped forward. She felt a trickle of blood leak steadily from her thigh, while her bruised hip made walking doubly difficult. Within minutes, she was sweating despite the chill in the air. When she reached the first patch of water to be crossed, there was a thin coating of ice along the edge where the water met the trail. She hesitated, unsure of what to do, uncertain whether her mind was playing tricks on her or if she was simply going mad. In the growing darkness, the unseen creature bellowed out a laugh. What felt like hot air rolled out over her, and a putrid stench coiled around her. Emily bent over at the waist and managed to sweep her hair back from her face before she vomited into the water. Steam rolled up from where the bile struck the ice, and she ignored the remnants of potato salad floating in front of her. Her mind recoiled at the insanity of the situation, but her sense of self-preservation spurred her into the water. She splashed through it, the cold water striking first at her shins, then her knees. With a muffled cry, she stepped down and into a pocket of water that came up to her waist. She struggled through it, the swamp mud pulling at her feet. Emily first felt her left sneaker get torn from her, followed by the right one, and then she felt the sickeningly slick sensation of mud between her toes. She screamed as an underwater creature brushed past her shin, and the monster in the woods howled in triumph. Sobbing, Emily splashed the last few feet to a small willow tree. Not nearly large enough to hide her, not like the one she wanted to reach. In the gathering gloom, she cast her eyes first to her salvation, which was still at least 100 feet away, and then back to where the trail had ended. A dark shadow detached itself from the woods. The monster was shapeless. A writhing mass of darkness that formed and reformed itself constantly. Emily thought she saw a head and a pair of eyes, but in the dimness of the evening she couldn't be certain. Keeping one hand clamped over her mouth, Emily sank behind the small tree and eased herself into the water. When her head alone remained above the waterline, she crept backward, her attention frantically shifting from the large weeping willow to the monster. She slipped into another pocket, and her head plunged under the surface. Fear tried to send her crashing back up to the open air, but she managed to retain control of herself. Despite the filth around her, she cautiously stood up, finally managing to be erect, the water level at her shoulders. She waited and listened and hoped. Something splashed off to her right. Emily looked and bit back a giddy laugh. The dark monstrosity was in the water. Vapor curled up around it, hiding the shadows from her sight. Emily didn't care, though. The monster was moving away from her, deeper into the swamp. She risked a glance toward the lights she had seen earlier, and she stifled a sob of joy when she saw even more of them. She heard a radio in the distance, and her nose caught the faint scent of someone grilling. Her mind slowed down, and her heart did the same. She took slow, calming breaths and managed to finally think.
I I can get through the swamp,
she thought.
Then I can go into the neighborhood, wherever it is. Someone will let me use their phone, or if they don't trust me, they'll call the cops for me. Call anyone for me. Hell, they could call an ambulance to take me away for a psych evaluation. Anything.
She smiled nervously at the thought of riding in an ambulance to a hospital, describing the situation, what she had seen and heard.
No one would ever believe me,
Emily thought. Turning around completely, she saw the shape of the weeping willow tree. She was more than halfway there.
I just want to rest, just for a few minutes.
Her entire body ached as she pushed forward through the water. Off to the right, she heard a splashing sound, then the deep, bellowing laugh she had come to hate and fear.
It's still there,
she told herself.
Don't think it isn't. Get to the tree. Rest. Get out.
Emily nodded, silently repeating it like a mantra. She was soon less than 50 feet from the tree, then 30, 20, and finally she was pulling herself up onto the small grassy knoll. Emily pushed her way through the willow's branches, warm air enveloping her. She almost wept with joy as she stretched out on the grass.
I just need to rest, just for a minute or two,
she thought. She closed her eyes, yawned, and opened them. Immediately, she knew she had fallen asleep. Through the willow's branches, she could see the moon was close to its zenith, and all the stars were out. There were no more sounds of music. The smell of the grill was gone. A peek through the branches showed only a few lights were still visible. Enough to guide her, but not nearly enough to remove the growing sense of fear she felt. She could feel the nearness of the monster. Her heartbeat increased and her throat tightened. She wanted to bolt from the shelter of the weeping willow's branches, but even as the desire made itself known, she heard the monster. It chuckled as it moved slowly through the water. Intermittently, it sang to itself in its strange, deep voice. The words were unintelligible, and Emily bit her lip to stop herself from screaming. There was insanity in the monster's voice, lunacy in every word it spoke. The air grew colder, and Emily shivered violently, curling into a fetal position as she did. She closed her eyes and wished desperately for the monster to go away.
It won't,
she thought.
No matter how much I want it to, it won't. The thing knows I'm here. It wants me. I don't know why, but it does.
The monster's voice drew nearer, its voice rising and falling maniacally, pausing now and again to sing out its horrid song. Emily waited, holding her breath and listening for the monster to move on, to leave her hiding place behind. It didn't. The beast went silent, and despite her fear, Emily managed to open her eyes and look out at the moonlit swamp. Less than 10 feet away, the monster stood. Its body continued to twist and writhe, to form and reform as she watched. Emily saw the creature tilt its head up to the sky, as if it was smelling the wind, although she couldn't see a nose. Casually, the monster lowered its head and let out a low, crooning sound. Emily shuddered and wet herself.
Please go away,
she thought.
Oh, please, please go away.
Her hope fell on deaf ears, and the monster seemed to sigh as it moved again. The sound of water splashing against the small hillock was loud and abrasive. Emily knew the monster wasn't leaving. It was getting closer.
Get up,
she screamed at herself.
Stand up and run.
At first, she thought a dark cloud had passed over the moon. Then she realized that not only did the monster stand between her and the silver orb, but she could see through the creature as well. The last realization drove her to her feet. As she stood up, her legs quivering with exhaustion and fear, the monster roared and burst apart. Emily froze, unsure of what to do. She looked left and right, trying desperately to see the creature, to understand where it had gone and why it had left. No answers presented themselves. Instead, she was left standing beneath the protective canopy of the weeping willow. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her of hunger. Her mouth went dry, reminding her of thirst. She let out a nervous laugh and took a step toward the swamp water. Her heart continued to beat erratically, and she waited, fully expecting the monster to rise from the water or to sweep down from the sky. When neither of those two events occurred, she took another cautious step forward. Licking her lips, she found them cracked and bloody, realizing for the first time the damage she had done when biting them. She tried her smartwatch, but it was still unresponsive. Her phone was missing from her pocket, lost somewhere in the water. Without leaving the safety of the willow, she stared out at the faint lights across the water. Part of her wanted to remain with the tree. Another side of her demanded she flee the swamp, find safety and protection in the trappings of urban America. The dark water made her think twice about immediately setting off. Several times already she had fallen into pockets of deep water. She was exhausted and hungry, and shivering from the cold.
I should sleep,
she thought, stepping back from the edge and retreating to the willow tree's trunk.
At least rest a little. It's gone. When the sun rises, I can start toward the houses. Pick the best route to get there. Hell, I can even yell. Maybe someone will hear me.
She smiled at the thought, ignoring the fact that she could still see her cloudy breath in the chilly air, and sat down, resting her back against the tree.
Yeah,
she thought.
I'm safe. Best to wait till morning. Gotta rest a little.
The bark of the tree dug uncomfortably into her back, and a shiver racked her body. She doubted she would sleep much, but she persevered in telling herself she was safe.
Wait for morning. I'll be able to see where I'm going then.
She yawned, closed her eyes, then stiffened as the monster laughed. Her eyes snapped open, and she sat perfectly still. The monster spoke, its unintelligible language pitched in such a way that she knew it was asking her a question. When she didn't respond, it laughed even harder. The air around her grew cold. Her breath came out in great streams of vapor. and in the moonlight, the branches of the weeping willow moved. They were neither pushed aside nor jerked back. It was as if they were alive, coiling and uncoiling like long hanging serpents. Within moments, the entire tree moved, the trunk undulating against her back. Shaking violently, Emily crawled forward and then screamed, jerking her hand back as one of the longer branches tried to wrap around her wrist. The monster laughed, and she shrieked as multiple branches twisted themselves into her hair, holding her fast. Emily jerked herself toward the water, but the tree held on to her. A single branch curled through the earrings in her right ear, snagging the loops and ripping them out of the lobe. She screamed again, and as the sound rolled through the swamp, more of the whip-like branches attacked her. Several wrapped around her throat, squeezing just enough to silence her without cutting off her breath. Frantic, Emily brought her hands up and grasped the branches. The bark was too slick, the leaves too sharp. The weeping willow latched onto each arm and pulled, stretching her arms out and then tugging them behind her. More branches snaked down from above and joined their brethren. Emily kicked and bucked as she was dragged back to the tree trunk. Her arms were pinned, her chest aching as she struggled to breathe. Other branches grabbed hold of her ankles, squeezed painfully around them, and dragged them back as well. Within seconds, Emily found herself standing on her tiptoes, legs shaking as she was forced to remain in place. More and more willow branches wrapped around her body until, with careful precision, she was bound from head to foot to the tree's trunk. The monster reformed in front of her, towering above her, its head passing through the bottom branches. A deep laugh escaped its unseen mouth, and it once more asked her a question. Its laughter served as an answer, and the creature crouched down to look at her. Then, with an almost apologetic sigh, it reached out and touched her left eye. Emily howled with pain as the pressure increased and the orb exploded in its socket. A moment later, the monster did the same to her right eye. Blind now, she couldn't see what the creature was doing. Through the agony, her brain registered a new, excruciating sensation. Her face was burning. The pain radiated out from her eyes, slowly devouring her flesh as it burrowed into her bones. A low, crooning sound came from the monster, and it seemed as if the song came from within her. Then, with numbing clarity, she realized the monster was eating her.
Hall Burial Ground by Ron Ripley.
"It's not right,"
Carol whispered. Annette glared at her, and Billy laughed. He sneered at Carol and asked,
"Yo, Annette, is Carol really a sister? She's got nothing." "Yeah,"
Annette groaned, shoving Carol.
"My parents say she's my real sister, but I think she's adopted."
Carol winced as Annette and Billy let out sharp, cruel laughs. She glanced at Annette, shuffled her feet, and lowered her head. Her cheeks blazed, and she shuddered as she raised her head and repeated, "It's not right." The laughter of the two teens trailed off. They stared hard at Carol. their disgust palpable, and Annette's blue eyes seethed with hatred.
Listen,
Billy snapped, jabbing a short, stubby finger at Carol.
it's getting dark. We have to get you home by 7, which means we have to take a shortcut. The only shortcut is through the cemetery. Now, we're going through the cemetery. You can come and get home on time, or you can go the long way. We'll tell them you ran off because Annette wouldn't give you candy or some crap.
Carol cringed, hearing the truth in what he said.
We're going now, Billy continued. Come or stay. I don't care. I ain't coddling you, you scared little baby.
Carol glanced at her sister, 6 inches taller than her and with shoulder-length blonde hair. Her face was a beautiful reflection of their mother, as was her hair. Billy was handsome, tall, and perpetually cool. He and Annette were a pair, and they had been since 6th grade. For 3 years the couple had reigned supreme in her life and in the lives of all the children in Parkland Estates, the small gated community in which they lived. Carol watched Annette and Billy turn and walk toward the entrance of the Hall burial ground. The old iron gate hung from one of the hinges, set within a granite pillar. Panels of iron fencing, each attached to a granite post, defined the boundaries of the long, narrow burial ground. Headstones as old as 300 years stretched into the growing darkness. Tall, white birch trees grew around the perimeter, their thin branches stretched out above the graves, seeking one another. A thin path of mown grass led the way through the burial ground, eventually reaching the far gate. On the opposite side was Parkland Estates, but to cross over the graves meant disturbing the dead, and Carol didn't want to. Her heart battered against her chest, and she bit down on her lower lip. After a moment, she blinked back tears and hurried after her sister and Billy. Neither of the teens looked back as they entered the burial ground, easing past the damaged iron gate. When Carol crossed into the final resting place of the dead, she hesitated and whispered, "I'm so sorry. I didn't want to. I'm afraid." Tears fell from her eyes as she followed the teens. Billy muttered something, and Annette let out a high-pitched laugh. Carol snuffled, wiped her eyes with the palms of her hands, and tried to keep up with her sister, but Annette and Billy quickened their pace. A new fear built up within Carol, and she walked faster. Annette leaned close to Billy and whispered in his ear. He laughed his loud, obnoxious bray of a laugh, nodded, and then the two of them took off at a run. They leaped over headstones and darted around them, leaving Carol shocked. She shook her head and ran after them, but she tripped over her own feet and was thrown forward. Carol struck the ground with a sharp cry, and she let out a wail as something hard jabbed her in the stomach. Sobbing, she rolled over onto her side and curled into a ball, holding her injured belly tightly. She squeezed her eyes closed, tried to catch her breath, yet each time she did, the pain renewed itself, and she broke into another fit of crying. Carol didn't know how long she laid there, but when she finally was able to stop her tears and look around, Annette and Billy were nowhere to be seen. She pushed herself into a sitting position and shuddered at the pain as it pulsated through her entire body. Carol tried to stand up, but her injury hurt too much. Instead, she leaned against the nearest headstone and closed her eyes. After several minutes, Carol opened her eyes and saw the sky was darkening. Storm clouds were coming in from the south, and the wind had picked up its pace. The leaves and branches of the birch trees around Hall burial ground twisted and bent in ways that didn't seem possible. Carol tried to take hold of the headstone and pull herself up, But when she reached up, the pain in her stomach exploded, coursing through her and stabbing each limb. "No," she gasped, sinking back down. Images of her mother and father yelling at her, of Annette lying about what had happened, filled her mind, and Carol couldn't bear it. Sobbing, she tried to crawl off of the grave, but something stopped her. The soft rustle of fabric and the whisper of shoes on grass. Around her, the wind increased, and she huddled closer to the headstone. The sound of the shoes and the fabric frightened her. She did not think it might herald the return of Annette and Billy, or that it might be someone looking to help. She knew there was something wrong about the burial ground, something that didn't want her there. "I don't want to be here either," Carol thought, shuddering. "But I can't go. Not yet." As the thought crossed her mind, she heard whispering, soft, subtle words, all of them unintelligible. They were bad words, not in the sense that she would have been punished for saying them, but that they were just bad. Bad things would happen if she knew what they meant. Things would die. Not just animals and bugs, but people, too. "Especially people," Carol understood. Hall Burial Ground was those words. At least that's what she believed. It was a place where those words had been put to rest, hidden away from the rest of the world. Walking among the graves, stepping too close to them, it would wake the words up. It would wake up the people who had created the words. Carol was young, only 10, but she knew, just like everyone else in school, that Anger, New Hampshire was a special place. It had a history like Salem, Massachusetts, and Boston, too. They had hunted witches up in Anger, and rumor in town was there had also been vampires killed in Anger. Carol had never believed all of the rumors and the ghost stories. She hadn't believed that Coffin Cemetery was haunted, but only because it didn't feel that way to her. Other places in town did, though. The Odd Fellows building was wrong, and she made it a point not to walk near it. Behind the library was bad, too. "But I'm in the worst place of all," Carol thought, shuddering. "Everything here is bad. It's cold and dark here, even when it's bright and sunny in the rest of the town. I don't know why I came. I should have run away," she thought. Metal scraped against stone, and Carol froze, her ears attuned to every sound. She moved slightly, and some of her hair dragged across the marker. It was a soft hint of a sound, and the burial ground was suddenly silent, as if everything in it had heard it. Carol covered her mouth and tried to breathe quietly. A moment later, the whispering renewed. It was slightly louder, a hair faster. The words were still unintelligible, but she had no doubt that whoever was talking was speaking about her. A rattle of dry, thin wood reached her ears, and for some reason it set her teeth on edge. As she tried to hide, tears filled her eyes. Around her, each noise increased her fear. Her teeth chattered, and she placed her hands over her mouth to stop them. In the gloom of the evening, Carol peered out at every headstone and each shadow between a tree. Some of the shadows seemed darker than the others, and in the corners of her eyes she saw shapes flicker and move. They were only hints of dark monsters lurking on the edges of her imagination. But Carol was certain that what she was hearing, what she was seeing, was real. Horribly real. What is it? She asked herself. What's coming? Raindrops struck her head and her exposed skin, and Carol shivered. Each drop was cold, almost painfully cold, and each felt as though it was a frozen needle rather than water. She pressed herself closer to the ground and the marker. Beneath her, the earth trembled and shook. The trees rattled and bent farther and farther in various directions. Leaves were torn off and sent soaring to the sky, twisting into the darkness and vanishing from sight. A low, fearful, groaning sound rolled through the burial ground, and Carol squeezed her eyes closed. Something's coming, Carol thought again. And it's bad. Shivering, she drew her legs up around her and squeezed her knees to her chest. The rain increased, and the sky darkened. Lightning flickered off to the right, and the earth shook a moment later when thunder pealed overhead. Her eyes snapped open, and she looked about fearfully, ignoring the raindrops pummeling her face. It was then that she saw it. The creature was tall, taller than anything Carol knew of or had ever heard of. It walked on its hind legs and looked as though it was nothing more than a collection of bones. The skull was elongated, with the chin stretching down and out, yellowed teeth glistening with the rain. As the lightning flashed, the creature flickered and vanished, only to reappear a moment later. Carol watched it twist first to the left, then to the right. It lowered its snout to the earth and seemed to be seeking out some sort of trail. After a minute, it raised its head and turned to face Parkland Estates. The wind brought Billy's voice to her a minute later. "This is ridiculous," he complained. "Well, it's my dad," Annette griped. "He's the one who said we had to come and find her." "Your mom did too," Billy added. "Because she's stupid, too," Annette muttered. The lightning illuminated the teens, and Carol saw they were wearing yellow ponchos. "Do you think she's here?" Billy asked. "Yeah," Annette answered. "She's too scared and stupid to go anywhere other than here. I bet she's wet her pants, and she's hiding behind some car or under a bench. Stupid little brat." Worse words followed, but Carol didn't hear them. She was focused on the creature. It had appeared between the teens and the way back to Parkland Estates. The thing seemed to not want anyone to leave. It was getting ready to punish someone, or everyone, and Carol didn't want to be there when it caught one of them. The ground trembled as it approached, but neither Billy nor Annette noticed. They were too busy complaining about having to look for Carol. "My hair and makeup are ruined," Annette complained. Billy offered a non-committal grunt. "Come on," he said. "We should probably just get the cops to come out." "No," Annette said, shaking her head. "My mom and dad would freak out. Then I'd really be in a lot of trouble." Carol heard Billy groan, and then the world shook. Tree branches snapped against one another, and deeper in the burial ground it sounded as though a headstone had fallen. Billy and Annette swore, both of them reaching out and steadying themselves with the aid of some of the markers. The teens were only a short distance away from Carol now, but she remained silent, not only to put off the beating she was sure to receive when they found her, but because the monstrosity in the distance was waiting for them all. Carol was sure of it. The monster wouldn't make any sort of effort to see who was good and who was bad. It would destroy them all. "Are we having an earthquake?" Billy asked, his voice trembling with the shaking of the earth. Annette nodded as lightning struck far away. "Forget this," Billy said, as heavy rain plummeted down. "I don't care if there is trouble. The cops can find your stupid little sister." A high-pitched squeal, almost like a laugh, pierced the storm, and Carol and the teens all looked to the front gate. Horrified, Carol watched a short, slim creature enter the cemetery, closing the gate behind it. Even over the rain and the wind, the sound of the lock falling into place was painfully audible. "No way out," Carol thought, and pressed herself even closer to the ground. Annette and Billy backed up, Billy reaching out to take hold of her sister's hand. Neither teen spoke, nor did they do anything but take another faltering step back. The slim creature approached them, its steps curiously small and deceptively light. When the creature was abreast of Carol, it glanced down at her and flashed a smile of broken black teeth, then fixed its attention on the teens. The ground shook again, and Carol peered around the edge of the headstone and saw the bone creature shuffle toward the center of the burial ground. As all of the markers shivered and shook, Annette looked over her shoulder and offered a single high-pitched shriek. Billy jerked his head around and stumbled when he saw the author of Annette's terror. As Carol watched, Billy tore his hand out of Annette's and ran for the left side of the burial ground. He leapfrogged over several headstones, and as he reached out to do so again, the slim creature caught him. Its long, dull, white hand, whose fingers were twisted into hooks, snagged the poncho, jerking him backward. The teen landed with a heavy thud and a sickening smack, as though a watermelon had been tossed from a moving vehicle on the highway. Carol gasped as his arms and legs went limp. Annette screamed. It was an ear-piercing sound that made Carol clamp her hands over her own ears. She tried to shrink down even smaller, but she was as low as she could get. The cry stopped as the bone creature reached Annette. Its giant hand wrapped around her head and picked her up. It swung her from left to right and then lifted her up higher to stare at her. The creature looked at the slim creature standing over the wet lump which had once been Billy, and the slim creature shrugged its narrow shoulders. A moment later, the bone creature mimicked the gesture and slowly lifted Annette higher into the air. The teen's screams redoubled, and she flailed at the thing holding her hostage. Again the bone creature looked to the slim one, and the slim creature threw up its hands in disgust. Then it clamped its hands together and squeezed. The taller one nodded, held Annette at arm's length, and squeezed. Annette's screams ceased instantly. Carol closed her eyes and pressed her face close to the earth. Wet grass pushed against her skin, and the cold raindrops struck her exposed skin, reminding her of how painful they were. "I just want to go home," she thought. "I have to get home. Something bad's happened to Annette and Billy." Carol heard the rustle of cloth and the clink of metal on stone again, and her eyes snapped open. The whispering returned, but this time it was louder, and she knew for certain there were no words within it that she could understand. The sound of clothing tearing shook her, and she focused her attention on the sound. It came from where Annette had been hurt, and Carol craned her neck to try and see it. A moment later, she wished she hadn't. Beside her sister was a young woman. She wore a black dress, something Carol had seen in the period piece movies and shows her mother liked to watch. The young woman's red hair was pulled back and neatly pinned up in a bun, and she was bent slightly at the waist. Her hands moved quickly, and every few seconds A section of Annette's clothing went sailing through the air. There was a growing pile beside a headstone. Carol's stomach felt queasy as she watched. Annette loved that blouse, she thought, as the last of the shirt fluttered through the rain, landing on the pile. The red-haired woman shifted herself a bit to the left and motioned to the skeletal creature that waited nearby. When it arrived, the young woman whispered to it, and the creature nodded before hurrying away. Satisfied, the young woman began to remove sections of Annette's slacks. When the woman did so, a bolt of lightning flashed and illuminated Annette's head. Rather, it illuminated the red mass of meat and hair which had once been her older sister's head. Shuddering, Carol turned, rolled over onto her side, and vomited into the grass. She lost track of how many times she threw up, and she didn't care that her face was in a puddle of her own bile. Annette was dead. Billy was probably dead too. But Carol was alive. I can't leave, Carol thought, sobbing silently. They won't want me home now. They always liked Annette the most. I didn't want her dead. Feelings of guilt and depression washed over her, and it took her several minutes to realize she could no longer hear her sister being butchered like a prize hog. Carol wanted to look, to see if it was safe, but she lacked the energy to do anything other than lay on the ground and smell her own sick. Maybe, she thought, if I leave the burial ground quietly enough, I can sneak away and not get caught. They won't do anything if I can get away. They won't even bother to look for me. Carol tried to count to 100, but she kept stumbling at the number 11. She panicked and attempted to count 3 separate times. Finally, Carol opened her eyes and screamed. The slim creature was squatting beside her, staring down at her. A smell of deep earth and mildew filled her as the raindrops transformed into small pieces of ice before they struck her. She couldn't make out the creature's face, only the steady, deep green of its eyes. It tilted its head to the left, as if looking at her from another angle. Then it shrugged and stood up. Carol watched as it walked to a headstone, shimmered, and vanished. Her heart skipped a beat, and she risked sitting up. She heard a shuffling sound and looked above her, only to find the bone creature looking down at her. Like the slim creature, this one tilted its head, shrugged, and left. It went off in a separate direction, and where it stopped, it, too, disappeared, seemingly swallowed whole by an obelisk. That left only a single being, and Carol shook as she sought it out. The young woman with the red hair stood a few feet away, and when Carol got to her feet, her legs shaking, the pain in her stomach still flaring through her, the young woman turned around. Carol wished she had not. The young woman's face was gone. It was as though someone had taken a rough and poorly sharpened knife and successfully removed her face. There was no blood on her, nor did any appear when she began to speak. While the young woman was difficult to understand, it wasn't impossible.
You shouldn't be here.
Her voice was dull and flat, emotionless. At her feet were the butchered remains of Annette. Billy's parts were there as well. The heads of both teens were stacked next to each other, as if staring into one another's eyes, except Annette's head was pulp, and she had no eyes. I didn't want to come in, Carol whimpered.
You should not have,
the young woman stated. they would have left me alone."
The young woman shrugged. "Alone and alive, together and dead. Which choice makes sense?"
"I told them not to,"
Carol whispered.
"You should have heeded your own advice,"
the woman said. She took a step forward and produced a piece of jagged metal.
"You should have remained outside."
"No,"
Carol said, shaking her head.
"No, you can't do this. I'm a little girl. Little girls don't die."
"They die all the time,"
the young woman sneered.
"What do you think the streets of heaven are lined with?"
"No!"
Carol shrieked. Ignoring her pain, Carol broke into a run, seeking a path to escape the young woman. A headstone flared up, striking Carol in the shins and sending her tumbling to the ground. Earthworms slipped out of the dirt, clinging to the exposed bottom of the headstone.
"You seem to be suffering under a delusion,"
the woman said, taking a step toward Carol. Carol squealed with fear and tried to get back onto her feet. She couldn't. Instead, she collapsed back to the earth, striking her head against the marker which had leaped up at her. Carol felt fresh blood spill down her face, coating her left cheek and entering her mouth. Shaking, she spat it out and sought a way to escape. As she looked to the left, the headstones grew taller. When she looked right, the same thing occurred. Carol felt the sudden press of granite behind her, and she knew she was boxed in. The young woman approached her by the only way left.
"This is our home,"
the faceless woman said.
"A home which you defiled, along with your friends. They were killed, and so too shall you be killed."
"No!"
Carol screamed.
"No, no, no! This isn't right. I didn't have a choice."
"There is always a choice,"
the woman replied in a cold tone. The woman took a step closer, and the sound of a man's voice rang out through the dark burial ground. "Carol! Annette!" Carol's heart thumped loudly in her chest as she heard her father's voice. She turned around and opened her mouth to call out to him, only to have a painfully cold hand close on her mouth, squeezing it to force out her tongue. Carol did so, struggling against the brutal strength of the young woman. The more she fought, the harder the red-headed woman squeezed, until the tongue protruded as far out as possible, and Carol couldn't utter a response to her father's cries. A second later, Carol wanted to scream as something sharp flicked out and nipped at her tongue. Blood spilled down her chin, and then filled her mouth as the faceless woman let go and kicked her to the ground. Carol tried to scream, but only managed a painful gargle that carried no further than the tightly pressed graves. She tried to get up, but the red-haired woman struck Carol in the small of the back, and Carol collapsed again. Neither of her legs responded to her. Her lower back jerked and twitched, and Carol wept as she lay on the ground, her father's cries coming closer. She heard him pause and speak, and Carol realized he was talking to her mother. They were both out there, looking for her and Annette. The fear and love in their voices as they spoke Carol's name shocked her, and she understood they loved her as much as they loved Annette. The faceless woman crouched beside Carol, placed her lipless mouth close to Carol's ear, and whispered,
"They're going to have to die, too. We're tired of having the living here.
All we want to do is rest, and all you want to do is scream. Let's see how loud these new people scream."
Carol's own desperate cries were smothered in the blood pulsing out from the stump of her severed tongue, moments before the pained screams of her parents filled the damp air. Hanging Tree by Ron Ripley. "I hate New Hampshire," Adrian said. Laura looked at him, her expression one of disbelief and disgust. She shook her head.
How in the hell are we even dating?
"What?" Adrian asked, surprised. "I don't like New Hampshire."
No,
Laura said.
you said you hate it. There's a big difference between hate and dislike. Which is it?
Adrian grumbled and said, "Fine, dislike. I don't know why everybody thinks it's so great. The whole, hey, live free or die state." Laura twisted in the passenger seat and said,
"Do you just want to go back to Rhode Island?"
"No," Adrian said, hoping she couldn't hear the secret yes in his voice. She didn't.
"Good,"
Laura said.
"because I don't want to. Not at all. Look, there's our exit."
Adrian glanced at the large green sign on the side of Route 3, saw it was for Exit 8, and signaled a split second before he changed lanes. A moment later, he was guiding the car along the gentle curve of the exit ramp. It traced a long, slow S onto Sohegan Drive, and Adrian followed it. "So," he said, "how far are we going again?" Laura looked at her phone.
"Couple of miles, I guess. Then we'll turn onto South Merrimack Road in Hollis and make our way toward Wheeler Road, where the cemetery is."
"What's so great about this cemetery?" he asked. "You haven't told me anything about this trip."
"Promise you won't get freaked out?"
she asked playfully. "I promise." He lied. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He hated when she didn't give him information.
"So, evidently this little cemetery we're headed to," Laura said excitedly, "has 2 witches buried in it."
"What?" Adrian asked, looking at her as they came to a stoplight. "Are you serious?" She nodded excitedly.
"Completely. I was looking it up the other day, and according to a couple of books written in the 1800s, Hollis hung 2 witches in 1748.
"I thought witches were burned at the stake or something," Adrian said.
"Nope," Laura said. "Common misconception, Dr. Watson. They were hung. Or, if you were like poor Giles Corey, you were pressed to death."
"You know, I don't even want to know what that is," Adrian said with a shiver. "That just sounds disgusting."
"Didn't you read The Crucible in high school?" she asked.
"I did as little reading as possible," he answered.
"You really are just completely uncultured, aren't you?"
Laura asked. There was a note of playfulness in her voice, but there was also that disdain Adrian didn't like. "It's a good thing you're good-looking," he thought, forcing a smile. Not for the first time in recent months, Adrian considered breaking the relationship off. Lately, Laura had been dropping heavy hints about getting engaged. Wedding magazines were left around her apartment, and she had even begun to move small items into his apartment. A plant, some coffee mugs. She had even left some essential toiletries in the bathroom. Yeah, Adrian thought, this might be our last go-round, Laura. Did you hear me? She asked. What? Oh, sorry. I was trying to focus on the road. He lied. What did you say? I was saying, Laura said, her tone one of exasperation, we should get lunch after we visit the cemetery. There are supposed to be a couple of really good restaurants nearby. Lots of antique stores, too. Adrian cringed inwardly. He despised antiquing. Sounds good, he said, lying again. I would love to find something from Hollis, Laura continued. You know, so we can remember the trip. What do you mean by something? Adrian asked, feigning interest. You know, Laura said, looking out of the window at the various shops and businesses lining the street. A little piece of history. Even a book about the town. I think it would be great if I could find something from the 1700s. That would be fantastic. Adrian said. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Laura frown at him. What? He asked. I know that she said. That's your, yeah, whatever, Laura. I don't care what you're saying. No, Adrian said, forcing a laugh. That's not it at all. I think it's interesting, this old stuff. But I'm trying to keep my attention on the road. I hate not knowing where I'm going or what lane I'm supposed to be in. I know, Laura said. Maybe you shouldn't have dropped your phone in the toilet. He didn't respond. The two of them had fought for over an hour the night before about it. She didn't believe he had dropped his phone in the toilet. Laura was convinced he had ignored her on purpose. Adrian had been ignoring her, but it was because he had been texting with an old girlfriend who was back in Boston for the upcoming long weekend. A girlfriend who, after 2 years on the West Coast, was even better looking than when they had broken up. Yeah, I dropped it in the toilet, he said. I wish your GPS worked. She bristled at the statement, and he repressed a grin. Laura had accidentally deleted Google Maps, the GPS app, and locked her account. They would be stopping by an Apple store later to fix her phone. Whatever, she grumbled, and returned to focusing on the world passing by. They drove for another 10 minutes, stopping and starting with the flow of traffic on the busy road. Soon the length between stoplights stretched out, and Laura glanced down at the map she had printed from her computer. We should be coming up on South Merrimack Road in a minute, she said. It's a left-hand turn. I think at the next set of lights, road marks are supposed to be an antique store and a bakery. Adrian signaled, changed lanes, and saw a small sign which read South Merrimack Road on the left. Smiling, he pulled up to the stoplight as Laura bounced on the seat excitedly. This is going to be great, she said. Adrian smiled but said nothing. Laura didn't notice. As he drove along the winding, narrow road, further into Hollis, Laura called out sights he didn't care about. She talked about horses and turkeys, sheep and pheasants. Laura nearly pierced his eardrum when a pair of deer went dashing across an open field. He felt a tremendous amount of relief when he saw a sign for Wheeler Road. Signaling right, He pulled onto the road and slowed down as Laura consulted her printout.
Okay,
she said after a minute.
about 2 miles up, on the left, is the cemetery.
Cool, Adrian replied. His stomach grumbled, and he asked, Hey, you want to stop for food first?
No,
she answered.
I packed a couple of snacks, though.
Oh, yeah? What? Adrian asked.
Kale chips, let's see, some turkey jerky, and some dried fruit,
Laura answered. He glanced at her to see if she was joking, but one look at her features told him she wasn't. No potato chips or anything? He asked. And as the words left his mouth, he instantly regretted speaking.
You're getting a little thick around the middle,
Laura said without looking at him.
I'm trying to make sure you look good in a tuxedo.
Adrian almost asked why, even though he knew the answer. No fighting, he thought. Finish this day out, fire her later. Text her and be done with it. Hell, better change the locks too. Don't need her freaking out and trying to get in. Laura took his silence as acceptance, which was fine with him.
Is that it, up there?
She asked, pointing. Through the trees he caught sight of several gravestones. Guess it is, Adrian answered. He looked for a place to park, realized there wasn't one, and refrained from sighing as he pulled off to the side of the road. Climbing out of the car, he stretched and let his gaze wander over the cemetery. The entire graveyard was no more than an acre or two, and he was amused to see it had several streets, dirt roads equipped with street signs. So, are we looking for anything specific here? He asked, as Laura came around the front of the car, smoothing out the front of her tan capri.
Well, I think the graves are unmarked, she answered. They should be on the north side. That's unhallowed ground, from what I've read.
Wait, what? Adrian felt confused. We're actually looking for specific, unmarked graves? Laura nodded. How the hell are we going to find unmarked graves? Adrian asked. I mean, by definition, they are unmarked.
We just need to find the northern part of the cemetery,
Laura said, with a sigh.
That's all. When we're there, I'll see what I'm looking for. Okay?
Sure, Adrian said. He could picture the entire day going downhill, following her across the cracked asphalt. He smiled at the sudden thought of leaving her at the cemetery.
What are you grinning about? She asked.
Thinking about how nice it is here. He lied. Birds sound good. Real peaceful, you know?
Yeah,
Laura laughed.
It really is.
She hummed as they entered the cemetery, passing through the white split-rail fence which surrounded the graveyard.
So, she said, which direction do you think north is?
Adrian stopped and gave the question some thought. Well, south is left, which means north is right. So, over by that little house there? On the far right of the cemetery was a small building. It was painted the same crisp white as the fence, and its roof was shingled with slate. As they approached the building, Adrian saw it was made of large stones, each one fitted carefully against the other. A thick, heavy-looking wooden door stood in the direct center. Adrian felt a chill as he looked at the structure, and he came to a stop. Laura turned and looked at him.
What's wrong?
She asked.
I'm not going near that, he answered.
Why? She laughed as she asked the question.
There's something wrong with it, Adrian said, uncomfortably. Don't you feel it?
Laura looked from him to the building and said, Honestly, Adrian, you're acting like a complete child. He bristled at the comment, one which usually induced him to do what she wanted just to prove her wrong. Adrian didn't rise to the bait this time.
Listen, he said angrily. You want to go up and tromp around that building. Go right ahead. Me? I'm going to stay right here. Right here. Look for your unmarked graves and whatever it is you want to find.
Her tone went from playfully teasing to biting in a heartbeat. You're going to look at this with me, she snapped. Adrian laughed and shook his head.
No, absolutely not. Go ahead, poke around. I'll watch.
I need your help, Laura said, her voice rising.
I don't think you do, he said. He made a shooing motion and said, Go on.
She glared at him, hissed through clenched teeth, and said, Get over here now. Adrian looked at her, surprised at her vehemence.
Laura, he said, keeping his cool, you can look at this. That's fine. What you can't do is make me go over there with you.
I want to find those graves, she said, her hands forming into fists. You're going to help me. Then we're going to find the hanging tree, which is here too.
I'm sorry. What? Adrian asked.
The tree,
Laura spat.
The one they hung the witches from. I want to see it. I need to see it.
What you need to do, Adrian said coldly, is check your stuff out, get back in the car, and go have lunch.
We will leave when I am ready to leave, she said, almost growling. Not a minute before.
What the hell is wrong with you? Adrian demanded, taking a cautious step back.
Are you afraid, you little sissy?
Laura spat the last word at him.
That's it, aren't you? It's why you're so miserable in the bedroom, why you are always playing on your phone. You think I don't know what you were doing in the bathroom with it? Do you think I don't know who you were texting? She stepped lightly toward him, and her entire posture changed. A strange light danced in her eyes, and a malicious smile twisted her lips up at either end. I'm surprised you could feel anything here, Laura whispered, creeping toward him. Slowly, she unbuttoned her shirt, licking her lips as she approached. You have no idea as to what's gone on here in the past. No clue. But that's you in a nutshell, isn't it, Adrian? The way she said his name struck him with the force of a blow. He wanted to run for the car, to reach for his keys and sprint. A deep, primal instinct caused him to remain calm, to breathe despite the panic rising in him. Laura dropped her shirt to the ground, her red hair slipping out of its ponytail and fluttering in a wind that sprang up out of nothing. She shed her bra and approached him topless. For a moment she paused and stripped off her shoes and pants, casting even her underwear aside. In his youth, Adrian had joked about taking a girl to a cemetery, and he and his friends had laughed and crowed about what a feat such an event would be. But there was nothing sensual or appealing about Laura and the way she approached him. She looked at him as though he was nothing more than meat, and foul meat at that. "Stay where you are," he whispered.
"No,"
she cooed.
"Inside the building is the tree, Adrian dear. They cut it down after and used it as a center rafter. We're going to enter the building, and I will string you up. We'll use an English knot. If you drop hard enough, your neck will snap. What say you to that, lover? Would you like it if I hung onto your legs to give your neck that extra pull? I'll offer you up to earn their trust, and when I'm done, I'll gut and bone you like a pig. I'll scatter your bits and pieces from here to Somerville, and none will be the wiser."
Adrian took a step back and nearly tripped over a headstone. Above him, clouds swarmed over the sky, hiding the sun and blotting out all hope. He grasped hold of the cool slate of the stone and held himself upright, refusing to shake as she moved nearer.
"Run,"
she whispered, flashing her teeth at him.
"I want to chase you, to hunt you down as you scream and race for the car. I want to pull you down in the street and listen to you beg for your life as I haul you to your death."
"What the hell is wrong with you?"
he shouted. His words echoed off of the headstones and the trees, and the sound sent birds soaring from the branches. The caws of 100 crows battered at him and reminded him of how alone he was. Alone, with a naked woman chasing after me. A small part of Adrian demanded he stand his ground, to fight her and drive her back, to knock her senseless against one of the headstones, and then flee for his life. But a larger, primal part warned it might not be enough. He might not be enough. Instead of running, Adrian risked cautionary glances to either side and behind him. He backed carefully around headstones, always trying to keep at least one between himself and the insane version of his girlfriend stalking toward him.
"Where do you think you're going?"
Laura asked him, softly. There was a note of genuine curiosity in her voice.
"Do you have any idea?"
"I'm getting away from you,"
he said, hating the way his voice trembled and shook with every breath.
"You have some issues, and I need to get away from you."
"You're going to abandon me? Here?"
she asked in mock horror.
"You have your clothes," Adrian answered. "There are houses around. You can ask someone to use their phone. You'll be okay."
"Just okay,"
Laura said, laughing.
"That's all you're about, Adrian. Mediocrity. Don't you want anything more? It's like when you got your sports management degree and then decided to do retail sales instead. Do you have any idea as to what you're doing with your life?"
The argument was an old one, and having it in a cemetery in New Hampshire while she prowled after him naked was surreal. I'd say you were a foolish man, but you'd have to be a man for that to be true, she said wickedly. Huh, bet your dad's more of a man than you are.
Adrian flinched at the statement. Don't talk about him.
Who? Your dad?
She asked, sweetly, nimbly stepping around a large plinth.
I bet he would be fine with what I'm doing. He's in hell, you know. I could ask him if you want to sit down and wait.
Adrian swallowed nervously and whispered, Shut up.
He is, you know,
Laura said, grinning wickedly.
You know he is. Oh, Adrian, you know all those things he was accused of? All those little boys he touched. It's all true. Every last bit of it. You know it because you remember it.
Shut up, Adrian said between clenched teeth.
Or what?
Laura shook her head and laughed.
What will you do?
I'll make you shut up, he snapped.
How?
She licked her lips and ran her fingers through her hair.
Tell me, Adrian, how are you going to make me shut up?
I'll take your head, he said, his voice quaking, and split your damn skull open.
Laura said, nodding. I think there's about as much likelihood of that happening as there is of you suddenly discovering you're a man, Adrian. So, yeah, like 0% chance. Hell, probably a negative. Did your mom ever beat you up for being such a sissy?
Adrian's heart thundered in his chest. Laura launched herself forward, planting both hands on top of a headstone and sending herself flying at him. Adrian was caught, flat-footed, his mouth agape as she slammed into him. Her nails clawed at his face and tore great chunks of skin out of his cheeks and forehead. Blood instantly streamed into his eyes as he fell backward, the full weight of her on his chest. Something crashed into his nose and broke it, sending a burst of pain through him that turned his stomach. As he landed on the ground, his breath rushed out of him, and he felt her fingers dig into his scalp, grasping great handfuls of his hair and pulling. Blinking away the blood, he saw her grinning at him.
Hello,
she said, and slammed his head into the ground. Stars exploded in front of his eyes as he struggled to breathe, and as he managed to inhale, she drove his head down again. Bolts of pain lanced up through his neck and into the back of his head. Laura let out a joyous shriek and tilted her head back. Adrian grabbed her around the waist and wrenched her off of his chest, ignoring the sudden burning sensation as she tore fistfuls of hair from his head. She thudded against a headstone as he twisted onto his stomach, scrambling away on all fours. He tried to get to his feet, but he slipped and crashed back down, losing precious seconds as he heard her screaming profanities behind him. Adrian didn't risk a look back. Instead, he went as fast as he could. Then he heard the sound of running feet, and before he could stop himself, Adrian looked back. Laura's tongue lolled out of her mouth, foam spilling from the corners as she raced toward him. She climbed over and around monuments, her grip never slipping, her toes and fingers always sure. Her pale flesh was slick with sweat,
and she whistled at him when she caught his gaze. "You can't get away," she crowed. "Not from me! Never from me, Adrian! You're mine! I've marked you!" Too terrified to respond, Adrian tried to move quicker. Ahead of him, he saw the exit to the cemetery. Something heavy struck him in the back of the legs, knocking him down again. Hands gripped his ankles and dragged him back. Squealing with fear, Adrian kicked out violently, freed himself, and raced on all fours for the entrance. The sound of a car filled his ears, and he nearly sobbed with joy. Adrian reached the entrance, tumbled out onto the side of the road, and saw a Hollis police SUV parked a few feet away. A pair of young men approached him, their hands on their pistols. "Thank you!" Adrian sobbed. Twisting around, he pointed a finger at Laura and howled, "She's crazy! Help me, please!" Laura stepped out of the cemetery. She was still naked, her body still glistening with sweat. Her red hair hung in damp clumps around her neck. Individual strands stuck to her face. The young woman's knees and hands were smeared green and red. She licked her lips and chuckled. "Yeah, help him," she whispered as she came to a stop a few feet away. Reassuring hands helped Adrian to his feet, and he shivered, waiting to see how the police would handle her. Laura stood and smiled at them, a pair of firm hands locked onto each of his arms. Adrian looked from one officer to the other. "I didn't do anything," he said. "Look at me!" "No," Laura said. "You didn't do anything. I told you I marked you, Adrian. You're mine. They won't kill you, because I'm going to." "What?" Adrian asked. Neither of the officers looked at him. Instead, their attention was focused on Laura. "What are you doing?" Adrian tried to shake himself free, but the police only tightened their grip. "Hollis is an old town, Adrian," Laura whispered. "I told you that in the car. Long ago, they put 2 witches to death, and the town suffered. Crops failed, and animals died. People fell to the plague. It didn't take them long to figure out why. So they became a haven for those who practiced witchcraft. They invited witches in and offered them safety. The town prospered. Occasionally a sacrifice is needed. So one of us goes out into the wide world, beyond the borders of the town, and we find a sacrificial goat." Laura leaned forward and tapped him on the nose. "Tag, you're it." "You can't," Adrian said, shaking his head and twisting desperately back and forth. "You can't!" "I can, and I will," Laura answered. "The town is more important than you are. It's more important than I am. The town, Adrian, is more important than any of us. We all understand that. Don't you?" "No!" Adrian screamed. The police dragged him back to the entrance. Adrian fought them, biting and kicking in his desperation. His throat went raw, and he hurled obscenities at them in a voice far below a whisper. No matter what he did, Adrian could not shake the police. Laura walked in front of them, opening the door into the little stone house. The police dragged him in, and when Adrian saw the beam in the ceiling, he fainted. The sensation of something rough being slipped around his neck brought Adrian back to consciousness, and it took him only a moment to realize what it was. A thick, dark rope hung from the beam, and Laura hummed sweetly as she tightened the noose around his neck.
Hard Rain by Ron Ripley. The rain fell hard and fast, forcing Jonathan to slow his Volvo down to a crawl alongside Route 122 in New Hampshire. It was nearly 3 a.m, and the only light was that thrown by his headlights. His hands clutched the leather-wrapped steering wheel, and he clenched his teeth as he drove. 3 times in the past 20 minutes, he had seen large trees crash down alongside the road. The last tree, and the biggest of them, had struck a transformer, sending a frightening spray of sparks into the night. A moment later, the few houses on the road had gone dark, all except for one, which flickered back into life a moment later.
Why the hell did I stay so late?
He thought, shaking his head. The few glasses of red wine which he had enjoyed at Stephanie's apartment had been burnt off from the stress of the drive, and part of him wished he had taken her up on her offer to stay the night.
Totally impractical,
Jonathan thought, wincing as the rain fell even harder. His wipers couldn't keep up with the deluge, and he swore under his breath as he signaled, then pulled to the right as far as he could. He put on his hazards and hoped he was visible to anyone who might be as foolish as himself. He glanced at the digital clock on the radio and saw it was 1 minute to 3. Compulsively, he yawned and then rubbed at his eyes.
20 more minutes. Maybe 30 if the rain keeps coming down hard,
he told himself.
Then I'll be in bed. No games tomorrow for either of the boys. I can sleep late.
He felt a moment of sadness as he thought of his young sons. Then he grimaced at the thought of his ex-wife. The boys only saw him every other weekend, which worked out fine for his blossoming social life. His wallet felt the loss of his family more than he did. Jonathan's ex had won a significant amount of money for both alimony and child support.
Don't think about it now,
he chided himself.
You need to concentrate on getting home.
A bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, and a heartbeat later, a deep, powerful roar of thunder followed. The car shook beneath the onslaught of the sound. Jonathan shook his head.
Maybe it'll roll right past, nice and quick.
His car sputtered, coughed, and then the engine on his 2018 Volvo stalled. Jonathan stared at the dashboard, too surprised to react. Finally, he reached out and tried to start the car again. Nothing worked. The shine of lights in the rear-view mirror caught his attention. Then a large dump truck barreled past him, the draft of the vehicle causing his own to shake. With his hands trembling, Jonathan tried again to start the engine. It still refused. Less than 5 minutes later, a second dump truck raced past, swerving away and to the left at the last minute.
I'm going to die if I stay in the car,
Jonathan realized. He pulled the key out of the ignition, snatched his umbrella off the floor, and hurried out of the car. Shaking the umbrella open, he hastened around the front of the car and tried to see a place where he might get out of the weather and call for help. Most of the roadside was lined with trees and little else. There were no houses or buildings of any sort that Jonathan could see. His shoulders slumped, and he shivered from the chill in the air as he stood between the tree line and the road. Lightning flashed off to his right, and again the thunder roared within the space of a second.
I can't stay here, not with the umbrella. The trees aren't any good.
Jonathan looked to his car, and then a flicker of light caught his eye off to the left. Another truck was racing along. With a low groan, he turned around and walked into the trees. The rain lessened, the drops fighting their way down through the upper canopy of leaves and running down the trunks. Jonathan moved further in, glancing back to keep track of where his car was. The flashing hazard lights served as a beacon of technology. When he had gone in what he considered to be a safe distance, Jonathan reached into his jacket pocket to retrieve his phone. It wasn't there. He patted the front pockets of his jeans, and then it dawned on him that he had left the phone at Stephanie's apartment. Jonathan could picture it, sitting on the coffee table, the empty bottle of red wine beside it. Anger at his own foolishness rose up within him, and he was about to give vent to it when the lightning flashed, and for a split second, a house was illuminated. In the single glimpse he had of it, Jonathan was certain it was less than 100 yards away.
Maybe a little more,
he thought.
Not by much, though.
A feeling of relief swept over him, and it was with renewed purpose that he started towards the house. He pushed through underbrush and young saplings, and in a short time he stepped out of the tree line as the lightning flashed again, revealing a small white clapboard house. A long driveway, which looked to be mostly under water due to the severity of the rain, led up to the side of the house. In front of the building was a small sign which read, "For sale. Call Hope Drake at Burke and Rothman Realty." Jonathan felt relief as he jogged across the soaked grass of the large front yard. When he climbed the 2 small granite steps, he grinned as he stood beneath the small awning which stretched out over the door.
Beautiful,
he thought.
Who could have known such a trivial item would be so wonderful?
He pressed himself against the door, intending to spend the night there until the storm settled down. When the lightning crashed again, Jonathan changed his mind.
The place is for sale,
he thought. He focused on the front door and on the old black doorknob in particular. Jonathan sighed, grasped it, and thought,
I can always pay to have the door repaired. I can't be out in this.
He grasped the doorknob, the metal cold in his hands, and twisted it to the left. The expected resistance was not there, and the door sprang open. Jonathan tumbled into the house, landing on his umbrella and breaking it as he came to a groaning stop. He sat up and shivered, his nose wrinkling at an unpleasant and unidentifiable odor in the home. Getting to his feet, Jonathan could see the rain continuing its brutal assault through the open doorway. He hurried forward, closed the door, and pawed about for the light switch. A switch plate and a button greeted his questing fingers, and he gave the button an experimental push. Above him, a dull bulb flickered into life, casting a sickly, yellowish light onto the interior of the house. Jonathan turned around to see what sort of home Hope Drake of Burke and Rothman Realty was selling. The room he stood in was bare. The wax on the wood floor had long since worn away, and the wallpaper, a curious repeating pattern of what he assumed was a fleur-de-lis, was hidden beneath a yellowish stain. When he stepped closer to the nearest wall, his nose finally identified the scent. It was old tobacco, undeniably decades worth considering the amount of staining on the walls. Squares, rectangles, and the occasional oval of pale white wallpaper marked where framed photographs or paintings had once hung. In these preserved sections of paper, Jonathan saw the fleur-de-lis and took a shocked step backward. The symbol was not the well-known herald of France, but instead it was a twisted, vile form of human limbs. His stomach recoiled at the sight of it, and he wondered whose foul sense of humor had commissioned such an atrocity. Jonathan shook his head and sought an exit from the room. A doorway led into a short hall, at the end of which he assumed was another room.
Will it be the kitchen?
He wondered.
If so, what sort of horror will be in there?
Stepping into the hallway, he found another push-button light switch and pressed it. A pair of wall sconces, which looked as though they had been converted from gas to electricity, hung across from one another on paneled walls. Their light was the same dull yellow of the main room, and like it, they served to light up the hallway and nothing more. At the end of the hall, Jonathan caught a glimpse of a countertop, and he felt an uneasy sort of relief at the sight of it.
I just need to see if there's a phone,
he told himself.
If there is, I can call for help. Someone will know where this place is. It can't exist in a vacuum. Not if it's being sold by a realtor.
Jonathan hesitated at the entrance to the kitchen, disliking the way the air of the room had a bitter tang to it. He reached in, groped around, and turned on the light. An old fluorescent above the sink flickered and blacked out several times before it settled into a dull, obstinate glow. Unlike the main room, the kitchen had two pieces of furniture, an old battered farmer's table, and a single cane-seat chair. A green phone, the color reminiscent of strained peas, hung on the wall, its cord a tangled mass.
Thank you,
Jonathan thought, and he strode across the kitchen to the telephone. He dropped his broken umbrella onto the countertop, picked up the receiver, and shuddered at the cold, clammy feel of the old plastic in his hand.
I wonder if it was ever cleaned.
He tried not to think of the germs on the phone or the amount of nicotine, and then let out a surprised laugh at the rotary dial.
What was I, 13 the last time I used a rotary?
Jonathan shook his head, held the receiver up to his ear, and grinned at the sound of a dial tone. Chuckling, he dialed 0. The phone rang twice on the other end, then the line switched to the dull, monotonous rhythm of a busy signal.
What?
He jiggled the silver prong and tried to get the dial tone back. He succeeded after several tries, and when he heard it, he paused before he dialed the operator again. It went directly to a busy signal.
This is absurd,
Jonathan thought, clenching his teeth.
How the hell can an operator be busy? Isn't everything computers now anyway?
Jonathan hung the phone up, tapped his hand on the wall, and tried to remember Stephanie's number. He couldn't. It was programmed into his cell phone. All the numbers he knew were programmed into his contacts.
Do I dial 911? I can't even ask for the non-emergency number for the police or anyone else.
He walked to the sink, ran the cold tap, and rinsed the unpleasant sensation of filth off his hands. When he finished, he cupped some of the water into his mouth and promptly spat it into the sink. The water was hard, the minerals in it leaving his mouth drier than before.
Okay,
he thought, wiping his hand on his sleeve.
I'll try 911.
Jonathan went back to the phone, lifted the receiver, and felt a wave of relief as the dial tone returned. He dialed 911, heard the line start to ring, then it cut out. The line was dead again. Fighting back a swell of panic, he rattled the silver prong several times, then felt a crushing hopelessness as the line refused to open. Shaking his head, Jonathan returned the receiver to its place.
I can't reach an operator or remember anyone's phone number.
Sighing, he pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes, trying to think.
Right, I just need to go back to the car. That's it. This was a bust.
With his decision made, Jonathan opened his eyes and saw the lights in the hallway were out. The main room was dark, too. He groaned and shook his head. Jonathan walked to the hall, reached into it, and tried to find the light switch. Nothing met his hand. Frowning, he tried the other side. When that search proved futile as well, Jonathan shrugged and started down the hallway. He put his right hand out and let it trail along the paneling, flinching at the slick sensation of the nicotine-stained wood. Behind him, the light above the sink went out, plunging him into darkness. Jonathan stopped, his heart quickening, his blood speeding and rushing through his veins.
Faulty wiring on top of all the other crap. Great. I just want to get back to the car.
With a deep breath, Jonathan started again. Soon he realized he had walked too far. The hallway was short, and he should have reached the main room. He couldn't even see the front door. He swallowed nervously and increased his speed. After another minute of walking, he stopped, his entire body shaking.
I didn't turn around. I couldn't have gotten turned around. Something's not right.
He tried to take a deep breath, but his lungs wouldn't let him. He was too afraid.
Count,
he told himself.
Each step. Count.
Jonathan did so. He stopped at 30 when his right hand touched a door frame. Fearful, Jonathan moved his hand over the wood and onto a closed door. He turned to face it in the darkness, using both hands to seek out the doorknob. When he found it, the knob was painfully cold to the touch, but he forced himself to turn it and let himself into the room, thinking,
maybe there's a window I can get out through.
There was a bitter chill in the room, and when Jonathan let go of the knob to rub his hands together, the door swung closed behind him. The need to panic welled up within him, and he fought it back, stuffing it down as he tried to remain calm. He turned on his heel, reached for the door, and couldn't find it. Jonathan took a step forward, and there was still no doorknob, not even a wall to touch. 2 more steps with his hands outstretched encountered nothing. The same with 3 and then 4. Finally, his need to panic overcame his self-control, and Jonathan sank to the floor. He drew his knees up to his chest, wrapped his arms around them, and shivered as he pressed his forehead against his kneecaps.
This isn't happening,
he thought.
I must have fallen down somewhere, hit my head. This is all part of a concussion. Someone is going to find me. Or I'm already in a hospital. Everything's going to be okay. In fact, I'll open my eyes and all of it will be done with. That's what I need to do. Open my eyes and see my surroundings.
Jonathan did exactly that and saw nothing except for darkness. He sat still, trying to think of what to do when he heard footsteps on the stairs. His breath caught in his throat. The sound was identical to that of his grandfather's tread. A painful memory of his childhood sprang forward. He closed his eyes, remembered Vermont and his grandfather's house. The way the old man had argued with Jonathan's father, and how the two adults had fought. Jonathan could remember his mother screaming at both men, then her scream of anger becoming one of horror. His grandfather had brought out a shotgun and tried to shoot Jonathan's father. The effort had failed. The shot went wide, and Jonathan's father wrenched the shotgun away from the older man and beat him to death with it. Jonathan could still recall the smell of blood, the coppery tang in the air as he stood there, his grandfather's brains and skull smashed into the linoleum of the kitchen floor.
More,
a voice whispered, and Jonathan screamed. His eyes snapped open, and he could see. He was in a long, narrow room, and faint light seeped down from an unknown source. A thing at the end of the room shuffled and hissed, and Jonathan knew he didn't want to see it.
Give me more,
the voice commanded, and Jonathan uttered a shriek that shook him to the core. He recalled his 6th birthday. His mother and father argued by the stove. Jonathan's sister, Emily, played with one of her dolls near the fridge. Furious, his mother stomped over to his sister and yelled at Emily for being in the kitchen when she was supposed to be getting ready for bed. His mother slapped his sister repeatedly, then grabbed Emily by the back of the head and bounced her skull off the fridge. His father descended on his mother, and Jonathan raced to his sister, who sat with a glazed expression. He dragged her to her feet and started to run with her. She stopped herself from crying as they sprinted for the stairs and the safety the 2nd floor offered. Howls of rage erupted from the throats of their parents, and the battle between the two adults shook the house as he and his sister hid beneath her bed.
Yes,
the voice in the darkness chuckled.
Oh, so very good. It has been so long since I was fed. Thank you.
Jonathan's legs trembled as he stood up and tried to get his bearings.
Are you going to leave?
There was a note of genuine sadness in the voice's words.
I don't want you to. I'm hungry.
Jonathan didn't answer. Instead, he tried to find the wall. Any wall. He staggered forward, hands outstretched, eyes wide as possible. From the end of the room, he heard movement. It was a slow, deliberate scrape across the floor, as though someone was dragging a heavy object closer.
Come and sit with me,
the voice whispered.
I have a chair for you. It was my friend's. He would sit for hours with me, smoking his pipe and remembering every terrible deed he had committed, every heinous act witnessed. He was so very good. I could smell the blood, taste the excrement, all of it, everything. He hid nothing from me.
Jonathan turned and ran. A hissing sound filled the air, and a cold, barbed coil snapped around his left ankle. The barbs cut through the fabric of his pants and his socks, the pain immense and immediate. Jonathan cried out, and a split second later he was jerked back off his feet. He felt himself rise up and then crash down to the floor. His teeth shattered against one another, and he squealed in agony, rolling back and forth and covering his mouth with his hands as if that would stifle his pain. It did nothing except make the pain worse. He sobbed and tried to think through the mind-numbing haze caused by the broken teeth.
Come and sit,
the voice chuckled.
It will be better, I promise.
No, Jonathan mumbled.
Yes,
the voice whispered.
It will be.
Jonathan kicked out and was jerked hard to the right for his trouble.
Stop that,
the voice commanded.
I want you healthy. You have so many memories to savor, so much to sample. Don't you want to feed me?
Jonathan shook his head and lurched away. The voice laughed, and Jonathan felt himself jerked up off the floor. Nausea swept through him as he rocked first to the left, then to the right, his body making slow, concentric circles in the darkness.
What else do you remember,
the voice asked him.
Nothing,
Jonathan hissed through his broken teeth. He reached up to his ankle, but something sharp and wet slapped his hands away.
Now,
the voice chuckled.
We can't have that. The flow is so much better when I can touch you.
A slight current surged through his body at those words, and Jonathan convulsed, the sensation both repulsive and tantalizing. The voice laughed, a throaty sound from deep within some horrific chest.
I'm not as sweet as you,
the voice whispered, pulling him closer.
Who could be? I can sense the memories, those buried so deep that you don't remember them. Recollection is painful, the memories raw and sharp. They are so fine, those experiences. The sweetest of wines to slake my thirst. A morsel which sets your flesh to tingling as you taste it upon your tongue.
Jonathan flailed about with his arms, and his left hand struck a cold, damp surface. It was clammy beneath his fingertips, rough hairs poking his fingers. Then the flesh undulated beneath his hand.
Don't I feel nice?
The voice asked, laughing.
Am I not a true beauty?
Tendrils coiled around Jonathan's arms and legs.
Oh, but if the lights were only on,
it whispered to him.
Then you would see such sweetness, such delight. My lips are soft, my sweet. Would you like to feel them?
No! Jonathan shrieked, and he twisted and convulsed. His attempt to free himself was in vain as he moved again in the darkness. He felt cold lips on his cheek, and his scream filled the darkness. A tongue darted out, curved its way up to his eye, and as he closed his eyelid, the tongue managed to push its way through. Tendrils snapped out and clasped his head, forming a rigid vice which denied him any sort of movement.
What these eyes have seen,
it murmured.
When we're all done, I will pry them out. I will feel them pop in my mouth and savor them.
The tongue vanished, and the creature bestowed another vile kiss upon his cheek. It chuckled as it swung him through the darkness and then slammed him into a chair. Jonathan felt corduroy beneath his fingers and padded seating as well. For a heartbeat, the tendrils slackened their grip, and Jonathan struggled to get free. The creature laughed and jerked him back, slamming him into position. Each tendril tightened its grip until the sharp barbs and the pressure kept him in place. Jonathan shuddered and whimpered, his efforts to free himself weakening as the barbs dug through his clothes and into his skin. Above him, something creaked, and a desperate hope filled him. "Help!" he howled. "Please!" Before Jonathan could get another word out, the tendrils took hold of his jaw, slipping into his mouth and yanking it down while pulling back on his head. His tongue darted back and forth, useless as he tried and failed to call for help again.
"That's only the wind, my darling,"
the voice murmured in his ear.
"No one's coming here. Not since my dear friend passed away. He died in this chair, you know, giving me the last of his horror. It was so sweet, so refined. He was an artist, the way he could carve a person's body and contort the limbs. They would be left alive for such a long time. He would absorb their horror, take it in and savor it, store it and let it age before he fed it to me. I miss him."
Jonathan continued squealing as the tendrils settled into place.
"Now,"
the creature said, its voice coming from in front of the chair.
"It seems to me as though you had quite an exciting childhood."
Jonathan tried to shake his head, but couldn't. He didn't want to remember. He hated his childhood and all the memories associated with it.
"It was exciting,"
the creature whispered.
"Full of hate and violence. Terrible things were done to you, and you witnessed just as many, didn't you?" "No,"
Jonathan wept.
"Tears,"
the creature crowed.
"Tears so soon."
Tendrils darted out and caressed his cheeks, each tendril quivering with excitement.
"Oh, the sweetness."
Its voice was ecstatic.
"So much within you. What do you wish to show me now?" "Nothing,"
Jonathan thought, but a memory sprang up nonetheless. Jonathan saw his mother at the bottom of the stairs, heard her screaming at himself and his sister. His mother's face was red with rage, her eyes wide and crazed. She reached out for the banister and found his father's leather strap, the large brass belt buckle on it shaped like a fist. His mother laughed, snatched the belt up, and climbed the stairs 2 at a time. Jonathan pushed his sister into the bathroom and tried to follow her in. His mother caught him and jerked him back. Jonathan's sister watched from the bathroom, and as the first blow struck him on the back, he nodded. His sister wept as she closed the door. Just above his mother's panting, Jonathan heard the click of the bathroom door as it was locked.
"More,"
the creature whispered.
"Give me more."
Weeping, Jonathan did.
Health and Welfare Check by Ron Ripley. Doug Meeks hadn't seen or heard Lisa Almont, his neighbor, for 4 days, a fact that disturbed him. First, he had always enjoyed watching the younger woman leave her house for her morning run. While the colors of her running outfits tended to change, the basic style did not, and for that he was thankful. Lisa was in exceptional shape, and her clothing showed off her form. Doug appreciated the way she looked when she returned home, too, disheveled and exhausted from her morning exercise. For 5 years he had watched her, adjusting his work schedule accordingly. She was such a pleasing sight that he had set up cameras to capture her routine on video during the rare occurrences when he was not home to observe her himself. It was to his private video, stored safely in a cloud on the dark web, that Doug went to in order to see if she had gone away on a trip or anything of the sort while he had been forced to travel to Miami for business. So, sitting at his computer, his shades drawn against the light of the setting sun, Doug accessed his storage and went back to the days when he was gone. He fast-forwarded through anything that didn't show her entering or leaving the house, although he did slow it down when she was in her running gear. Finally, he reached the previous Sunday. He watched as Lisa went out for her run and returned. A short time after, she exited the house again, dressed in fashionable jeans and mid-calf boots, her light brown sweater accentuating the same colored accents in her blonde hair. She climbed into her silver Audi sedan, backed out of her driveway, and left. Doug advanced the footage until 3 hours later she pulled back into the driveway. When she exited the vehicle, she went around to the trunk and removed a large framed image. The reflection on the glass hid the exact image, but the frame itself was thick and gold. She carried it easily and brought it into her home. With a shrug, he moved the footage forward again, but she didn't come out. Not on Monday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. And now it's Friday. I wonder if she's all right. He leaned back as he used the mouse to shut everything down. Tapping his finger on the keyboard, Doug wondered if he should call the police. How do I explain a request for a health and welfare check? Doug was not her friend. In fact, Doug was fairly certain he had never spoken to Lisa. Oh, they had passed one another and offered pleasantries, but they had never sat down and had a true conversation. They'll want to know why. They'll ask questions. Doug shivered at the prospect. He had been questioned before by the police, and it was an uncomfortable situation. Despite what they had taught him in high school civics, people were not innocent until proven guilty, at least not when it came to the police, especially not when it comes to sitting across from a high school and admiring the girls on the track team. He shook his head at the memory and chased it away. Doug had a more pressing concern. Lisa was missing, which meant his entertainment was missing, and he counted on her to get him through the day. I know where her spare key is, he thought. I can go around back, take it out from the top of the bird feeder, and let myself in. If I'm careful, then I can see what's going on. Maybe she's hurt and needs help. The idea of Lisa damaged was unpleasant, but a darker idea crept in, one in which the young woman was dead. He knew her air conditioner was always running. If she died in a room that was cold enough, he might get a better look at her than he ever had before. The thought of it brought a smile to his face, and Doug stood up. He was flush with excitement as he hurried into his closet. Crouching down, he opened a small safe and took out a pair of disposable booties, as well as a full disposable coverall used in painting. He tucked them both into the inside of his shirt, and then hastened out of the room. By the time he reached the first floor, he was almost out of breath. The sound of his blood rushing in his ears was deafening. He took a pair of latex-free gloves from the shelf over the trash and pulled them on. Armed against the basics of trace evidence, he left his house and stood on his small patio. He glanced in either direction and was pleased to see that none of the other neighbors seemed to be around. Not that anyone would pay much attention if they were. Doug lived in a quiet, professional neighborhood. There were no children around. They weren't allowed. He picked his way across his backyard to Lisa's, went to the bird feeder on her small deck, and removed the key from the top. Doug unlocked the door, then returned the key to its place. Quickly and quietly, he stepped into the house and pulled on his protective gear. Once dressed, he closed the door behind him and listened to the hum of the air conditioning system. A smile spread across his face, and he walked forward, sheer joy and pleasure shooting through him with each step. He wanted to explore every facet of her home, see what it was she preferred to eat, to read. He wanted to know every intimate detail about the woman. "Focus," he scolded himself. "Find out if she's alive or dead, and then work it out from there." He nodded and walked into the main room, then stopped, surprised. A large gold-framed picture he had seen her carrying in the video footage hung upon the wall, and it seemed as though the image was moving. Doug stepped back to get a better look and realized that the image was definitely moving and that it was stunningly beautiful. He was gazing upon some Lovecraftian landscape. Tall plinths and sharp obelisks stood stark against a night sky, replete with bright stars and a brighter moon. An old forest ringed the curious collection of monuments, and Doug wasn't certain whether he was looking at a fantastical representation of a cemetery or something else entirely. At the corners of the image, he saw darker shapes, tall beasts on all fours that stepped over and around some of the smaller obelisks. Their eyes glowed a curious metallic green, and it seemed to Doug that they were peering at him. Is it a painting? Or a photograph? Or maybe it's some strange media player with its workings cleverly tucked away in the frame. He licked his lips and thought about Lisa. I'll check on her first, then I can look at this a little more when I'm done. Doug pulled his attention away from the image, shook his head, and found the stairs to the second floor. He ascended them and checked each room he found. Despite his search, he could not find her. She was not in her well-appointed bedroom, her impressive home office, or the large bathroom, which was easily twice the size of his own. A sense of nervousness rose within him as he inspected the closets, then descended the stairs to the first floor. He refused to look at the curious image on the wall as he searched the dining room, workout room, and kitchen. She wasn't in the first floor closets or bathroom, nor was she in the basement. Lisa wasn't anywhere to be found. I can't stay, he thought. I have to go. She might have gone out somehow, some way I didn't see. I must have missed something. All his excitement drained from him, replaced by a growing fear that he might be caught, wearing items that would not portray him in a good light. As he prepared to leave, he thought of the image on the wall, and a smile broke through his worry. One last look at that. He hurried back to the front room and stood before the image. It seemed as though it was darker within it, that the stars were a little brighter, the moon a bit higher above the horizon, and the plinths and obelisks seemed closer. Is that possible? Of course it is. He took a step nearer to the image. The work that must have gone into this. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Hesitantly, Doug reached out and touched the image, and then jerked his hand back. A cold sensation had penetrated his fingertips as they passed into the image. He shook his head. Impossible, Doug thought. You can't do that. No one can put their hands inside a picture. Unable to stop himself, Doug lifted his hand and touched the image again. He kept his hand there as the cold seeped into him, and then he inched forward. First his fingertips, then his fingers and palm passed into the painting. His hand didn't show up in the image. Instead, it looked as though he didn't have a hand any longer. Doug withdrew his hand, wiggled his fingers, and was pleased to see his body respond the way it should. Smiling nervously, he placed his hand in the image again, then leaned further in. He went as far as his elbow, hesitated, then he went up to his shoulder, moving his arm to the left and the right. Is this some secret room? Maybe it's not a real painting. Maybe it's just a projection of some sort to hide the door. I'll bet that's it. And she's hiding in there. He jerked his arm out, his heart skipping skittishly. Wait. Maybe she's dead in there. His heartbeat slowed as he took the possibility of Lisa being dead in a hidden room into consideration. Examining the wall, Doug wondered how he might find the outlines of the door. The wall the frame hung on was plain and painted an off-white. There was nothing exceptional about it. The marble-topped hall table underneath the painting was nicer than the wall. Maybe the table's part of it. Doug nodded to himself. Maybe I have to reach inside this weird holograph thing, find the handle, and open it from the inside. That would make sense. Confidence returned to him, and for the fourth time he reached out and touched the image. There was no hesitation as he thrust his arm in, trying to reach either side to locate a handle or a button of some sort. He went as far as he could, his hip butting up against the table's marble top. Then, as he reached down, something took hold of his wrist and pulled. Panicking, Doug let out a cry of alarm and tried to yank backward. Instead of freeing himself, whatever was on the other side tightened its grip and jerked him forward. Doug let out a string of curses, put his free hand against the picture frame, and leaned back. A hand came out of the frame, grabbed his other wrist, and broke his grip. Stunned, Doug couldn't react as he was tugged off balance and pulled head first into the image. He fell for far longer than he should have, and when he landed, it was on dry, brittle grass that cracked and broke beneath his weight. The air that assaulted his nose was harsh and noxious. As he scrambled to his feet, Doug realized he was in the image he had been peering into before. The image he had believed had been something generated by a computer or other device. Curious cries reached his ears, and as he turned, trying to see what had made the sounds, Doug saw a stretched-out line of clothes off to his left. In the dull, almost painful light of the place, he could see a pink that was not only unmistakable, but unforgettable as well. It was the pink stripe that ran along either leg of Lisa's favorite workout pants. He felt suddenly conspicuous in the disposable clothes he wore, so Doug stripped them off as he tried to rationalize what was going on. Maybe there's a hole here, in the wall. Maybe I saw a picture and there's a chemical leak of some kind, a gas leak. I mean, is this what happens when you're exposed to hazardous material? It has to be. It's the only thing that makes any sense here. Doug paused because it didn't feel as though it made sense. He lowered himself down into a squat and touched the brittle grass, jerking his hand back as blood welled up from a score of pinpricks in his palms. It's real! Twisting around, he looked for the frame, hoping to find it hanging in the air behind him, with an image of Lisa's front room just beyond the frame's golden edges. There was nothing. No way out that he could see. Shaking, he turned back to face the line of clothes. Maybe she knew where she was going. She must have been in here before. It's why she brought the thing home, right? His mind raced along 1,000 lines of possibility, the confusion churning in his head, creating a chaos so complete that he couldn't move for a moment. Doug's feet were rooted to the ground. A soft chitter broke the hold that his panic had over him, and he hurried toward Lisa's clothes. When he reached them, he reeled back, horrified at what he saw. The items were shredded and bloodied. Lisa hadn't taken them off voluntarily, if she had even been alive when they were removed. The chitter sounded again, off to his left, and then another, longer one responded from his right. A heartbeat later, a trio sang out from behind him, and Doug surged forward, stumbling along the bloody trail. He kept his head straight, his neck stiff as he refused to look around him. From the corners of his eyes, he saw the curious shapes he had first seen when peering into the image. The long-legged creatures dashed through the shadows, leaping from plinth to plinth, vanishing behind one obelisk to appear a short distance away in front of another. Fear choked him, and his face flushed. He was panting by the time he reached the tree line, and for a split second he hesitated, unsure if he should go beyond it. He heard a sharp yip behind him and looked involuntarily over his shoulder. He screamed. One of the creatures was there, but it was unlike the others. Its face was that of a little boy's, the eyes wide and bloodshot. The child's tongue lolled out of its mouth over broken teeth, and when its eyes fixed on Doug's horrified expression, the creature let out a chortling laugh, reminiscent of glass being dragged across concrete. Without any further hesitation, Doug plunged into the dim light of the woods. He ran, ignoring the pain of branches as they slapped against him. One struck him in the eye, blinding him, but still he pushed on. He could hear leaves and twigs breaking behind him and off to either side. When he tried to veer off to the right, a pair of the creatures, their faces hidden by shadows, raced forward, driving him back in the direction they wanted him to travel. Soon Doug was gasping for air, stumbling and staggering his way through the trees, which grew thicker and wider. Rough bark scraped his exposed skin and tore great holes in his clothing. At one point, he lost a sneaker, and a short time after that, he lost the other. In minutes, both socks were shredded, and he was leaving a trail of blood behind him with every footstep. A path opened up in the forest, and Doug charged for it. There was a sense of civility about it, an air of hope and salvation, both of which he desperately needed. Doug had no sooner crossed the invisible boundary marking the beginning of the path than he heard the creatures come to a stop behind him. A quick glance back showed several of the animals there, watching him with their hideously human faces. "Too much," he thought, slowing to a limping walk. "What's going on here?" He looked from side to side and realized he couldn't see beyond the wall of trees. Whatever spaces existed between the massive trunks were filled with undergrowth and hanging vines. A dull glow lit the way, and Doug saw it came from a sort of lichen growing on the trees slightly above his head. He heard a whispering sound as he walked and looked down at his feet, which were bloody and swollen. On either side of him, hairless mice ran. Their eyes were white, their bodies distended and pink. He watched black tongues dart out of their mouths and lap up the blood seeping from his injured feet. Doug recoiled and felt the urge to kick them, but as he raised his foot to do so, he had a sudden fear that, if he did, he might be expelled from the relative safety of the path. Quivering with a mixture of fear and disgust, he lowered his foot and went on his way. Ahead of him, he heard music. It was discordant and irritating, but it was music nonetheless. "I can find a way out. Maybe they'll know what happened to Lisa. Maybe she's with them. I don't know. This is so wrong, all of it." He saw an orange glow some distance in front of him, and despite his pain, Doug increased his speed. Ignoring the sound of the mice lapping up his blood, he focused on the hope of salvation and rescue. He even nurtured the belief that Lisa was all right, that his life would return to normal once he was out of this strange world of the picture. So it was with a smile on his face when he stepped off the path and into the bright orange light of a circular glade. As his eyes adjusted to it, Doug eagerly glanced around, trying to see where the music was coming from. When he found it, he blinked, confused by what he saw. At the far end of the glade was a massive stone table that seemed to have been hewn from a boulder the size of a school bus. There was a single throne-like chair facing him, and in it sat an old man wrapped in thick furs. Doug hesitated, and the man on the throne let out a laugh.
Come forward.
The stranger's voice was high-pitched and piercing.
Come to me.
Doug didn't want to, but he didn't want to go all the way back down the path to the creatures at the other end either.
You look ill-used,
the stranger said as Doug approached the table. The orange glow he saw came from orbs the size of softballs hanging from the tree limbs. Clearing his throat, Doug attempted not to sound as meek and as helpless as he felt.
I'm not feeling great. An understatement, I am sure. My name is Edward. What is yours?
Doug.
Doug!
Edward chuckled.
A fine name. I do not believe there are any Dougs here. There are a great many of all sorts, but not any Dougs. How did you come into my home?
A picture, I think. Doug glanced around. I was checking on a friend, you see. She hadn't been around for a few days, so I thought I'd go in and see if she was all right.
You didn't find her?
A small smile danced along Edward's old and cracked lips.
No. Did you find her here?
Edward asked, leaning forward. Thin, bony arms slipped out of the massive furs the old man wore, and fingers that reminded Doug of darning needles steepled together in front of him.
Did you find her here, among the graves?
Doug shook his head. He wanted to ask what graves the man spoke of, but his fear had returned and silenced him.
Anything of hers at all?
The smile on Edward's face told Doug that the old man knew exactly what had been found.
Yes.
Doug's response was more of a croak than an actual word.
Clothes! Lots and lots of clothes. That's one thing we don't need here.
Edward's voice took on a confidential tone.
No one needs clothes. They didn't need them in the beginning, and they don't need them now. Were you born with clothes on?
Doug shook his head.
No, of course not.
Edward relaxed in his chair and motioned for Doug to come forward before slipping his hands back into the recesses of the furs. Feeling as though he had no choice but to comply, Doug limped forward. As he drew closer to the table, Doug noticed there were items scattered about it. He identified saws and hammers, small axes and awls, needles of varying shapes and sizes, thick spools of thread, and various other tools he had no name for and could only imagine what they might be employed to do. When he came to within a few feet of the table, Doug stopped. Running the length of the table was a small channel, one stained and flecked with blood. He heard whispers as he stood across from Edward, but Doug refused to look down. Something scurried over his foot, and he bit his lower lip to keep from screaming. Edward chuckled.
They are a shock at first, or so I am told. I don't know. They've always been here with me, and I've always been here.
The old man swept his long, dirty gray hair away from his brow, and Doug noticed large stitches in the man's scalp. Before he could ask about them, Edward let go of his hair and grinned.
"Are you ready, then?"
"Ready for what?" Doug asked.
"Transformation, growth, a higher calling. I don't know. The euphemisms for it are as obnoxious as they are countless."
Edward spat on the table in disgust. As Doug watched, the wad of phlegm rolled toward the channel, fell into it, and then slipped easily along it until it reached a small drain and vanished into the darkness of it. A moment later, the whispering at Doug's feet intensified and then settled back into its disturbingly sedate rhythm.
"They enjoy my little gifts," Edward winked. "Wait until they hear the rush and smell it. It is a delight to listen to. Well, yes, where are my manners? You, good Doug, will be witness to a miracle of modern magic, a combination of ancient rites and sorcery, science and damnation."
Edward let out a brazen laugh and shook his head.
"Ha ha ha! Oh, yes! You may not know it at first, but this truly is all of those things. So, I ask you again, are you ready?"
Doug shook his head. "No. I think I need to go home, if that's all right."
"Of course it is," Edward smiled soothingly. "You go right ahead."
Doug turned around and stopped. He found himself staring at dozens of the strange creatures with the human faces. The centermost one was the boy he had seen, and beside it, her eyes wide with madness, was Lisa. Blood was smeared across her cheeks, and the boy nipped in close to lick some of it off. She let out a terrified squeal that turned into a bray of laughter. Doug took a step away from them, his lower back striking the stone table. Then Edward's voice was in his ear as cold hands gripped his shoulder.
"Oh, but then you are home. You don't need to go anywhere at all. Isn't that wonderful, Doug?"
Before Doug could answer, he felt himself dragged up and onto the stone table. He was slammed down with enough force to knock his breath away, and as he struggled to free himself, thousands of the hairless mice spilled over the top. They held him in place and tore his clothing from him, while Edward shed his furs. The old man stood naked in the orange light, his skin white and crisscrossed with scars in strange shapes. Edward picked up a long knife and smiled down at Doug.
"This is the first step," the old man informed him, leaning in close. "Your face must be saved. It is the most important part of you. How else will I know who you are when the transformation is complete? How else will I know to call you Doug? No, the face is important, Doug, not the clothes, not even the rest of your flesh. Only your face."
Edward bent down, his hot breath stinking of rotting meat and death. Doug shrieked as the old man brought the knife close and then, with infinite care, pressed the point into Doug's forehead and began to cut. Home Again by Ron Ripley. For as long as he could remember, the box had remained locked in the glass-fronted china cabinet. It was surrounded by blue and white Wedgwood dishes, porcelain teacups and teapots from Ireland, and framed photographs of relatives whose names were lost to history. But only the box held his attention, as it always had. In his hand, Alan held the small skeleton key which would open the curved glass door of the cabinet, if if the key's labeled right, Alan thought. The phone in the kitchen rang, the sharp sound a bitter reminder of his youth gone by. He stuffed the key into his back pocket and walked down the long, narrow hallway which ran the length of the house. Alan entered the kitchen, veered around the battered, round dining table, and plucked the dull yellow handset off of the receiver, the cord tangling and balling up as he said, "Hello?"
Hey,
Alan blinked several times and said, "Dan, I didn't think you'd call."
well, Mom's passing is kind of important.
The bitterness that filled Dan's voice made Alan wince. Sighing, Alan said, "Sorry, it's a little rough right now."
Yeah,
Dan replied, the emotion draining from his voice.
honestly, Alan, I wish I could be there.
"What's going on?" Alan asked, struggling to keep doubt out of his words.
Dialysis,
Dan answered. It took a moment for Alan to process his brother's statement. Images of old men and women in lounge chairs, dialysis machines, churning and pumping fluids in and out of broken flesh flashed before his eyes. "Damn," Alan said softly. "You're only 40. Dan laughed harshly.
Ha, yeah, tell me about it. Anyway, I really do wish I could be there.
"Me too," Alan said. A sudden longing for the fleeting, pleasant memories of childhood rose within him. "Do you need anything?"
No,
Dan replied.
I'm as good as can be expected. Tell you what, I'll call around 10 in the morning, right after I get done with the treatment.
"That'll work," Alan said. "I'll take a break from the house stuff and have a cup of coffee while we talk."
Sounds good, big brother. Talk to you tomorrow.
They said their goodbyes, and Alan hung up the phone. For several minutes, he stood in the kitchen, his hands in his back pockets, staring at the phone. Memories swelled, crested, crashed, and receded in the space of heartbeats. Many of his recollections were bitter, though a few were pleasant. Finally, Alan left the kitchen, his head lowered as he slowly walked along the hallway. He didn't need to look around to know where he was going, or what he was passing. Alan knew where the sconces were on the walls, and which light would flicker and dim when turned on. He sensed the closed door of his deceased mother's parlor, and the stain on the wallpaper opposite her once private sanctuary. Alan didn't need to look at the faded fleur-de-lis on the yellow wallpaper to recall the bitter arguments that had once taken place in the narrow confines of the hall. The house was full of old and hardened memories. What joy had been felt within its storied and solid walls were too weak to temper the darkness which had been fed for 103 years. 103 years, Alan thought, coming to a stop in front of the china cabinet. The family has been here for generations. Am I right in throwing it all aside? He considered the question for a moment, and then let out a bitter bark of a laugh. Ha! I don't know, he thought. I truly don't. He shook his head, took the cabinet's key out of his pocket, slipped it into the lock, and turned the key to the right. There was no click of the tumblers falling into place. He turned it to the left, and still the lock refused to move. Frowning, Alan wiggled the key, twisted it again, and tried to open the door. It remained closed. The china and wedgwood rattled in the confines of the case, forcing him to stop. He looked at the box, his hands twitching. Alan swallowed dryly, and, leaving the key in the lock, went and sat in one of the overstuffed chairs. He made himself as comfortable as possible, smelling the bitter, acrid tang of old cigarette smoke as he gazed out of the bay window at the woods beyond the long front yard. Alan refused to focus on the box, although he could not deny he was disappointed. "I don't want to break the damned cabinet to get it out of there." He risked a look at the box, licked his lips nervously, then stared down at his hands. An old memory, the oldest he possessed, demanded attention, and he gave in. He could recall sitting on the floor, perhaps 3 or 4 years of age, certainly not 5. His grandfather had been dead by then, and in the memory, his grandfather stood beside him. Alan watched as the old man opened the cabinet and took the box out. Alan's grandfather squatted down, both his knees cracking loudly. He peered at Alan with soft green eyes. Bushy white and gray eyebrows, full of wild hairs to match the same madness of his beard, protected those eyes from the world. "This," his grandfather had said, holding up the box, "is the most terrible thing in the world, Alan. I don't want to die in this house. The box, it'll take me, twist me, just as it has everything else that's died near it. When you are a man, you must come home to here and destroy it. Promise me." Alan had promised. Fascinated his grandfather would talk to him so seriously. The old man had reached out with his free hand and patted Alan on the head, a sad expression in his eyes. "This world is a terrible place," his grandfather had continued, standing back up and returning the box to the cabinet. "It is even worse with such a thing as this in it. Your grandmother is overly fond of it. Your mother, she is attached to the damned box as well. It's your job, Alan, no one else's. Can you do this for me?" Alan had nodded and said he could. "Here I am," Alan thought grimly, turning his attention away from the front window and back to the china cabinet. "I can't even get into the damned thing. I think I'm going to need to break the cabinet." The idea caused him to frown. He enjoyed the china cabinet. However, the carvings on it and the beauty of the piece in general sent a shudder of revulsion along his spine. Alan shook his head and looked at his watch. His heart skipped a beat as a loud click filled the stillness of the house. Confused, he looked up and saw the curved door of the cabinet swinging open on silent hinges. The entire house seemed to sigh. Alan stood up, realized his palms were damp with nervousness, and wiped them on his jeans. He took a cautious step forward, a strange sense of worry filling him. "It's going to close by itself again," he thought irrationally. "Then I won't be able to get to the box at all. I need to get it. I have to." The door didn't close. In fact, it remained open, an invitation for him to examine the box that had held his attention for decades. Alan came to a hesitant stop in front of the cabinet and peered in at the box. It was roughly the size of a cigar box and was made of dark wood. The sides and top were covered in small wooden triangles, each one expertly carved. Years earlier, Alan had looked up the style and discovered it was something called tramp art, a form of folk art created and perfected by drifters in the 20s and 30s. While the pieces were common enough, some of them were exquisitely done, and this was one of them. The piece looked as though each pyramid was done to precise specifications, almost as though it had been turned out by a machine. In the center of the front side was a piece of mother-of-pearl inlay, with the letter J fashioned from green glass at the center. Alan's heartbeat quickened as he reached into the cabinet with shaking hands and took hold of the box. He felt a rush of cold excitement envelop him as he stepped back with the piece. A glance at the seat he had recently vacated told him it would serve as a poor place to properly examine the container. Instead, he hurried back to the kitchen. He set the box on the table and gently attempted to lift the lid. Nothing moved. Frowning, he tried again, and when the same result happened, he wondered what might be stopping the lid's movement. He recalled the information on the tramp art pieces, how some of the craftsmen were exceptionally skilled. Secrets and secret ways to open them, Alan thought. He examined the J and wondered why the initial was familiar. A name sprang out of his memories. Juliet, my grandmother's dead sister? Dead child? Alan shook his head. He couldn't remember much of the details, only that the name was important to the family. More significantly, it was important to his grandmother, and his grandfather had said the box was special to her. Alan placed his thumb on the inlaid letter and pressed. The mother-of-pearl sank in 1/4 of an inch, and a loud, pleasing click filled the kitchen. The box's lid sprang open a fraction, and Alan hastily opened it all the way. Within the confines of the box was nothing more than a single dried flower. He couldn't imagine what type of flower it was, and he didn't care. 40 years of imagining what was in the box, he thought bitterly, and it's nothing more than a pressed flower. He took hold of the sides, started to close the lid, and stopped. Something felt strange beneath his fingers. It was as though some of the pyramids moved on the left-hand side. Alan pressed down firmly, and a small panel dropped from the interior of the lid. With it came several photographs on thick paper. Alan picked them up and held them at arm's length, equal parts fascinated and horrified by what he looked upon. 3 photographs of a toddler dressed in a white gown, held by a woman he recognized as his great-grandmother. The child was female, no more than 2 years old. She was also dead. The fact that she was a corpse was evident in the way her glazed eyes stared at the ceiling, at the impossible rigidity of her body. There was a tragic, almost mad look in the mother's eyes, and Alan found himself heartbroken for and fearful of the woman all in the same breath. To bury a child, he thought sadly. What a terrible, terrible event to experience. He set the photographs on the table and peered into the small panel in which they had been hidden. A small envelope was tucked up against the wood, one corner of it caught in a crease. Alan retrieved it carefully, opened the old paper, and extracted a letter. My dearest Juliet, the letter began, I am so sorry our daughter has passed. Had I known she would get into the chemicals, I would never have placed them in my study. I can offer no salvation. I can give you no peace other than the release of death. If this is what you wish for, place these photographs upon our bed tonight. I shall kill you while you sleep. Love, Obadiah. Alan shook his head in disbelief and turned the letter over. On the back were a date and another note, written in a different hand. found among my father's possessions on March 3rd, 1933. I have put them in here, and I suspect all will go with it, if only Elbridge understood." Alan set the letter beside the photographs. Elbridge was his grandfather's name. The note was written in his grandmother Marguerite's hand. He had seen her handwriting enough as a boy and as a young man whenever she would give him cards. She had been a sad woman, one who spent hours in her chair staring at the china cabinet after her husband had passed away. After Grandfather Elbridge's death and his own father's vanishing, Alan, Dan, and his mother had moved in with Grandmother Marguerite. What was she thinking when she stared at this box? Alan wondered. He shook his head. What could anyone be thinking? This is damned morbid. With a shudder, Alan picked up the photographs and the letter, returning them all to the box and closing it gently. The latch refused to catch, so he pressed harder. Nothing happened. Whenever he let go, the top sprang open a fraction of an inch. "Whatever," Alan sighed. He carried the box out of the room and returned it to the china cabinet. Carefully he closed the door and swore when he tried to turn the key. It refused to budge. He pulled the door back slightly and felt a strange sense of relief as the locking mechanism eased in and out of the lock as he tried turning the key again. Smiling at his foolishness, he closed the door. The key didn't turn. He tried several more times, his heart quickening as he tried with greater and greater force. The entire cabinet groaned, and he stepped back, hastily letting go of the key. Panic swarmed up and around him as he stood there, sweat beading on his forehead as he stared at the piece of furniture. Like the tramp art box refusing to close properly, the cabinet was now refusing to lock. "I'm tired," he thought, shaking his head. "I need to rest. Doesn't help anything with Mom being dead and now Dan dying." The thought struck him with all the force of a blow. His brother was dying. There was no way to deny it. Dialysis was something to stave off death, but the end was inevitable. It meant there was no pretending about getting better and seeing what the future held. "Dad's gone," Alan thought morosely. "Mom's dead. Dan's dying. There's nobody else. Not for me." The painful reminder of his solitary life, of his failed relationships, and his inability to produce an offspring meant he would soon be alone. "I never realized what a truly terrible word that is," he thought. His shoulders sank, and he took the key out of the cabinet door's lock, before tucking it into his back pocket and leaving the room. Alan wandered back to the kitchen, took a bottle of water out of the fridge, and carried it upstairs with him to the guest bedroom. In silence, he put a fresh set of sheets on the bed and pulled a couple of blankets out of the hope chest at the bed's foot. He walked down to the first floor again, checked the locks on all of the doors and windows, used his keys to remote lock the doors on his car, and carried his luggage up to the bedroom. When he opened his suitcase, he took out the wrinkled suit he had worn at his mother's funeral. He had stood alone beside the closed casket, the funeral director and the crematorium operator, the only other people in the room, as her coffin was slid into the gigantic oven and set ablaze. Her ashes would be ready the next morning, and Alan would return home with them. "Why the ocean, Mom?" he wondered silently as he put his clothes away in the empty dresser. "I didn't even know you liked the ocean. Why have your ashes scattered there and not in the garden you loved?" You could have been buried with the rest of the family up on the hill. Why 1,000 miles away in the Atlantic? There were no answers, and that bothered Alan most of all. He drew the shades over the tall, thin windows, turned on the light, and took a drink of water. Alan felt as though he was a stranger in his familial home, and the sensation irked him. It's never been our house. It was always theirs, grandmother and grandfather. We were always guests, though we weren't always welcome guests. He winced at the memory of his grandmother's backhand and the wooden spoon his mother preferred to use for corporal punishment. Both he and Dan had suffered abuse at the hands of the matriarchs. Whatever, Alan thought, getting undressed. It's all over and done with. He took a quick shower, the water hot for only a brief period. Alan was shivering by the time he climbed out, his towel rough and old. He was certain it was one he and his brother had given as a gift to their grandmother before they had moved in with her. He chuckled at the idea, hung the towel up over the back of the door, and walked into the bedroom. The bed was unmade. All of the linens were neatly folded and stacked in the center of the open doorway, the door which he had left closed. Alan stood perfectly still, despite the speed with which his heart hammered against his chest. He had been in the shower for less than 5 minutes, and he hadn't heard a sound. Despite the noise from the water running, he was sure he would have heard something if someone had so much as stepped on the ancient stairs or walked any sort of distance down the upper hallway. His grandmother's house was full of noisy boards and beams which creaked from the least amount of pressure. With his heart still sending his blood thundering through his veins, Alan took a nervous step forward. When nothing happened, he moved 2 steps toward the doorway. He paused, took a shaky breath, and leaped the last few feet, out into the hall. A glance up and down showed the doors were all closed, and the hallway was empty. Without getting dressed, he crept down the stairs, listening, pressing close to the sides, stepping over loose boards, and trying all the doors and windows. Nothing caught his attention. All of the doors were locked. Each window was the same. But someone did that, he thought. The adrenaline was draining into his stomach, making him queasy and uncomfortable. He paused in the front room, glanced at the glass-fronted china cabinet, and felt his entire body break out in goosebumps. The cabinet door was wide open, and the box was missing. Alan fumbled for the light switch, pressing the button to turn on the overhead light. It came on with a flickering buzz, and there, on the low, dark wood coffee table, was the tramp art box. Like the cabinet, the lid was opened wide. The photographs were arranged in a neat row in front of the box. Beside them, the letter was unfolded, opened to be read. Alan's hand shook as he turned off the light. He backed away from the room. Several times he almost tripped over himself as he made his way to the stairs. Only when he felt the worn newel of the railing did he turn around and fumble his way up to the second floor. Alan was panting when he reached his room. He slammed the door shut and turned the key in the lock. It was then that he realized that the stack of linens had been moved out of the center of the doorway and off to one side. Pressing his back against the door, he turned and looked at his room. His breath caught in his throat. On the unmade bed, an entire outfit had been set out for him. First, a sweater, then his belt, followed by jeans, an undershirt, socks, and boxers. His shoes were placed, toes in, under the bed, with just the heels showing. "It's how my grandmother set our clothes for us to get dressed when it was time to get out of her house," he thought numbly. Alan shrieked when the shower turned on in the bathroom. He pushed himself away from the door and stumbled forward, tripping over himself. Reaching the bathroom, he lunged in and pushed the shower curtain aside. There was nothing in the bathtub. Nothing at all. Alan leaned into the tub and turned the water off. He took his towel, threw it into the tub, and closed the door behind him, locking it as well. He set both keys on his bed and stood naked for a moment. Alan considered what he had seen and what he should do about it. "Leave," he thought after a split second. "I'm going to leave. No way in hell am I spending the night here." He quickly got dressed, retrieved the bedroom door key, and slipped it into the lock. It sprang back out. Shocked, Alan thrust the key back into the lock, and again it was pushed out. Swearing, he jammed the key into the lock and kept it there. A force tried to shove it back, but Alan put all of his weight against it. The skeleton key grew cold, first only a little, then terribly so, as if he was holding a piece of dry ice. Finally, he yelled furiously and let go of the key, jerking his hand back. The key tumbled to the floor. He looked down at the palm of his hand and saw there was a red mark in the shape of the key's handle. Standing out in stark white amidst the red was the letter J. Alan stared at it. Then he looked at the key and bent down. For the first time, he noticed the J stamped into the metal. Straightening up, he grabbed the cut crystal doorknob and tried to twist it open. The knob was immovable, leaving him cursing and his arms aching. He leaned his head against the door and then snapped it back as someone tapped on the opposite side. Alan glanced at the keyhole and thought, "I could look through it, see if someone is on the other side. Yeah, sure I could. Whoever's there could stick something right into my eye, too." Yet, there was a greater, more visceral reason that kept him from looking. It was the idea that someone might look back at him. He took a step back and examined the door. It was made from solid, heavy wood and hung on thick hinges. He might be able to break a panel out, but he suspected such an act would result in him breaking his hand instead. A glance around the room showed there was nothing strong enough to use against the door. "The windows," he thought, and walked to the nearest one. He raised the blinds and looked out at the night sky above the treetops. Cautiously, Alan tried the lock. A thrill raced through him as it turned, and the sash slid up easily. He took hold of the old screen, tugged on the locking mechanisms, and let the entire frame tumble to the front yard. It was a long drop to the grass. "I can tie the sheets together," he thought, looking at the floor where the linens were still stacked. "Then I can lower myself to the ground and get the hell out of here." Whispers came out of the darkness and caused him to stiffen. A woman was speaking, although he couldn't make out individual words. He heard grandson and stupid. Then a man laughed and said, "Keys." The last word bothered Alan because it was so clearly stated. "One of the neighbors," he thought. "Sound carries out here, especially at night." He backed away from the window and walked to the dresser to get his car keys. They weren't there. He groaned quietly as he remembered both his keys and his wallet were on the first floor in the kitchen. From behind him came a whisper, and when Alan jerked around, he screamed. His grandmother's leering face was pressed against the upper glass of the window. It vanished a moment later. His screams still filled the small bedroom. He stumbled forward with all the grace of a drunkard and pulled the blinds closed before he fell onto the bed. For a long time he lay there, his breath racing in and out as his heart beat wildly. Finally, his breathing slowed, and he was able to think clearly and rationally. He stared at the ceiling and thought, "I'm stressed out. I have to be. Mom, Dan, that's all. There has to be a rational explanation for this." He sighed and rubbed at his eyes before pushing himself into his sitting position. "The shower can't turn itself on. I just didn't turn the handle tightly enough. It loosened and let the water run again. That's all. I must not have made the bed before. I must have been too distracted to remember properly because a bed can't unmake itself. It's impossible. And my clothes." He thought hard about a reason for his clothes to be laid out on the bed before. Frustrated anger surged up in him when he couldn't explain it. "I don't know, but they sure as hell didn't arrange themselves. Grandmother's dead," he thought. "She's been dead a long time, and when you're dead, you're dead. There's no coming back." The last thought helped calm his racing thoughts. Alan took several long, deep breaths and nodded. He stood up, took the key for the bathroom, and unlocked the door. Clenching his teeth, he forced himself to walk in without looking at the shower. He splashed water on his face, brushed his teeth, and when he walked back into the bedroom, he looked around, fearful of something strange. But there was nothing he could see that was out of place. The bed was unmade, and the blinds to the window were still drawn, but the door to the hallway was open. "It must have been stuck before," he thought, shaking his head. "Stuck, and only just loosened up, that's all. Nothing strange about that." Alan left the room and walked down the center of the hallway to the stairs. He didn't try to avoid the floor's noisy spots. The sounds were comforting, reminding him of the reality of everything around him. He reached the main floor, walked down the hallway into the kitchen, picked up his wallet and watch, and saw his keys were missing. "I must have left them in the front room," Alan thought wearily. He stuffed his wallet into his pocket and slipped his watch on as he walked back down the hallway. He turned on the light, but didn't see his keys. Instead, he saw the china cabinet's door was closed. The lid to the trampart box was wide open behind the glass. As they had been on the coffee table, the photographs and letter were neatly arranged in front of the box. In the box itself were his car keys. Something moved in the reflection of the glass. Alan whipped around, opening his mouth to confront whoever it was, and froze, horrified. His grandmother stood before him, clad in the black dress in which they had buried her. She snarled at him, her small yellow teeth as frightening as he remembered. Alan ran for the door and screamed as a painfully cold hand clapped him on the shoulder and twisted him around. He was thrown across the foyer and into the wall, where he collapsed to the stairs. All the fears of childhood smothering him and nailing him in place. His grandmother leaned in close, her petite hands clenched into fists. Her wedding ring glinted on her finger, and her voice was as cold and bitter as he remembered.
"Who said you could touch my things, boy?"
she demanded. Before he could answer, his grandmother raised her fist high above her head, and brought it smashing down against his face. He felt his teeth shatter and his bones break as she delivered blow after blow. Alan lay limp on the stairs as she beat him tirelessly. There was no pity in her eyes, and only blood in his own. Hush by Taylor Cherendoff. The last time a word escaped my lips was more than 10 years ago. If it weren't for old home videos, I probably wouldn't remember the sound of my own voice. Except, I imagine it would sound different now. For some, the thought of not talking for that amount of time is torturous. For others, however, who know what I know, silence is essential. Let me explain. It all began when I was in pre-law in college. Ever since I was a little kid, I wanted to be a lawyer, like my dad. I had been studying law long before I had set foot on a college campus. I truly was a natural at it. Everyone said I would have made an excellent lawyer because I had been arguing myself out of situations since I was able to speak. I knew how to be persuasive, but logical, so that people were likely to trust my word. By the time I was 18 years old, I had already become a master debater. The look on my father's face when I told him I had gotten into Cornell, his alma mater, was worth all the years of studying. Not that he expected any less from me. He was excited for me, but not too excited, because I still had to get into law school. As soon as I got on campus, I joined my father's fraternity. I pledged Delta Chi, and being a pledge really was as wild as most people think. I was able to talk around most of the dangerous stunts, but excelled in everything else they threw my way. The brothers were impressed by me, and I quickly started to climb the social ladder. During the second or third week, I met a girl at one of our frat parties. Her name was Candace, and she was a pledge as well. The second I laid eyes on her, I knew I wanted to make her mine. She was everything I had ever dreamed about in a woman. She had shoulder-length, dark brown hair and big brown eyes. She had the prettiest smile I had ever seen, and I was instantly enamored by her. She was charismatic and grabbed a lot of other guys' attention in the room. I saw a few guys try to approach her, but she wouldn't give them the time of day. I knew I had to be quick if I wanted to make my move, so I walked right up to her and introduced myself. "Hi, I'm Ethan," I said, with all the confidence in the world. "Candace," she reluctantly replied. I was not deterred by her reluctance, however. I just knew I had to work a little harder. "You look thirsty, and that is unacceptable to me." She laughed as I smoothly added, "Let's get you a drink, shall we?" She was impressed by my boldness, I could tell, because she took my arm and let me walk her to the drink table. "So, are you in a sorority?" I asked once I had gotten her a cup of something we were both too young to drink. "I'm a pledge, Alpha Zeta," she replied. I told her I was a pledge too, and after she had begun to relax a little, we started to hit it off. We had a lot in common, had the same taste in movies and music, and we both wanted to be lawyers. By the end of the year, we were in love. We dreamed of going to law school together and eventually getting married. By the time I was about to take the LSAT, I had asked my mother for the engagement ring that my father had proposed to her with. The ring had been passed down from my paternal grandmother to my mother, and it would soon be Candace's, or so I hoped. I couldn't wait to put that diamond on her finger and to make her my wife. Over spring break, I went home to retrieve the ring. My parents were beaming with happiness and excitement when they handed it over. They had met Candace many times and loved her almost as much as I did. They would rave about how perfect for me she was. And she was, until I screwed it all up. The night before the LSAT, my fraternity hosted another one of our wild parties. I don't know what got into me that night, but I was not thinking straight. I was arrogant and thought I had nothing to lose. I thought that because I had been studying for this test for so much longer than everyone else, I could waste the night away and still ace it. I don't know what got into me. When I should have had my nose in a book, I was downstairs, acting reckless. I acted like a complete fool and did keg stand after keg stand until my buddy Mason took me upstairs to my room to lie down. I had had way too much to drink at this point, and before my head even hit the pillow, I had blacked out. I woke up the next morning with the worst hangover of my entire life. The sun was beaming in through the window, which only made my throbbing head feel worse. I closed my eyes and rolled over. I felt the soft silhouette of a woman beside me and wrapped my arms around her body. Candace, I thought longingly. I was glad she was there. She would know what to do about the hangover I had. She was resourceful that way. As I began to open my eyes, I saw a head full of red hair on the pillow beside me. I opened my eyes fully to make sure I wasn't dreaming. I couldn't deny what I saw, however, which was a complete stranger in my bed. She was wearing the Rolling Stones t-shirt that Candace had bought me. What the hell did I do? I thought to myself as I began to panic. "Who are you?" I asked bluntly, too shocked to care about pleasantries. "What happened last night?" The woman looking back at me didn't say a word. She got up, threw my Stones shirt on the bed, and began to get dressed. I did not recognize her or remember her at all. She put on a tight black dress and a pair of stiletto heels. Clearly, I met her downstairs at the party, but I had no memory of her. She looked completely different from Candace. She had long red hair, piercing blue eyes, and a curvy hourglass figure. She looked like the kind of girl who would be on the cover of Sports Illustrated. While Candace was more of the traditional girl-next-door type, this mystery woman oozed sex appeal. "What happened?" I urged her to tell me. "Did we do what I think we did?" She didn't reply, but instead she stared seductively into my eyes. The corners of her plump pink lips raised into a provocative smile, and she nodded her head slowly. No way," I said as I shook my head in disbelief. "You're lying." I was about to propose to the woman of my dreams and start the life I had always wanted. There was no way I would have messed that up. As if she anticipated my disbelief, she took out her cell phone and shoved it in front of me. I looked at the screen, and to my shock and horror, she wasn't lying. She had proof of my indiscretion. There I was, in the video as clear as day, and for the first time in my life, I was speechless. She sat back down next to me on the bed and tried to straddle me, but I quickly grabbed hold of her hands and stopped her. "What are you doing? Why did you film that? Delete it now!" I tried to snatch the phone away from her, but she quickly stepped away from the bed before I could grab hold of it. She shook her head with a sinister grin on her face. Just then, my phone began to ring. It was Candace. I let it ring. I knew that if I picked up, she would know something was wrong. When I looked back up, the woman was in the doorway. She swiftly blew me a kiss, and then she was gone. Not even 5 minutes later, Candace burst through the door. "Okay, Ethan, you have 2 minutes to explain yourself," she said with her arms crossed. I had never seen her look so angry before. "I know. I'm sorry." I had yet to regain my ability to think straight. You're sorry? Are you out of your mind? You missed the LSAT. My heart sunk. I don't know why it didn't occur to me until then, but I looked at the clock, and to my complete horror, she was right. I had missed the test I'd been studying for the past 4 years of my life. All I could think about was how my dad was going to kill me. Say something. What happened? I called you 10 times, she yelled. She was clearly devastated that I hadn't shown up, and she was right to be upset. We had planned on taking the test together and then celebrating afterward at our favorite restaurant, where I was planning on proposing. We were gonna start law school together in the fall and move in together. Now the severity of what I had done had completely settled in. In one night, I had managed to mess my whole life up, and it was about to get worse. I don't know what happened. I did my best to spin the best story I could, given the circumstances. I was up studying all night, like usual, I began to explain slowly, stalling for time as much as I could. I drank probably around 5 cups of coffee, I went on. The guys were making noise, so I put my headphones on so I could concentrate. I woke up with them still on, so I didn't hear the alarm go off or the phone ring when you called. I'm really sorry. When I had finished, I searched her face, and to my relief, she began to soften. Are you okay? She said, her voice returning to her normal, sweet tone. You must be devastated. You've been studying so hard for this. I knew I was back in her good graces, but I didn't feel good about it. I hated having to lie to her. She sat on the bed and wrapped her arms around me. I hugged her and pulled her in, tight against my body, smelling the strawberry scent of her shampoo. I knew how lucky I was to have her, and I was not about to blow it. She pushed me away and said, Were you drinking last night? Just a beer or two before the party started. She shot me a glance of suspicion. Believe me, I'm beating myself up inside more than anyone else right now, I replied honestly. How am I going to tell my father? I made sure to sound as afraid as I could sound. I learned from the best that the best lies have some truth to them. I was terrified about my father finding out I had missed the test. I knew I could just take the test next time, but that was not the way I was raised to go about things. In my family, you don't miss engagements or fail tests, and you certainly don't sleep through alarms. He would be livid, and I was in no place to challenge him, considering he was footing the bill for my education. I let her comfort me, even though I felt disgusted about having just betrayed her. That night I gave her all the attention she deserved and prayed that she would never discover the truth. The next morning she left for her poli-sci class, and I stayed in bed, staring at the ceiling, reflecting on the mess that my life had just become. As if the mystery woman knew I was thinking about her, my phone pinged. I had a new text message from an unknown number. When I opened the message, the dreaded video from the night before began playing, sound and all. I quickly turned it off. Another message came in moments later. Hey, babe, the message read. I knew who it was, even though I knew practically nothing about her. How did you get this number? I asked bluntly. I have my ways, she replied. What do you want? I was tired of playing games. Just for you to remember how much fun we had, she answered. I was getting frustrated. Stop. Delete this video right now and I'll give you whatever you want. Name it. It was time to play hardball. Now you're starting to get it, but that depends on what you're willing to give up. As soon as I read her message, I began to feel confident again. I can wire you 200 grand tonight. Just send me the information. My father had taught me to negotiate since I could talk, and I knew the way to make things like this go away. I was taught there were few things in life you couldn't throw money at. But, to my surprise, she didn't want money. Sorry, handsome, but this isn't going away that easily. I don't want money, said her next message. What do you want then? I asked, despite being afraid to read the answer. The 3 little dots appeared, which meant she was typing. It felt like forever before she replied. I felt my heart thump in my chest, louder and louder, as I stared at the screen in anticipation. I think what I want is to send this video to the dean and tell him how you took advantage of an intoxicated freshman. Crap, I thought to myself. I knew I was screwed. Or maybe I want to send it to that pretty brunette who walked out of your room this morning. Candace, is it? It'll be so fun to compare notes. I was convinced now that whoever this girl was, she was both insane and dangerous. Don't do anything crazy, okay? Please, you don't want to do that. I'll do anything you want. Just name it, I begged. Now I was every bit as desperate as I sounded. Anything? She asked, but I'm sure she already knew what I was about to say. I was out of options. Yes, anything. Please just don't send it to anyone. I'll do whatever you want, I swear. Good. Moments after I read her last response, I heard a knock on the door. I opened it, and there she was again, standing in the doorway with a stack of paper in her hands. Again, without saying a word, she dropped the pile in front of me and shoved a pen in my hand. She pointed at the paperwork, and as I began to read it, she snatched it away from me. She then proceeded to flip frantically through the pages until she landed on the last page and aggressively pointed to the blank line beside the red X. I knew I had hit rock bottom, because what I did next went against everything I knew. I took the pen in my hand and signed my name away on the dotted line. I had signed a contract without reading it, and I knew I was done for. I had no other choice. She was going to destroy my life, and there was nothing I owned that was more important to me than Candace or my future. Seconds later, the pen and the contract burst into flames, and, like magic, both were gone within seconds. I screamed and backed up against the wall. I could not believe what I had just seen. I started to question my own sanity at the moment. The beautiful, intimidating woman walked up to me and began to suck the air from my mouth. I began to feel faint, like she was sucking the life out of me somehow. I tried to push her away, but she was strong, inhumanly strong. I tried to yell for her to stop, but, to my utter shock and terror, no sound came out of my lips. I tried again and again, but still nothing. Not a peep could be heard from me. I grasped my throat desperately, but not even the sound of my breathing could be heard. What did you do to me? I thought. As if she could hear my thoughts, she responded, and for the first time, I heard her voice. She did not sound like a normal adult woman, however. Her voice sounded unnatural, almost too deep to be a woman's voice, but she didn't sound like a male either. She sounded almost robotic.
Thank you, Ethan.
she said, with that weird, sharp tone to her voice.
It's been centuries since I found a voice worth taking.
I shook my head in disbelief and desperately tried to yell, shout, and make any noise at all. All that came out of my mouth, however, was hot air, and she began to laugh uncontrollably. Her laugh was even stranger than her speaking voice, and sounded like 3 people laughing at once. She sounded like a pack of wild hyenas as she continued to howl at me. Please, I thought, as large tears fell from my eyes. All I ever wanted was to be a lawyer. Please, take anything else, just not my voice. Again, as if she read my thoughts, she responded to my desperate request.
There's a reason I chose you, Ethan. I chose you for your voice, and what you can do with it.
I continued to cry desperately. Please, 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 I continued to think.
You better give me something worthy, as valuable as your voice is to me, if you want it back,
she said. I looked up at her and continued to plead desperately with her in my mind. I'll give you anything else. Take my leg, take my arm, take my heart. Just let me keep my voice, please, I thought.
Okay, Ethan. I like this idea. I'll return your voice under one condition,
she said. I should have known it was never going to be an easy trade, but I was willing to try anything. I nodded in agreement.
I'll give you your voice back if you give me your heart. You will be mine. If I call you, you answer. If I bark, you howl. And you will use your skills of persuasion to do whatever I ask of you. Do we have a deal?
I began to feel dizzy, defeated. I sank further to the floor and thought about her offer. I knew I had no other choice if I wanted my voice and my life back. And that was all I cared about at that moment. I nodded my head again. She smiled and then proceeded to blow air into my mouth. I felt my voice return to me. Thank you, I said, happier than ever to hear the sound of my own voice. As if she had teleported or materialized out of thin air, Candace appeared in the room. She looked at me with the most devastating combination of confusion and heartbreak. I looked back at her just as confusedly, only I was terrified as well. The second I saw her there, I knew I had made a horrible mistake. The woman walked up to her and sucked the life out of her, as she had done with me, except instead of just taking her voice, the woman took everything. Candace's skin shriveled up like a raisin, as if she had aged 100 years in a matter of seconds, and then, as if things could not have gotten more terrible, she evaporated into dust. No! I screamed as I ran over to the pile of ashes on the floor. She was gone, and it was my fault. You killed her! Why did you kill her? I yelled. I thought you wanted me, not her. You gave me your heart, she explained in her hateful new monotone voice. I knew you would never fully be mine as long as she was around. Now it's time for us to go. You must fulfill your duty to me, Ethan. She wiped my tears away with her cold, bony fingers. I swatted her hand away and ran for the door. I ran out of that house as fast as I had ever run in my life. Luckily, I had my car keys in my pocket. I quickly started the car and drove away. I drove and drove until I was certain that I was not being followed. I never looked back, and I never went back to school either. I've been on the run ever since. She may not have literally taken my voice, but she may as well have, because I was never able to use it again. Once, many years ago, I cursed out loud after catching my finger in the car door, and within seconds the dreaded woman appeared. Before she got close enough, however, I quickly jumped back in the car, started the engine, and drove to the next town. I knew that as long as I lived, I would have to keep silent so she wouldn't find me. So, in the end, this devil got what she wanted. She took away my dreams, my aspirations, and the love of my life. At first, the quiet drove me insane. It took everything inside me at times not to defend myself, argue myself out of a problem, or respond to people's questions. Eventually, though, I got used to the silence. I never felt at peace again, however, because although I never heard the sound of my own voice, in my dreams I heard Candace scream over and over again. And I still do. Each night she begs me to save her before she takes her last and final breath, but I can never get to her in time. The cold look in her eyes as the life escaped from her body will haunt me until it's my time to finally die. And every morning when I awake, I pray that it will be my last, so I can see her and tell her how badly I wish it had been me who was killed instead of her. Ice Fishing by Ron Ripley. Jake and William Jones entered the ice house, swearing and cursing the cold. As Jake secured the door and dropped a section of canvas over it, William took the few steps around the fishing hole to the heater. He turned it on, shivered, and stripped his neoprene mask off. "Damn, it's cold today." Jake mumbled his agreement and went over to his chair. He took his own mask off, draped it over the back of his chair, and sat down. His brother opened the cooler and took out a fifth of vodka and a pair of glasses. William cracked the seal, took the cap off, and poured out a measure into each glass. "Thanks." Jake took the offered drink and shook his head. "That was worse than I expected." "Nobody said anything about a wind today." William took a drink. "Couple of times I thought the sleds weren't going to make it." "Nah, they're fine. I checked the engines and chains on them this morning before we left. I told you that." William nodded. "I'm not doubting you, little brother. Just the weather. Cold does stupid things to machines." Jake could only accept his brother's statement on the matter. William had served in the mountains in Afghanistan, and when it came to the cold and machines, his word was law. His word is law on most things, Jake thought. His admiration for his big brother had never wavered, not once in 30 years. "So, how many do we want to take home tonight?" William shrugged. "Depends on how much fish you want to eat." Jake chuckled and nodded. He took a sip of his vodka. "True. I don't know. Only so much pike I want to eat. It's not like they taste that good to begin with." "We could throw them back." "Ha ha." Jake flipped his brother off, and William laughed. "Fine, fine. It was just a suggestion." Together they finished their drinks and then set about the business of taking off their gloves and jackets, as the interior of the ice house warmed up enough to make the wearing of those items uncomfortable. Jake picked up the small hatchet near the fishing hole and chopped through the thin layer of ice which had formed over it during the night. The previous day, they had used a rented gas-powered auger to drill through the 2 feet of ice to reach the unfrozen portion of the lake. With that done, the 2 men baited their lines, dropped them into the dark waters, and waited for the flags to snap up and alert them to a biting fish. "How are things with you and Maggie?" Jake asked, after he accepted another drink from his brother.
"Done, I suppose."
"You suppose?" William grunted. "What the hell is you suppose? I mean, a relationship is either done or it isn't done. Wait, are you doing one of those open relationships?" His brother rolled his eyes and sighed.
"I'm done with Maggie. She's not done with me. She's the reason I bought a new phone with a different number."
Jake eyed his brother for a moment. "She the same reason why you told Mom you'd be busy, and that she should just leave a message for you on your landline?"
"Yep."
"That's stupid." Jake pushed his sleeves up around his elbows. "Why won't she leave you alone?" William didn't answer. "Come on, what'd you do?"
"I proposed to her a couple of months back."
Jake blinked. "You what?"
"Yeah, it was stupid."
William finished his vodka and refilled his glass.
"Not one of my finer moments."
"She said yes?"
"She actually said no."
William offered up a feral grin.
"I was upset that night, but when I sobered up, I was pretty happy she'd said no. But then, it changed."
"What changed?"
"Her decision."
Jake frowned. "What? She said she wanted to get married?"
"Yep. Don't know why. Whatever it was, it came on all of a sudden. I mean, we were still dating, and then one night about a month ago, she said yes. And I asked her what the hell she was saying yes to. She said to the proposal. I said, nope, no deal. One and done. No more chances. She lost her mind right there in the restaurant. Started throwing stuff at me. Police escorted her out."
"What the hell did she say after that?"
"We didn't talk for a few days."
Jake laughed, finished his drink, and motioned for more. His brother obliged.
"Must have been a quiet ride home that night." "Wouldn't know."
"What do you mean?"
Jake asked. "I mean, I stayed and finished my dinner. The police brought her home."
William leaned over and peered into the water for a moment.
"Evidently, she went to the apartment that night and stayed there for a bit."
"What the hell?"
"Yeah, it was crazy. She just stayed outside the apartment."
He grinned at Jake.
"I just didn't go home for a few days. I figured she would do something stupid. Once I got home, I gave her a call and told her we were done."
"She didn't take it well?"
William shook his head.
"Is she still stopping by your place?"
"She was, but I wasn't there. My lease was up at the end of that month, so I moved and didn't leave a forwarding address for her. I've got a new job, doing work from home, so there's no way for her to track me down. I'm not hanging out at the old places either."
"Are you even in the same city?"
William let out a laugh. "Ha! Nope. I moved 3 hours away. She still sends me insane text messages and stuff, but I'm not getting rid of the old phone until I know she's done with me. If I cut off every way she can reach me, it'll make her try that much harder. Right now, she thinks I work for an investment firm in downtown Chicago."
Jake rolled his eyes. "Did you tell her where?"
"Nope. She'll search through 'em all, though. Lots of people work in that industry, little brother. She'll either give up or find someone new to latch on to. Either way, I'm safe."
"And you don't think she'll stop by Anger to see what's going on?" Jake watched his brother, wondering what he would say. William considered the question for a moment. I'm hoping she doesn't. There's a reason why I surprised Mom with this visit. I'm going to tell her that I'm not with Maggie anymore, but I need to ease her into it. You know, she had her heart set on grandkids by the time she was 70. Jake nodded. The two brothers lapsed into silence. William's presence was soothing to Jake, as it had been his entire life. There was something reassuring in the knowledge that his big brother was nearby. A soft, dragging hiss caught his attention, and Jake looked up. A glance over at William showed his brother had dozed off. The sound came again, and Jake got to his feet. He went to the small window by the ice house's door and peered out. He stood still and stared, unsure as to what he was seeing. The snowmobiles were moving by themselves, sideways across the ice. "William!" His brother snapped awake and was beside Jake in an instant. "What's up? What the hell?" Before either brother could reach for the door, the snowmobiles were flipped onto their sides and ripped toward the center of the lake. In the bright moonlight which filled the night, Jake was able to make out what appeared to be large cordage wrapped around each snowmobile's center. Then they were gone, and there was the sound of a dull splash that rolled across the ice. "Jake, what the hell was that?" He shook his head and looked at William. "I don't know. I mean, really, I have no idea. Did someone hook up ropes to the sleds?" "No." William returned to his seat and picked up his coat. "They couldn't have. Not that thick. Did you see the size of those cables, or whatever the hell dragged the snowmobiles?" "I saw them, but I didn't get a good look. Not really. I mean, they looked big, but I figured it was a trick of the light." William frowned. "No, those are the real deal. Each one was probably the thickness of my forearm. You couldn't haul cables like that out here, not without a sled or a pickup, and we would have heard those, not to mention the effort it would have taken to get the damned cables hooked around the sleds. No, we would have heard anyone trying to do that. The only thing I can think of is that the cables must have been set out on the ice long before we arrived." Jake stared out the window. Then he blinked and turned to his brother. "Hey, at the end, did you hear a splash?" William shook his head. Then his eyes widened. "Wait a minute. I did. Yeah, it was a splash, wasn't it?" Jake nodded, and he picked up his own coat. "There might be some open water out there. Maybe a little. Not much. We'll have to be careful. I mean, maybe when whoever was trying to drag the sleds away, maybe the cables broke, and they went into the water instead of the sleds." "There's always a chance," William said, "that the sleds may have broken free." "Yup." The two brothers quickly finished putting the remainder of their cold weather gear on and exited the warmth and safety of the ice house. Above them the moon shined, a bright halo around it in the cold night air. Without a word, they followed the drag lines from the snowmobiles. It was nearly a quarter of a mile out onto the ice before they saw the first hint of open water, and it was still too close. "That's not anywhere near the center of the lake," Jake thought, and he could see the sleds weren't there. He reached out and slapped William on the back. His brother paused and looked at him. Jake shook his head, and William gestured toward the open water. Again, Jake shook his head. He could see William's hesitation, the desire to go out and find where the snowmobiles had gotten to. Jake glanced down at the snow just as William did, and he knew his brother was seeing the same tracks he was. Only those of the snowmobiles. No sign of wheels or even of any other tracked vehicles. Finally, William nodded, and the two brothers turned around. Beneath them, the ice shifted, and Jake felt a spur of panic pulse through him. William seemed to feel it as well, For a moment later, the two of them were moving as fast as they dared back to the ice house. When they stumbled into the warmth, Jake went directly to the heater and turned it up as William secured the door. They picked up extra sections of canvas and tacked it over the window and laid it across the ice. After they removed their coats, the two brothers looked at one another.
"What the hell happened to the sleds?"
William's teeth chattered.
"They were dragged into the lake."
Jake's words were clipped short, and William frowned.
"What's going on? Do you know something?"
Jake shook his head.
"You know something."
His older brother's voice was sharp.
"Jake, spit it out."
"It's nothing. Honestly. I mean, it's like a damned local ghost story or something. I don't know."
William stared at him, and Jake sighed.
"Fine, all right. So, local people around here talk about a monster in the lake. Stupid, right?"
"Jake, I saw a lot of stupid stuff in Afghanistan. That includes things that shouldn't be able to happen. Now, just tell me what the hell people say about this monster."
"Okay."
Jake motioned for a drink, and his older brother obliged. Cradling the glass of vodka, Jake continued.
"So, according to local legend, there's this huge octopus-like creature in the middle of the lake. Once in a blue moon, it snatches someone out of their boat or grabs someone who decides they're going to swim across the lake. That's it. Typical stuff. Nothing crazy, okay?"
"That's absurd."
William poured himself another drink and stared at the glass for a minute. Finally, he shook his head and broke the tentative silence.
"Where does a story like that even come from?"
Jake shrugged, struggling with the irrational fear building within him.
"I don't know, but I'm worried about being here now."
William looked at him.
"Listen, there has to be an answer other than a damned mythological creature in the middle of a New Hampshire lake, okay?"
Jake remained silent. William sighed.
"Come on. It doesn't matter that there weren't any other tracks in the snow or ice. The sleds would have obliterated them. What happened was some inbred hick thought it would be funny to steal the sleds. You brought the ice house out here 3-4 days ago?"
"Yeah."
"Someone either saw you or they figured you'd come out in a sled."
William took a drink.
"It's not a big conclusion, little brother. So while you were doing your day job and getting ready to go fishing with me, they were busy laying the cable down. They ran it out here. It snowed, and they waited. How many paths are there for sleds to the ice house?"
"Just this one, if you come right from town."
William grinned.
"See? All they had to do was wait for us to ride past. Once that happened, they went to probably some piece of crap pickup, came out on the ice with it, and hooked the cables to the back. They were probably planning on dragging the damned sleds across the lake, putting them on a trailer and hauling them out of here. Hell, no one's going to ask for paperwork if they're buying a sled for cash off someone's damned trailer."
Yeah, you're probably right."
Jake's hand shook as he drank his vodka.
"I know I'm right. The only thing that's going to be a pain is getting home tomorrow, since we can't try to walk out of here at night."
Jake rolled his eyes.
"Yeah, that walk will be nasty. I'm not looking forward to it. Did we bring any food?"
"If by food you mean beef jerky, beer, and more vodka, then yes. If you mean actual sustenance, no. We're out of luck. But, little brother, we can catch some damned fish, cook it up outside, and eat it before we go."
"It'll taste nasty without some seasoning."
William laughed.
"That's what the beer's for, Jake.
to wash it down." Jake smiled, then grinned, and at last let out a laugh. "Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's finish these drinks up and see if we can put a few more lines down there, and toss me some beef jerky." William did so, and soon they were setting more lines. They fell into a familiar pattern, one that had served as a backdrop to their childhood. Since they had been small boys, they had worked together, almost seamlessly. Hooks would be baited and lines weighted. Each finished hook would be dropped into the dark water, and the flag would be set, ready to snap up as soon as a fish took the bait. They settled back into their seats, and Jake watched as his brother closed his eyes and was asleep in moments. Jake didn't feel the same sense of ease. He had an itch at the back of his mind, a thought that there might be a little truth to the stories about some creature living beneath the surface of the lake. It was a ridiculous thought, but he couldn't shake himself of it. He lifted the cup to his lips and took a drink of the sharp vodka. His ears became attuned to the sounds of the ice house, the hum of the heater, and the droning snore that came from his brother, whose head was tilted back at an uncomfortable angle. Jake yawned, his body exhausted not only from the trek out to the open water, but from the adrenaline rush which had so recently coursed through him. He felt as though he couldn't sleep, but the vodka was having an effect on him. "Can I sleep?" he wondered. "Is it safe enough for me to fall asleep? Should we take turns staying awake?" The ice house, which was compact and well made, had only one entrance and 2 windows. Neither window opened. There was no fear about the portable heater misbehaving, because if it did, you pushed it into the fishing hole and went home for the rest of the day. Jake glanced at the door, covered as it was by canvas. There was a flimsy sliding bolt for some privacy, but Jake didn't think it would do more than slow up a potential thief for more than a minute. "Won't stop a giant octopus at all." He shook his head and closed his eyes. He tried to open them again, but his eyes were steadfast in their refusal to obey. Jake eased down further into his seat and folded his arms over his chest. "I can sleep. For a little bit. Nothing's going to happen." With his own self-assurance at the forefront of his thoughts, Jake smiled and dozed off. He wasn't quite certain how much time had passed when a scraping sound woke him up. Cracking open an eye, he peered at his brother, who had shifted his position but was still asleep. A glance at the traps showed none of the flags had been tripped. Jake's stomach rumbled, and he picked up the bag of beef jerky off the floor. He took a few pieces out and popped the cold meat into his mouth. Adding some vodka to it, he chewed methodically. The meat's temperature made his jaw work harder, and his teeth ached from the effort. With a groan, he got to his feet and stumbled over to the cooler. He pulled out a beer, glanced down at his sleeping brother, and then took the cap off the bottle. Grinning, he set the cap in the center of William's forehead, and then crept back to his own seat. Behind him, William grumbled, and something snapped and hissed, followed by a loud, unsettling splash. Jake dropped into his seat, looked at his brother, and froze. William was gone. The traps were missing as well, and the edges of the fishing hole were red and cracked. "William?" Jake whispered his brother's name. "William?" His legs shook as he stood. His drunken thoughts tried to grasp where his brother had gone, and slowly, painfully, they did. Jake's eyes took in the undisturbed canvas on the window and the door, then drifted to the ice hole again. Dropping his beer, Jake got down on all fours and crawled to the hole. When he was a few inches away, he saw blood congealing along the edge. "William! William!" The ice shuddered beneath him. For a moment, Jake's heart soared with hope, with the thought that his brother was trapped beneath the ice and trying to get out, but the ice was over a foot thick. He couldn't move the ice. Nothing could. Shaking, he pushed himself back onto his knees and settled down on his haunches. He stared at the dark water, and for a moment he didn't notice the way the liquid moved. Then his eyes were drawn toward the water, the way it separated for the slick, dull gray tentacle that pushed its way out. As he stared at it, horrified, Jake's heart skipped a beat as the end of the tentacle opened and yawned and revealed black-tinged yellow teeth. They were small, serrated triangles, forming an imperfect circle around the interior circumference of the opening. The miniature mouth widened and quivered as though tasting the air. A moment later, two more appeared, one slightly larger, the other a shade smaller. They, too, seemed to quest around, as if searching for something. As he continued to watch with growing terror, more tentacles appeared. The swaying, twisting things were difficult to keep track of, and then the largest of them all, easily the thickness of Jake's wrist, pushed its way past all the others and towered above them. When it opened its mouth, a fetid stench spilled out, and the others cowered from it. Jake remained where he was, watching, too frightened to flee. The large mouth opened and closed several times, and then it whispered, "Help!" Jake screamed and sprang up, clamoring for the door. The ice shook violently enough to send him crashing into the wall, clutching at the canvas over the door and tearing it down. Shrieking, he threw it at the gray, writhing limbs, which caught it in their mouths, snapping and shredding the fabric. Jake fumbled with the latch, managed to get it free, and when he tore open the door, he threw himself back as a tentacle the size of his waist punched through the doorway and pierced the opposite wall. Bouncing off of the wall, Jake slid to the ice and pushed himself into a corner, his eyes darting from left to right, trying to keep track of where the myriad tentacles were. Some fought with each other, and still more were destroying the ice house. Jake saw his coat, reached for it, then snatched his hand back as a gray limb latched onto it and dragged the clothing into the water. Others destroyed the chairs and hurled the heater against the wall. Their teeth destroyed everything they bit down upon, including each other. A dark blue, viscous fluid spurted out from every wound they inflicted on their gray flesh, and their excuse for blood did nothing more than pool unsettlingly on the ice. Clenching his jaw, Jake saw the waist-sized tentacle back out, and he made his escape. He bear-crawled out of the ice house and sprawled to the left when the tentacle reared up and smashed itself down on the roof. Boards splintered, and an unholy scream pierced the night air as some of the gray limbs within the ice house were injured. A light snow fell, and Jake's eyes scanned the ice for the tracks of the snowmobiles. He and William had ridden only hours earlier, but all evidence of their existence was gone. Nothing remained except wind-blown ice. With numb hands, Jake pushed himself to his feet and staggered off at a half-jog toward the shoreline. He knew it wouldn't take him long, only a half hour, if he was lucky, of steady movement. Once he reached the shore, he could find a lake cabin and break in. There would be wood and blankets, possibly food. It wouldn't matter. He'd warm up snow and drink it if he had to. Jake kept an ear cocked for sounds of the tentacles, but he heard nothing. Several times he risked glances to either side of him, and while he thought he saw movement in the night, there was nothing close enough for him to worry about. He knew from stories he had read that he needed to keep moving. Once he stopped, he would become too lethargic to walk any further. "It might happen if it gets much colder," he thought. Jake could feel his heart rate slowing. The fear sweat on his back was drying. and his hands and face, exposed to the bitter cold, were finally acknowledging their precarious situation. He pulled his sweater up higher around his chin and ducked his head down while he pulled his arms inside his sleeves, cradling them against his chest and sticking his frozen fingers under his arms to try and restore some sense of feeling to the tips. His mind tried to focus on William and what might have happened to him, but he pushed those thoughts away. Jake raised his head and squinted, trying to see the shore, but nothing could be seen, not any trees or anything even remotely resembling the shoreline. He staggered along several more steps and then let out a wail. Ahead of him was the hole in the ice he had seen earlier. He had gotten turned around when he had fled the ice house. It was why the tentacles hadn't chased him. There hadn't been any need to. He had walked to them. Jake stumbled back several steps, turned, and collapsed. He struck the ice hard enough to draw blood, and when he spit it out, it streamed upon the frozen lake for a moment before vanishing in shadow. His body begged him to remain laying down on the ice, but the need to survive overwhelmed everything else, and Jake wept as he pushed his hands out of the sleeves and then levered himself into a sitting position. He looked around as he got to his feet, and then he saw them. They swayed around him, tall, hideous serpents, having burrowed through the ice to surround him. From their teeth-lined mouths came whispers. Voices asked for help in English and French and in a dozen languages Jake was ignorant of. They whispered to him, and Jake listened to the voices of men and women and children. Somewhere off to the right, he heard William's voice, and he screamed at the sound of it. With one last desperate burst of energy, Jake ran forward, but the tentacles were too fast. The mouths darted out, snapped closed, and tore off bits of his flesh. He was thrown to the ice, and he lay there, slowly going numb and growing senseless, as the tentacles bit down and burrowed into his body. Just for Fun by Ripley. Lance Delk didn't need to rob anyone. He just liked to. There was an undeniable sense of power when he pulled a pistol out and aimed it at the victim. A sheer, pure joy when he made them beg for their lives. The looks bestowed upon him were almost always the same. Horrified expressions of misery and surprise. They would also do what he said, their hands rising in the air, lips quivering. He remembered all of it as he leaned against the rough bark of a large oak tree. From Main Street came the sound of the clock on the library as it chimed out 10. The stars were bright, and the moon added its brilliance to the city. Lance waited and watched the thin road that cut in front of the cemetery, where he hid. Edgewood Cemetery was one of his favorite spots to lay in wait. He rotated the cemeteries, locally and in different towns, of course, not wanting to get caught through a foolish habit. Exploiting the habits of others was how he made his money, both legally and illegally. A pair of voices grew louder, and he straightened up, his eyes fixed on the small bit of road that he could see through the gate. The shuffle of shoes on the sidewalk joined the voices, and then a pair of long, mingled shadows stretched out. Lance's heart raced as he slipped his hands into the pockets of his running suit. He had a pair of small pistols, 22 revolvers, easy to use, easy to buy, and even easier to get rid of, if he had to. But In 10 years of robbing people, he had never had to toss a pistol. The weapons allowed the people to focus on something other than his voice or his face. Each weapon, as far as his victims were concerned, was more interesting than Lance, and that was the way he liked it. The shadows drew nearer, and Lance's excitement increased. He kept his lips pressed together, forcing his nose to perform the function of inhalation and exhalation. The act kept him focused, every ounce of himself reaching out into the open space, willing his victims to come into view, to fall under the glare of his weapons. Then they were there. A young couple, early 20s, hipsters, he thought, and he tightened his grip on his pistols. Only hipster men ever challenged him, putting on a strong front while attempting to lecture him about how societal ills couldn't be resolved with violence. "Stop!" The word came out in a large stage whisper and brought the couple to a halt. They glanced into the open gate of the cemetery, and Lance saw them stiffen with fear. His heart thundered in his chest. "Step closer." "Listen," the male began, but went silent when he heard the hammers on both pistols pulled back. Lance saw the woman tense and knew what she wanted to do. "If you run," he told her, "I'll gut shoot him." Her shoulders sagged, and a sob escaped her voice. A thrill raced through Lance, and his voice quivered when he spoke again. "Did you think I was stupid, huh?" he demanded in a hushed voice, playing up the role for them. "You think I wouldn't see you getting ready to run?" "Please," the woman whispered. Lance shuddered and panted as he hissed, "Step closer, or I'll gun you both down where you stand." The two stepped forward, their heads bowed as they held onto each other's hand. Lance, in turn, took a step back. "Far enough," he spat, rejoicing at the humiliated way the two stopped at his command. "What do you want?" the male hipster asked, his voice trembling as he tried to sound resentful. "I want to blow your damned brains out," Lance grumbled. "You're causing me a lot of grief, you know that? I ought to. I ought to do you both, right here." "No," the woman whispered. "Please, don't." The stink of urine filled the air, and the male hipster's head dropped down as the woman consoled him with soft, unintelligible words. "Beautiful," Lance thought, ecstatic. "You pig," he growled at the man. "Throw your wallet on the ground. You too, sweetheart." In silence, the man and woman complied, tossing them out onto the pavement between them. The two stood and watched him, waiting, breathing hoarsely in the night. "Get out," Lance ordered. "Get out and stay out. I'll shoot you if you look back." Without a word, the couple turned and fled for their lives. Before they were out of the cemetery's gates, Lance holstered his pistols, ducked down, and snatched up the two wallets. He held one in each hand and raced into the darkness of the cemetery. Like all of the other burial grounds and graveyards in the city, Lance knew Edgewood like the back of his hand. He sprinted for the Anderson Mausoleum, knowing the door was unlocked. A month earlier he had picked the old padlock, and no one in the cemetery had bothered to check it. Before taking up his position, Lance had checked the door and had been pleased to find it still unlocked. Despite the lack of light in the cemetery, Lance moved with ease and confidence. He knew where the headstones were, and the bare faucets as well. "I sure as hell do that," Lance grinned. skidding to a stop in front of the mausoleum. He stepped up onto its marble stair, turned the latch, and let himself into the marble interior. Keeping the lock with him, Lance sat on the floor and opened both wallets. He stripped out the cash, but didn't bother with the cards or other pieces of information, and cast the 2 wallets aside. The money he stuffed into his back pocket, and then stood up and brushed off the seat of his pants.
Okay, he told himself. I need to make sure I can get out the regular way. First, are there any cops?
Lance knew there wouldn't be. Not after the hipster male had wet himself. The man would make his girlfriend or wife go home with him so he could shower and change first. Then, and only then, would the victims go to the police. The sudden flash of red and blue lights told Lance he was wrong. He dropped down and sat on the floor, trying to hide himself from view should someone look into the mausoleum. It was then Lance remembered he had the lock for the front.
No,
he thought, anger rising.
You can't rob me of this.
Lance knew anything could happen. He was proof of the same.
How many people have complained the same way, denied and refused, until I had to put the barrel of the pistol up against their temple and threatened to blow out their brains? Too many.
Lance shook his head and took a deep breath.
I need to keep my cool. That's it. Nothing else. Once the cops go away, then I can leave. I can cross getting chased by the cops in a cemetery off my bucket list of things to do.
He grinned at the thought and leaned his head against the marble wall. The moonlight illuminated the stained glass of St. George and the dragon window at the end of the mausoleum. Not for the first time, Lance wondered how well off the Andersons had been. The entire mausoleum was built out of marble, and he doubted the window had been cheap to make. A spotlight played across the glass-fronted door of the mausoleum and cut short his thoughts. Lance's breath slowed as he waited to see if the police would come to the building and try the door latch. For long, nerve-wracking seconds, the light remained on the door. Then it moved away. Lance remained rooted to the spot. His breathing was shallow, his fear real as it ate at him. No matter how wealthy he was, there would be some sort of punishment for him.
Worst case scenario, he told himself, I do time under house arrest. Best case, I end up in a psychiatric facility for a few days, where they try to figure out what twisted upbringing I had to cause me to sink so low as to rob people from a cemetery.
Lance chuckled at the thought. Then he covered his mouth with a hand to silence the laugh. Through the glass door, he could see several police vehicles using their spotlights in an attempt to find him. He hoped none of them would decide to check the various buildings on the grounds.
I won't be able to hide anything if they do that.
The idea was a grim one, and he was still mulling it over in his head when the lights snapped off and the vehicles left, their red taillights a welcome sight. Still, even after the police had driven down Cushing Avenue and away from the cemetery, Lance remained where he was. He knew that one of the officers was probably stationed near the main entrances, waiting for a foolish thief to try and escape.
I'm not foolish, though, he reminded himself. I can remember to wait, to get out of here only after a bit of time has passed.
Every few minutes, Lance checked his watch, and after almost an hour, he decided it was time to go. He left the wallets on the floor and tucked his pistols into their holsters. Even though New Hampshire no longer required a gun owner to have a permit to carry concealed, Lance still had his, as a way to show the police he was a law-abiding citizen. He didn't worry about the wallets. They would stay where they were. Even if they were found, no one could link them to him. He never touched them with his bare hands, and he destroyed his clothes after every successful hold-up. Smiling to himself, Lance left the safety of the mausoleum and replaced the padlock, hesitated, and then snapped it into the locked position. Don't need them trying to get in. At least not right away, he thought. He shuddered as a cool breeze caressed his cheek. Hunching down into the protection of his coat, Lance turned up the collar and scowled. "It's mid-September," he silently grumbled. "Can't the cold wait a little longer?" Shrugging it off, Lance kept his pace slow and steady, eyes scanning to either side as he went. He followed the main path to the front gate, an exit no one would think twice about him leaving from. As he drew closer to it, Lance caught sight of a vehicle, and he stopped. He took a cautious step back and pressed himself against a tree. From where he stood, he could see it was a police SUV, only a few feet from the exit. "Are you kidding me?" he complained. He shook his head and worked his way back to the mausoleum. Once there, he followed a second road to the far right of the cemetery, where the second of 3 exits could be found. Halfway there, he spotted yet another police vehicle. Lance sank down and hid himself behind a large onyx headstone. Only one way left, he thought, miserably. Through the back. Lance had never seen the back gate unlocked, but he knew the chain on it was loose, allowing people to slip in between the gates. It would be easy enough for him to leave through it if he wasn't bothered by the back of the cemetery. That portion of Edgewood was still heavily wooded, and it was always cold. Whenever Lance had walked by it, either in the cemetery or on Ashland Street, which ran parallel to the wrought iron fence, he felt as though he was being watched. Stupid, Lance thought. I'm in a cemetery. Everyone, except for me, is dead in here. The only real thing I need to be worried about is the pair of cops parked at the other exits. As long as there isn't a cop on Ashland, I'll be able to get out and get home. He took a deep breath, rolled his shoulders, nodded to himself, and rose to a standing position. The SUV was in the same place, so Lance walked to the back of the cemetery. As he moved, an uncomfortable feeling blossomed in his stomach. He was unfamiliar with the rear of Edgewood. Rarely did he wander among the graves, and he knew that if he had to run, there was a good chance of falling over a headstone that he was unaware of. Staying out of here for a while, he thought. Don't need any more of this grief. Not at all. Maybe I'll work out of Woodland for a couple of days. Plenty of ways to get out of there. As he neared the rear exit, Lance slowed down, peering intently as he went. His eyes sought any sign of the police, and when he didn't see any, he felt himself relax. He chuckled to himself and quickened his pace. Within a minute, he was less than 50 feet away from the back gates, and he could see the loose chain keeping them together. He fought to contain his excitement, but after several steps, He gave into it, jogging toward his freedom. When the blow struck him in the back, it sent Lance sprawling, face first to the old asphalt. The impact knocked the wind out of him and left him gasping on the road, rolling as he attempted to breathe. He tasted blood in his mouth, tried to touch his lips, and squealed in pain as his fingertips brushed against his teeth. Several were broken, and the agony stabbing into his jaw was worse than anything he had experienced. Inhaling deeply, Lance tried to sit up, but something crashed into his chest and knocked him back to the ground.
"I've seen you,"
a voice hissed, and Lance shuddered. The words were spoken with pure hatred.
"I've seen what you do. Every night you've escaped. Not tonight, though. No, the police have kept you in. I knew where you would go. You're a rat, trying to get away."
Lance's eyes darted around as he tried to find the speaker. The words came from directly in front of him, but he couldn't see anyone. Panting from the pain and a growing fear, he dragged his pistols out and cocked them as he sat up. He twisted around, and despite the pain in his mouth, he demanded, "Where are you?"
"Here,"
the voice answered, and struck Lance in the back of the head. Lance tried to bring his pistols up, but he closed his mouth and uttered a muffled shriek as his index fingers broke when the unseen speaker ripped the weapon out of his hands. He heard them clatter off to the right as they struck a headstone.
"Those wouldn't do you any good," the person whispered. "Unless you were going to kill yourself. That's not allowed, though. You're not going to get away free and clear."
"Who are you?"
Lance hissed, his head pounding from the pain.
"Clancy,"
the voice answered, and then a figure manifested, and Lance found himself looking at a small man. The stranger was dressed in a dark suit, his hair slicked back, and his tie neatly knotted. His face was plain, and his posture was perfect. Disgust and disdain were stamped on the man's face.
"What are you?"
Lance whispered, fear growing within him.
"I'm a dead man."
Clancy smiled.
"And so are you. Stand up."
Lance didn't move. Clancy jumped forward and smashed Lance across the mouth with the back of a painfully cold hand.
"Get up!"
Clancy screamed. Lance scrambled to his feet, his heart thundering against his chest. All the pain in his mouth was forgotten. Standing there, Lance was uncertain as to what he should do. Clancy told him.
"I want you to run," Clancy snarled. "For all the people you've tormented in my cemetery. I want you to run."
Lance ran. He sprinted for the nearest exit, but before he had gone 20 feet, he slammed into a low headstone. Lance howled as his shin cracked, and he tumbled head over heels into the grass. He rolled, struck another monument, and dislocated his right shoulder. Lying on the ground, panting and weeping, Lance struggled to control himself. Nothing he did worked. He was exhausted and terrified and alone. The last jarred him into some sort of awareness, and he was able to manage his emotions. He wiped the tears from his eyes, wincing at the pain in his mouth when he accidentally brushed against his jaw, and waited to see what would happen. Clancy didn't appear. Neither did the police. For a heartbeat, Lance doubted he had experienced any of it, but the sharp, stabbing atrocity of pain in his mouth told him he had. The sudden blow to the side of his head reaffirmed that assessment. Lance collapsed to the ground, unable to do anything more than vomit from the pain. His entire body twitched and spasmed on the ground, the cool grass pressing against his face.
"Get up and run, you coward!"
Clancy hissed in his ear.
"I want to chase you!" "Leave me alone!"
Lance moaned. Clancy struck him again, the fist cold as it smashed into Lance's right eye. A second later, the eye swelled shut, and Clancy let out a pleased laugh.
"Beautiful,"
the dead man murmured.
"Oh, Clancy, darling, you've still got it."
Lance tried to turn to the dead man, but Clancy struck him again, this time in the other eye. Whimpering, Lance lay still.
"Do you know who I am?"
Clancy asked. Afraid of being struck again, Lance shook his head.
"No?"
Clancy chuckled.
"No, why would you? I was a police officer long before you were born. Long before your father was born, I warrant. No, I was an officer here when the Greeks came in, and the French rioted at the mills. I was a keeper of the peace when the Great War broke out in Europe, and I travelled with the Yankee Division to show the Kaiser what for. No, you filthy little beast, I was an officer long before you came into this world."
"Please," Lance mumbled past his broken teeth.
"I just want to go. Leave me alone. I won't do anything bad ever again. I won't." "I know you won't," Clancy whispered. "Back on your feet."
Lance shook his head, and the dead man struck him again. Whimpering, Lance tried to curl into a ball, but Clancy delivered blow after blow, each cold strike delivered with precision. Finally, the pain too much to bear, Lance grabbed hold of the headstone and pulled himself to his feet. He wavered, tried to understand where he was in the cemetery, and then struggled for breath when the dead man punched him in the lower back. Lance broke into a shambling run. Moonlight streamed down from a break in the clouds, and Lance saw the wrought iron fence less than 40 feet from him. As the moon vanished again, he ran as hard as he could for the fence, desperate for the safety on the opposite side of it. Step after step brought him closer, and when he was only a few feet away, Lance stretched his arms out for it. Clancy's cold hands wrapped around his neck and jerked him back. Lance felt his feet go out from under him as he was lifted in the air and brought crashing back to the ground. Clancy kicked him in the groin, then the thighs, and Lance choked on his own bile as he rolled onto his stomach. He tried to crawl away from the dead man, but Clancy was relentless. Each blow delivered the maximum amount of pain, and in a matter of moments, Lance discovered he couldn't see. Everything was black. He reached out and grasped handfuls of grass, pulling himself forward inches at a time. Lance's blood rushed in his ears, and Clancy remained silent. The dead man was focused on inflicting pain, and Lance's body's agonized protests were a testament to the ghost's abilities. Several times Lance attempted to speak, to beg once more for leniency. Clancy silenced him with every blow. Lance shook his head, confused as the grass beneath his hands gradually shifted to dirt. Soon he could feel the soil's grit beneath his fingernails, and he found it strange that such a thing should draw his attention. "Move!" Clancy hissed. "Move!" Lance sobbed and crawled faster. Clancy swore and hit Lance harder, forcing him to get onto his hands and knees. The kicks and punches came faster. The violence with which they were delivered rattled Lance with every blow. He reached out for the next handful of dirt, and his fingers closed on nothing. Lance tried to retain his balance, but the beating had weakened him, and then Clancy kicked him, sending Lance tumbling down into a hole. Lance's cry of pain and surprise was muffled as he fell and crashed into a concrete box. Despite his screaming senses, Lance tried to sit up. He knew exactly what he was in. The concrete grave liner all coffins were lowered into. "Do you like it?" Clancy asked. Lance looked up, straining to see and vaguely making out the small dead man seated on the side of the fresh grave. "They dug it today. Managed to put the liner down before they called it a night. I feel bad for whoever comes in here tomorrow." Lance didn't respond. Instead, he was trying to find a way to climb out. He pawed at the sides of the grave furiously, but he only succeeded in causing dirt to crumble down into the sarcophagus. "I can get out. I know I can." "I'd like to stay and watch you," Clancy stated a moment later. "I think you're like a cockroach. You'd survive just about anything. I bet you'd manage to make it out of here before the sun came up. Which leads me to my decision. Don't think you're going to like it." Lance ignored the dead man and continued his effort to scramble up the wall. "If you had that go-getter attitude toward anything other than crime," Clancy sighed, "you would have been impressive. However, your focus is on hurting people." Lance wanted to argue the point with Clancy, but he knew he needed to get out. Someone was sure to have heard him yell, which meant the police, if they hadn't left the cemetery, would be in soon enough. "Is going to jail that bad?" Lance asked himself, pausing for breath. He leaned his head against the dirt. "I don't want to go to jail, but I'd be alive. This nightmare would be over." Lance nodded to himself, tilted his head back, and yelled, ignoring the pain in his mouth. "That is the one thing I didn't want you to do." Clancy shook his head, stood up, and left. Lance paused, laughed, and then continued to yell. A moment later, he heard a dull, scraping sound from the direction Clancy had gone. As he watched, Lance saw a small triangular shape appear over the lip of the open grave. The shape grew larger with each second. He stared up at it, trying to understand what he was looking at. And then he froze. "No!" Lance whispered. "Yes," Clancy called back. Lance twisted around in the grave and tried to leap up and catch the edge, to pull himself up and out of the hole. The edges of it crumbled beneath his fingers. Dirt cascaded down around him, and then he panicked and turned to see how much time he had. "No!" Lance thought. Just as the concrete cover of the sarcophagus crashed down onto him. Late Night Studies by Ron Ripley. The job wasn't worth the money, but Trevor Brown reminded himself that it was only a means to an end. That's it. Nothing more. He forced himself to smile as Sherry Coate looked at him. She was a beast of a woman, as far as he was concerned. More manly than most of the guys he had played alongside of during high school football. "Did you hear me, Trevor?" He nodded. "Yeah, you said to make sure I check that the diesels are plugged in at night." She smiled and winked at him. "Good man. Thought you were drifting away from me for a minute." "Nah, I look like that sometimes. Sorry." He offered her a smile, and she grinned. "No worries. Like I said, some of the guys, they forget to plug the stuff in. Listen, I know that this job's gonna be about as boring as it gets, but you can do what you want in between your rounds. You seem like a bright guy. You doing lessons online or something?" "Yeah," he lied easily. "Taking a few about business management and stuff. Don't know that I'll ever do anything with it, but I'm thinking about it." "You do that. You don't want to end up doing 30 years digging graves. Trust me." She shook her head. "Never a good thing. Anyway, keys are here. Do rounds every hour on the hour. First few nights, well, it might get a little tough. 3 a.m., that's the worst. Least it always was for me." "I appreciate it." Trevor offered his hand, and she shook it, the woman's own hand dwarfing his. Her calloused skin was rough against his own, and inwardly he shrank back at the pleasure it brought up within him. "Focus, dummy," he scolded himself. Trevor watched her walk out the door, cold air rushing into the small office before the door slammed closed behind her. He didn't need to move from where he stood to watch her get into her pickup truck. The headlamps turned on, and then the backup lights flared as she shifted into reverse. When she backed out and put the truck into drive, she hit the horn twice before she left the small parking lot. Trevor followed the vehicle until she reached the gates, paused, and then turned left out of Woodlawn Cemetery. He was alone in the massive burial ground, and for the first time he let out a sigh of relief. For the first time he looked closely at the room. There was a bathroom off in the left corner, and a closet in the right. A slim desk with an old wooden chair on brass casters stood behind it. Beside the desk was a tall, dark green filing cabinet, and beside that was an end table, which was the designated spot for the Keurig coffee machine, a tray of K-cups, and a container full of Splenda packets. A large bottle of dry creamer stood between the Splenda and the wall. The entire room was clean and well cared for. There were, he noticed for the first time, off-white curtains hanging on the windows, each one tied back with a narrow gray ribbon. Impressed with the room, Trevor walked to the desk, sat down, and looked at a small map with a rough outline of the cemetery that lay before him. There was a small gasoline-powered mule parked in a shed attached to the greenhouse, and it was that small four-wheel vehicle that would carry him to the various points he had to check while performing his job as night watchman for the cemetery. Until a few months prior, the position hadn't existed, but there had been a sudden rash of attempted robberies, people trying to steal skulls from the small mausoleum near the office. The authorities, Trevor knew, weren't sure as to why it was happening, but he did. There was a burgeoning voodoo practice growing in Nashua, and would-be practitioners and priests and priestesses were seeking to obtain the bones and skulls necessary to assert their dominance over the spiritual world. Which was why Trevor had taken the job. No one would expect a pale-skinned, 22-year-old young man from a suburban background to have ambitions of being a voodoo priest.
But that's what I'm going to be. No doubt about it. Step 1 was getting this stupid job. Step 2? That's just as easy. I'll get into the mausoleum and find myself a nice skull. That should do just about everything for me.
He grinned and stood up. Stretching, he considered what he should do for the 15 minutes before his shift officially started. After a few moments of inner debate, he decided on a cup of coffee. He went to the Keurig machine and smiled as he made himself the coffee. Soon he had the hot drink in a cardboard cup, and he was sipping at it, wincing at the foul mixture of dried creamer and Splenda in the sharp, bitter coffee. He carried it with him to a larger, more detailed map of the cemetery, which was pinned up to the left-hand wall over a row of filing cabinets. The map was extremely detailed, with minuscule numbers written in neat sections through the cemetery. Trevor could make out a section in the back of the cemetery called Greek Hill, and another that said simply, the Pauper's Crypt. But the part that he focused his attention on was the mausoleum, which could be accessed via a short hallway that ran from the mausoleum's large granite building to the small wooden structure which served as the cemetery's office.
I need to wait, he told himself. Just a few hours. If Sherry comes back to check on me, well, that would be the end of it. Better do the job for now.
Trevor took another drink of his coffee, set it down on the room's small desk, and got his winter coat on. He tugged his knit cap down around his ears, put his gloves on, and took the key for the mule off the key rack. Making sure he still had the office keys in his front pocket, he left the building, the door clicking and locking shut behind him. A hard wind blew in from the Kinsley Street side of the cemetery, causing him to wince and duck his head down against it. He quickened his pace to the greenhouse, and when he reached the door, he muttered and cursed the cold as he tried to isolate the greenhouse key from several others on the ring. Trevor's teeth were chattering by the time he opened the door and slipped into the warmth of the building. He walked down the center aisle of the building, long tables stretched out to either side and all barren of plants. The tables had been scrubbed and looked as though they had been recently painted as well. Beneath his feet, the concrete floor was a fresh, bright gray, and even the drain, set in the center of it, was polished brass. The cemetery staff, Trevor realized, took excellent care of their facility. A smile crossed his face as he neared the door, which led into the attached shed. You know, this might be a decent place to work after all, especially if I'm left alone, Trevor thought. Place is taken care of, and no one bothers you on third shift. Least, I hope not. he reached the door, found another key to unlock it, and let himself in. The shed was like the other buildings, exceptionally clean and well organized. Every piece of yard work equipment had a place on the wall, and chemicals and fertilizers were in a white metal wall locker, clearly labeled chemicals. In the center of the shed was the mule, and Trevor was surprised to see there was a canvas top on the vehicle. The driver's side was still open, but the rest of the mule was protected from the elements. There was even a thick piece of plastic shielding attached to the front roll bars. "Damn," Trevor thought, chuckling and shaking his head as he walked around the vehicle. "I thought I was going to have to drive this bad boy in the cold without any protection at all. This is going to make the job a hell of a lot easier for me." He gave each tire a quick kick to make sure it was inflated enough. Then he opened the garage door and turned away from the sharp wind that cut in. Trevor hastened to the driver's side, climbed in, and turned up the collar of his coat. Muttering, he zipped his coat up completely and pulled his hat down until it covered his eyebrows. "Not looking to win any fashion awards here," he thought, putting the key in the ignition and turning the engine over. "All I want to do is stay warm and get this done as quick as possible." Trevor flipped on the high-powered headlamps, shifted into gear, and eased the mule out of the shed. He moved carefully at first, getting a feel for the way the vehicle responded, and then, as he became comfortable with it, he gave it a little gas. The mule took off along the narrow cemetery road, and Trevor laughed. He sped along until he reached the first box, which was secured to an old chestnut tree. Trevor took out the time card, swiped it beneath the digital reader attached to the bottom of the box, and returned to the mule. There were 6 check-in spots altogether, and with the mule, Trevor was able to reach them all in 20 minutes. "Next check-in is 40 minutes from now," he thought, backing the mule into the shed. He closed the door, wiped a thin layer of snow off the vehicle, and retraced his footsteps through the greenhouse to the exit. Once there, he paused, braced himself for the cold, and then hurriedly crossed the short distance back to the office. The heat was humming in the small room, and Trevor wiped his feet on the rug as he closed the door. Brushing snow off his hat and coat, he hung them both up on pegs attached to the front door before he went to the desk and sat down. His coffee, he was delighted to discover, was still warm. It still tasted foul as far as he was concerned, but the liquid sent warmth radiating out through his body. Trevor settled down and listened to the ambient noise of the office. He could hear the heater and what sounded like a slow drip in the bathroom sink. Occasionally, the toilet seemed to run for a moment, and he smiled at the sound. The toilet in his own apartment on Sawyer Street did the same thing. "Strangely comforting sound," he thought, grinning. Reaching down, Trevor picked up the knapsack he had brought with him to work. It contained his phone, charger, laptop, and a book titled The Serpent and the Rainbow. That book, along with a few chat rooms on the dark web, was guiding Trevor towards what he needed to be a successful voodoo practitioner, and eventually an accomplished priest. He took a sip of his nasty coffee, winced again at the taste, and opened the book. Reading had never been a pleasurable pastime for him, but Trevor plowed through the pages, making notes in the margins or using a highlighter to mark what he felt were important passages. By the time he needed to make his rounds again, he had only read about 20 pages. Sighing, he put the book down, put on his winter clothes, and went out again. He repeated the process, and he was shivering by the time he returned to the office. The temperature had dropped significantly, and he made a note in his phone to remember to bring a scarf or a ski mask for the next shift. Trevor rubbed at his face and shuddered. He wanted to stay in his coat, but he suspected he would fall asleep if he did that. Instead, he went into the bathroom, ran the hot water for a moment, and then splashed it onto his face while he tried to warm up. When he finished, he returned to the desk and sat down, stifling a yawn while looking at the time. Hell, it's only 11:30. Going to have to go back out there 6 more times. That knowledge brought a groan to his lips, and he looked at his phone for a moment. Then, with a sigh, he opened up the alarm clock app and set an alarm for each hour on the hour, the last being 5 in the morning. There's no way I'm going to fall asleep and mess up. This opportunity is too good. Soon as I can, though, I'm going into the mausoleum. When midnight came, Trevor looked out the window and was surprised to see how heavily the snow was falling. Walking from the office to the greenhouse, he realized there was at least an inch, if not more, and at the rate it was coming down, there would be several more inches long before his shift ended. The midnight rounds were difficult. Twice the mule slipped on patches of ice hidden beneath the new snow, and each time Trevor had nearly ended up off the road and into the burial plots. He winced at the idea of having to explain broken headstones after his first night on the job. When he returned to the office, it was to the ringing of the cemetery's phone on the desk. Frowning, Trevor answered it. Woodlawn Cemetery. Trevor speaking.
Trevor, it's Sherry.
He relaxed and settled into the chair. Hi, Sherry. Sorry about that. I was trying to finish up the midnight rounds. She chuckled, a surprisingly warm and welcome sound after his excursion into the storm.
I was calling you about that. Listen, I just got the okay from the superintendent. You don't need to make any more rounds tonight. It's just too damned cold and dangerous out. Last thing I want is you getting hurt, okay?
Are you sure? Trevor straightened up. I'm not going to lie. That's good news. But I don't want you thinking I'm not going to do the job you hired me to do.
No, nothing like that, kid.
She laughed.
Listen, this is going to be a bad storm. Do me a favor. Just stay inside and keep warm, okay?
Sure thing. You need me to shovel or anything?
Nope. That's why the day shift guys get the big bucks.
Her laughter brought a smile to his face.
Stay warm and stay awake. If that heat goes out, it'd be best to be awake to deal with it.
Sounds good, Sherry. Thank you.
You got it, kid.
Trevor hung up the phone and chuckled. He glanced at the window and the snow, and he felt better about the job. You know, this might not be too bad at all. For a few minutes he sat in the chair, then he took his book up and started reading again. Soon the words seemed to swim in front of his eyes, and he found it harder to focus on them. Trevor yawned. Then his head snapped up, and he felt a jolt of pain in his neck as an alarm on his phone went off. Wincing at the pain, he reached for the phone, picked it up, and turned the alarm off, grimacing with displeasure when he saw that not only was it 2 in the morning, but he had slept completely through his 1 o'clock alarm. He bent over, picked up the book, and set it on the desk. Trevor rubbed his eyes, then forced himself to get to his feet. Even if she gave me permission to stay in and not do any rounds, she didn't give me permission to sleep. I think that might be too much for her." He paced around the confines of the office, and then his eyes settled on the door, which led to the mausoleum, the place he desperately wanted and needed to go. He ran his fingers through his hair, cursed, and thought, "Damn it, I'm going to fall asleep if I stay in here. What the hell? Might as well go and take a peek at it, start to get some sort of an idea as to how I'm going to get into one of the chambers and out with a skull." Trevor relaxed and smiled, dropping his hands to his side and taking a deep breath. "Yeah, that's what I'll do. Just figure out a way to do this." He crossed the office to the door, opened it, and felt the chill of the mausoleum sweep out around him. Loose papers fluttered down from around the shelves in the office, and for a moment he thought there was a broken window or loose door somewhere in the building. When the breeze died down and the world was still, he shrugged. "Probably just from me opening the damned door." A glance down at the office floor showed a worn wooden wedge by the door, so Trevor kicked it into place. With the door held open, Trevor took a small flashlight and tucked it into his back pocket. He flipped on the lights and winced at the brightness of the bulbs. They offered up a stark view of the mausoleum, the small doors with their engraved bronze plaques, the sharp corners of the walls, and the tall, disturbingly long curves of the corbels hanging from the ceilings and stretching toward the sides of the building. The chill air held the scent of old flowers, and Trevor ignored the smell as he stepped down into the mausoleum. He wandered down the center, pausing occasionally to read a name and to see the date of death. Trevor knew that the newer bones wouldn't work, not for what he wanted. The best information he had gathered thus far from his study of voodoo stated that he needed a skull that was at least 100 years old. "Female, too," he reminded himself. "Has to be a woman. Younger is better, but a middle-aged woman would do in a pinch." Trevor was close to the end of the mausoleum when his flashlight illuminated a plaque that was different from the others. The one he looked at was made of silver, and it had ornate roses carved into it, rather than the stamped metal on the others. He took a step closer and read the legend on the plaque. "Gwyn Bullock, once lost, but now found. December 1st, 1894, December 1st, 1914. The name pulled at his memory, and then he gasped. He remembered a story from several years earlier, the discovery of bones beneath the house being renovated. The bones were female, and they were old. The Nashua Police Department, the State Police, and members of the FBI's forensic laboratory all worked to help identify the victim. Gwyn Bullock, according to research done by the local historical society, vanished on her 20th birthday. The fact that she was discovered buried in what had once been her uncle's basement, along with multiple fractures to her chest and ribs, led the police to surmise that she had been murdered. "Perfect," Trevor sighed. "Oh, absolutely perfect. How do I get you out of there, Gwyn? How do I bring you home so you can help me?" Trevor walked down a little further, seeking some sort of way into the back of the mausoleum, and he found a row of blank panels, one of which was off and leaning against the wall. Crouching down, Trevor examined the freed panel and the bolts which had held it in place. A smile settled onto his face, and he stood up. I can take the whole panel off and pull the coffin out. Her skull will be clean and ready to go. A shiver of excitement raced through him as he hurried back to the office. He searched the office quickly, and in the bottom drawer of the desk he found a toolbox. Trevor flipped through it, saw that all the tools he might need were there, and carried it back into the mausoleum. He whistled as he approached Gwyn's plaque. Setting the toolbox down, he stood in front of the wall of names for a moment. Thank you, he thought. You have no idea as to how important this is for me. Squatting down, he flipped open the lid on the toolbox and dug out a large, flathead screwdriver. In a heartbeat, he was standing again and prying the covering off the first of the bolts. By the time he reached the fourth bolt, he was sweating freely, and he had to take a step back and stretch his back. He was tired, despite his excitement over figuring out how to get at the skeleton. Dropping the screwdriver back into the toolbox, Trevor looked at the different sockets and picked out a few, which appeared as though they might fit the bolts. It took him almost 10 minutes to find the proper socket, and it was buried on the bottom beneath several pieces of heavy grit sandpaper. He sucked at the knuckle on his thumb, blood seeping out of it from a cut he had received from grazing one of the many tools he had shoved aside. Stepping up to Gwyn's door, he fit the socket onto the driver, then the socket onto the bolt. Grinning, he turned the driver to the left. The lights in the mausoleum went out. Trevor found himself standing perfectly still in the darkness, listening to the wind outside the building. Did a transformer go out? Is it getting worse? Even as he asked himself those questions, he looked to the window at the end of the mausoleum and realized he could see street lamps. The power wasn't out everywhere. Is this cemetery on its own grid? I mean, seriously, would someone do that? He shook his head. Snow or wind must have knocked down the line. Well, I have the flashlight. Trevor took the flashlight out, tried to hold it between his shoulder and ear, almost dropped it, swore, and then put the end of it in his mouth, the beam dancing around the wall. As he prepared to turn the bolt, the flashlight flickered, then fluttered, and went dark. He spat it out into his hand and let out a torrent of swears. Whatever, I'll do it in the dark. Angry, he placed one hand around the socket to keep it in place, and with the other, he managed 2 turns of the driver before a painfully cold shock raced up both arms and threw him backward. Trevor landed hard on his back, the wind rushing out of his lungs as stars exploded around the edges of his vision. He gasped for breath, managed to suck in some air, and let out a racking cough as he rolled onto his stomach. Trevor lay on the floor for a moment, gathering his wits about him as his body shuddered from the shock of striking the floor with such force. Finally, as his body shook, he pushed himself back into a sitting position. What the hell was that? He took his hands and rubbed his face, worried that he might have suffered permanent damage from whatever had thrown him backward. Trevor glanced at Gwyn's plaque and stiffened. An old man stood by the wall, and Trevor was almost certain he could see the plaques of the dead through the man. The stranger was short and wiry, his suit hanging on him. Large, knuckled hands were clenched into fists, and his arms were half bent, as though ready to step forward and attack. Thin wisps of white hair clung to the pale skin of his head, and the man gazed upon Trevor with unabashed hatred. Trying to find his voice to tell the man he was trespassing, Trevor only managed to croak out a few unintelligible sounds.
"What are you doing?"
The stranger's voice was hollow, a terrible, grating sound that burrowed into Trevor's heart. Trevor's mouth moved, sound came forth, and he managed a single sentence. "I need her skull."
"You need her skull?"
the stranger demanded. Trevor nodded.
"You can't have her skull. You can't have any part of her."
The stranger stepped forward, his foot passing through the toolbox.
"She's mine. I made her mine on her birthday, and she'll be mine until the stars burn out of the sky. You understand?"
Trevor shook his head, and he repeated numbly, "I need her skull." The stranger glared at him.
"You don't understand what I'll teach you to understand."
A wave of cold slammed into Trevor as the old man took several more steps towards him. The cold jarred Trevor back into movement, and he tried to get to his feet. But the stranger was on top of him in a moment, hard hands slamming into Trevor's chest and ribs. The pain was immediate and brutal as ribs broke, and he was knocked onto his back. In a heartbeat, the stranger was straddling him, his fists joined above his head, a scowl on the stranger's face.
"She's mine! Nobody else's!"
"No!"
Trevor gasped.
"Please!"
The stranger let out a snarling hiss and brought his hands smashing down into Trevor's face. Trevor felt his nose break and the back of his head give way.
"I waited until the wretched niece of mine was 20.
The stranger's tone was cruel.
Dragged her into the cellar to claim what was mine, by right, mine. No man would have her but me. She fought me. Oh, she did, but I had her still. And to make sure no other would have her, I killed her, too. You can't have her. Do you understand? No one can have her except for me."
"But you're dead,"
Trevor stuttered and mumbled, his brain burning with the effort.
"Death means nothing."
The stranger glared at him.
"I have moved past death to keep her. Every part of her. Every part."
Trevor tried to speak again, but he could only stare dumbly as the stranger raised his hands again. Trevor tried to close his eyes, to ignore the blow that was coming, but he couldn't. All he managed to do was watch the fists come racing towards him and finish what the stranger had started.
Thank you for having the courage to step into the shadows with us. It's an honor to be your guide through the darkness, where every whisper and shadow holds a chilling story. If spine-tingling tales are what you crave, there's a world of terror waiting for you. Simply search for Scare Street on your favorite audiobook platform and let us lead you deeper into the unknown. Let the nightmares begin. Let's Play by Rowan Rook. Emmy left the lights out for a few minutes longer. With the computer asleep and the door sealed, the recording room was as silent as the inside of a coffin. The acoustic foam dampened sound from the outside world and buried her in like feet of soil. Her hush magnified her shaky breath.
Shit!
Her fingers dug into her sweaty, achy brow. She couldn't say how long she'd sat like that, slumped into her computer chair. She was almost certainly late for the live stream, but she couldn't bring herself to check the clock.
It's not my fault,
she repeated to herself. Dead from a broken heart, superfan M. Shadow commits suicide after rejection by gamer girl Idol, the tabloids had written, their lurid headlines laid out like webs to ensnare the same sort of person M. Shadow himself had been, trolls, gamergaters, creeps.
He was no fan,
she reminded herself.
He was a stalker.
She dreaded checking her email every morning. For every good-hearted letter from a fan thanking her for cheering them up with her videos or inspiring their daughter to pursue a STEM field, there was a threat against her family for making money off men's hearts online by being a fake geek girl, a promise to stalk every Starbucks in Seattle in search of her, or an unsolicited nude photo of some generic pasty harasser. But as bad as her online messages were, the letters she'd found slipped beneath her door were something else altogether. Each declaration, demand of so-called love had been signed M. Shadow, a name she'd seen tied to crude remarks all over her comment sections and fan pages online. When she'd gotten the police involved, they hadn't found him. When she'd posted her responses online in the form of a video condemnation of her stalker, however, the results had been very different. One more letter had invaded her home, a photograph of his face. She could still see it burned into the back of her lids. A blank smile. His blue eyes narrowed but clear. His teeth bared but perfectly aligned. His lips straight but calm. His brown bangs swept across clammy cheeks.
Come with me,
he'd written on the back.
You'll get what you deserve.
The next day, a man was found hanged in his Tacoma home. In his suicide note, he'd confessed to being M. Shadow and claimed he couldn't have continued living after his soulmate's condemnation. The tide of hate was swift and brutal. Entitled men and M. Shadow sympathizers calling her a murderer for daring to stand up for herself against a supposed fan. While so many subscribers and generally reasonable people saw through the headlines, the bile strewn toward her through the cloud had kept her away from her ZTube channel for almost 2 weeks. Her Let's Play videos were her only source of income. She needed to get back into the game for herself and for all the people who supported her. One dead creep had no right to get to her this much. He was gone. She was safe.
I can do this,
she promised herself aloud.
It'll be just like any other live stream.
Then she flipped on the spotlights. The too bright glow throbbed in her temple, but she ignored it, wiping her sweaty hands on her jeans and swiping her computer's mouse to wake up the machine. She checked her reflection in the dim screen as it booted up, making sure her trademark smile was in place and her black bangs didn't stick to her brow. She tried to chuckle.
The show must go on.
When she signed in to ZTube, she was 12 minutes late for her scheduled live stream. "Where is she?" Comments asked in the live chat. "Too scared to show her face again after what she's done." "She's messing with you. You're all wrapped up in her web, just like M. Shadow. Pathetic." Her stomach churned. She let her eyes catch on better comments.
I hope she's okay. She doesn't have to do this if she isn't ready.
"We miss you, Emmy." Before taking a deep breath and turning on her webcam. Her face appeared in the corner of her screencast video. A pulse of adrenaline switched her into the performer's mindset she'd practiced over the years of building a career out of her channel. "Hello, geeks and gamers!" She pulled her mic close and followed her script. "I hope you haven't missed me too much." She hid her shudder. "As I'm sure all of you know, it's been something of a rough 2 weeks, but I don't want to dwell on that. Neither do you. You're here for a little healthy escapism, so let's get to it." She clicked on her desktop, navigating to the folder where she'd downloaded the game she planned on playing. Normally, she was more prepared than this. "Before we get started, I just want to say thank you to all of you who have stuck by me." She forced herself to stare directly into the camera and pretended that several thousand people weren't staring back. "It's not easy being a public figure online, but those of you who earnestly enjoy my videos for what they are, make it all worth it." Sometimes she wondered if that were true, if she wouldn't have been better off becoming a lawyer like her parents wanted. But she didn't say so aloud. "Love you, Emmy," popped up in the chat and caught the corner of her eye. Her lips twitched with a more genuine smile. "I've got a treat for you today," she announced. "I'm finally going to take a shot at We Remain. We could all use a little adventure, huh?" Exclamation marks lit up the live chat. She double-clicked the game's file and its title screen swallowed up her desktop. The full name, We Remain in the Dark, stretched across a black background in a bright red pixelated font. Faux 8-bit tones chimed out an appropriately ominous theme song. Despite its low budget and retro stylings, the indie horror game had been the latest craze to sweep ZTube during her absence. Almost every other major streamer had already given it a go. The sort of people who enjoyed Let's Plays never seemed to get enough of giggling while their favorite ZTubers shouted and startled. She told herself it was good-natured catharsis. "Thanks to my recent media blackout, I don't know much about this game going in," she admitted. "I hope it gets a few good screams out of me." She pressed start. Squares of rain sprayed out blue pixels when they hit the ground. The game's stick figure protagonist meandered up what appeared to be a mountain road. It was hard to tell with such blocky graphics, toward the outline of an old house with darkened windows. The game's prologue had suggested Emmy was playing as a bereaved teen searching for a missing sister. A missing sister who had come to this creepy, isolated, and apparently abandoned manor to marry her lover, only to never be heard from again. Emmy paused to make a few witty, she hoped, comments about the absurdity of the situation. The words flowed easily from her mouth, but barely registered in her mind. She only hoped the game wouldn't make her think too hard. A few wisecracks, a few exaggerated shouts, then she could call it good and curl back up in bed. She pressed the arrow keys to move her character forward. Digital stairs let out ugly, distorted creaks as she climbed the porch and approached the front door. Her character knocked after a tap on the enter key.
"Why are you here?"
appeared in red text when a shadow peeked through the locked door's small window. 2 choices popped up.
"I'm here to save my sister,"
or
"I'm here to save myself."
She tilted her head at the second option. A commentary about grief, perhaps? About the protagonist wanting to save themselves the pain of loss? A bit pretentious for such a simple game. She made a few absent-minded comments as such to her viewers before selecting the first choice.
Liar,
accused the figure on the other side of the door.
Either way, you may make the choice to try, but you will not succeed.
The digital door clicked open and exposed a sliver of black from within the house. Her character stood on the porch, waiting for her command. She stepped inside. With the crash of the door slamming behind her, the world went dark.
You should not have come, Emmy.
Oh. She paused, leaving the dialogue sitting on the black screen. It wasn't the first time she'd seen a game use her own data against her, but she couldn't help a shiver.
I guess it must have mined my username from my computer,
she commented for her viewers.
Almost clever.
She peeked at the chat.
An Easter egg?
Someone asked.
It didn't do that for other streamers, did it?
I thought the character's name was Miles. Spooky.
A frown tugged at her lips, but she didn't let it form. An Easter egg indeed. If she was the first to encounter this apparent secret, at least it might gain the video a few more views. She clicked away from the dialogue, and the in-game Emmy pulled out a gray rectangle that was supposed to be a cell phone, turning on its flashlight. Dim details took form, the squarish shapes of a table and chairs, a grandfather clock with a swinging pendulum, a staircase, the closed door behind her. She turned her character around to check it. Sure enough, it was locked.
Shit,
her character complained. Emmy commented about how her favorite curse seemed a little out of place in such an old-fashioned game.
I'm trapped. I need to get both my sister and myself out of here before my phone's batteries run out.
A battery counter, starting at 98%, faded in at the corner of the screen.
You won't escape.
The red text reappeared.
We remain in the dark. Soon, so will you. You'll get what you deserve.
She froze. You'll get what you deserve, M. Shadow had written on the back of the photograph. A sour taste welled up in her mouth. Coincidence though the dialogue was, perhaps a horror game hadn't been the best choice for her first stream since the incident. She took a sip from her water bottle to pretend her pause had been on purpose. She found the chat in the corner of her eyes.
She's so pale already. Nothing scary has even happened yet.
She's a good actor, I'll give her that. Why do you all like this girl? It's taking her forever to even get through the intro.
She suppressed a grumble and guided her character deeper into the house. Lightning flashed, turning the game white. For an instant, she saw it on the screen. A blank smile, bared, perfect teeth, narrowed blue eyes. The photograph. A tiny scream escaped her, her chair jolting back on its wheels. The game returned to normal while its buzzy thunder faded.
OMG, did you see her face?
Fans wrote in the chat.
I think she seriously shat herself.
That was barely even a jump scare.
One for the gifts, for sure.
She took in a deep breath while her pounding heart slowed. She'd imagined that asshole's face. She must have. Man, her anxiety was getting to her. Lightning was the cheapest jump scare in the book.
Guess I'm a bit out of practice.
She chuckled for the camera.
Go easy on me, okay?
The game was fairly straightforward. Through her character, Emmy searched the haunted manor for clues to her sister's disappearance and keys to unlock yet more pixelated rooms. All the while, a generic, ghostly shape sometimes hunted her from behind, sticking to the dark. Simply shining her flashlight at it chased it off. Doing so, however, quickly drained the battery. There was an element of strategy to it. She had to stay alert for the ghost's presence, but only face it when she truly needed to, lest she waste the game's only resource. Still, if she waited too long to stop the ghost or didn't catch it in time, it would strike from the shadows with a headphone-rattling screech and her batteries would plummet. Such jump scares weren't particularly scary, not after all the other horror games she'd played over the years. Still, Emmy hammed it up a bit for her viewers. She didn't entirely have to fake her discomfort either. It wasn't the jump scares, it was the sensation of being chased, stalked, that stiffened her muscles beneath her charismatic veneer.
Yep, going with a horror game today was definitely the wrong choice. I'm still more messed up than I thought.
She unlocked another in-game door. She'd reached the house's top story with about 30% of her battery left. If she was playing well, this would be one of the last rooms she had to explore. She entered. It was a bathroom. A mirror, a sink, a toilet, a window, a bathtub. A shudder took her by surprise. A shower curtain obscured the contents of the tub, but red stains rimmed its hem.
It smells like blood,
her character remarked on screen. When Emmy sucked in a breath, a metallic tang hit her nose. A second surprised gasp only sharpened the smell. Iron, salt, rot. Gooseflesh painted her skin.
Impossible.
She was imagining things again. She had to be. Hair rose on the back of her neck, but she ordered herself to keep her eyes on the game. The whole point of this Let's Play was to show that she was still a top-tier ZTuber, that she was okay, so she needed to act the part.
After I finish this up, I'll crack open a bottle of wine in bed,
she promised herself. She tried not to breathe through her nose as she went about solving the bathroom's puzzles. Shining her phone in the mirror made a hidden panel light up in the reflection. She moved her character toward it. Drip, drip, drip. The hair rose on her arms. The noise had to be coming from inside the game. The shower curtain fluttered with each drip. So why did it sound like it was coming from behind her?
Keep your eyes on the game, Emmy.
Drip. The salty stench grew stronger. She paused the game and took off her headphones. Emmy? The chat asked over and over. So many different viewers typing the same questions.
Why is she just staring like that?
I think she's actually freaked out.
You okay, Emmy?
She's got to be faking it.
Drip. Emmy looked at the camera and tried to smile.
Hold on for a minute, everyone. I'm picking up some noise IRL, and I don't want it interfering with the recording.
She flicked off the webcam, then switched on the room lights. Drip. The noise couldn't be coming from the game, not with it paused. Drip. She swiveled around in her chair. A drop of fluid fell from the ceiling. Another followed, joining the puddle on the floor. Her heart squeezed in on itself. Light reflected red off of the pool, red like blood. She shut her eyes with a stifled cry. Her head swam, making her ears ring to the beat of her pounding heart. If she hadn't been sitting, she would have fallen.
I'm imagining things.
Even with her eyes closed, that sour tang spilled into her with every shaky breath.
Inside the game or out, I'm still just imagining things.
The stench didn't fade, coating the inside of her throat when she tried to breathe through her mouth. Her stomach twisted into a knot.
Maybe I'm not imagining things. Maybe it's not blood. Maybe there's another explanation.
She opened her eyes. Another drop hit the floor and sent out red ripples. Rust. That's what it had to be. The plumbing in her apartment was old, after all. A pipe must have burst and let out rusty water. That explained the iron smell, too. The leak had finally melted a hole in her ceiling and breached her studio. Emmy let out a long breath. She'd have to call a plumber after her video was over. After taking a few minutes to fetch towels to wipe up the grim pool and temporarily plug the gap in the ceiling, she plopped back down in her chair and straightened her sweaty bangs before turning on the webcam.
Thank you all for your patience, she smiled. I ran into some poorly timed technical difficulties.
Her character wasn't where she had left it. She blinked. The in-game Emmy stood in front of the sink. A towel that hadn't been there before jutted out of the faucet. She tapped the enter key to investigate.
I stopped the leak,
the character's dialogue said. Drip. A shiver touched her spine. The noise still sounded like it came from behind her, but she didn't let herself turn around. She gave the enter key another click.
I stopped the faucet from leaking,
the character clarified.
But it sounds like there's another leak coming from somewhere else. What the hell?
She couldn't stop herself from mouthing.
Did I miss something?
She asked the chat.
What do you mean, Em?
Why she look so confused?
She did zone out there for a few minutes. I bet she smoked a little too much THC before the stream.
When I was gone, I mean,
she clarified, trying not to let the tension in her muscles reach her voice.
Did I miss a scene?
Gone?
The chat echoed.
You didn't go anywhere.
What's she up to now?
If you're trying to creep me out, it won't work.
She shook her head at the camera. It didn't make sense. She'd paused the game, announced her break, turned off her camera, and fixed the leak in her studio. How could her viewers not have noticed? How could the game have kept playing? Why had the in-game Emmy fixed her leak in a way that seemed so much like... She swiveled back around in her chair. There was no hole in the ceiling, no towel to plug it, no rusty stain on the floor. She had to be imagining things more than she'd thought possible. It must have been inside the game that she found a leak, fetched a towel, plugged it.
I'm losing it.
Her pulse buzzed in her head and blurred the edges of her vision. She closed her eyes and counted to 4, taking slow breaths until she could almost laugh.
A gamer who can't tell the difference between fantasy and reality. I'm turning into a damn cliché.
She turned back to We Remain. A part of her pined to make an excuse and end the stream. After watching her zone out, her fans would likely believe her if she said she wasn't feeling well. But the other, more stubborn part pressed forward. Her willpower had gotten her this far, after all, had helped her make a living off something as silly as smiling and playing games. Now it was personal. Drip. Steeling herself, she moved to the one place in the bathroom she hadn't explored, the tub. Her character flung the curtain away when she hit enter. The sound that spilled out of her mouth wasn't a scream, but a whimper. A figure hung from the shower rod. Blood dripped from its lifeless toes into the crimson bath. Each drop was only a square pixel, and the dead man was only a stick figure. But the imaginary scent of death stung her nostrils.
Shit,
she hissed under her breath. She tried not to think about the stalker who'd hung himself, or the way the temperature seemed to drop in her studio as she completed the puzzle by taking a suicide note from the fictional corpse's pocket. Only a 7% charge remained on her battery when Emmy guided her character into the manor's backyard. The note had ushered her there with a cryptic code, and there wasn't much to investigate save for a single gnarled tree. The sight of it, its pixels jagged and stark brown against black, sent chills through where her fingertips touched her keyboard. She walked up to it and pressed enter. New dialogue appeared in red.
Rest in peace, Marjorie Gable.
What?
She stuttered aloud. Marjorie Gable, her legal name. It had been far too old-fashioned to use as the bedrock for an online career, so she'd hidden it behind the pseudonym that had become her daily moniker. As far as her fans knew, Emmy was her real name. Now, there it was. Marjorie Gable, printed across the screen in bright red font for everyone to see. She didn't use it anywhere on her computer. How had the damn game dredged it up? She fought to flush the shock from her face. So long as she played it cool, no one had to realize there was anything strange about that name.
Guess that must refer to the sister, she managed. Shocker, we're too late to save her.
Should have known she was already dead,
the chat box agreed.
Buried in the backyard. Classic. R.I.P. The scares in this game are great, but the story sucks. I could have told you there was no chance of finding her alive. Boring.
Emmy sure looks horrified, though. She must have actually wanted to save her.
Aw, she's such a good person.
Emmy suppressed a sigh of relief. She clicked past the dialogue. Her character found a key hidden by the makeshift grave, her ticket through the locked front door. This time she expected the lightning when it struck. The game went all out with its retro cinematics, sending white streams of pixels through the tree and setting it ablaze with square orange sparks. She expected it, too, when the ghost who'd been haunting her throughout the game appeared behind her. She even expected it when the electric current spread through the specter and lit up its shape with an eerie white glow. What she didn't expect was the dread that washed through her own body.
Run!
An instinct howled. In a final flash of lightning, she saw it again. M. Shadow's blank smile on the blank screen. She let out a cry and smashed the shift key, sending her character sprinting toward the front door. With the now invincible ghost only pixels behind her, her battery drained quickly. 6%.
Escape, escape, escape!
5%. Her heartbeat thrummed to the beat of the chip-tune chase theme. 4%.
I have to escape before...
3%. The edges of the screen smeared as the ghost neared her heels. 2%. The front door's window glimmered in her flashlight.
Almost there.
1%. The screen plunged into darkness as the flashlight died. Her computer shut off with a hum. Her spotlights went out. Her mic let out a squeal before its indicator light went black. Soon she was in darkness too, as if her own power had gone out with the character's cell. Chilled air dried the sweat on her cheeks. The ceiling dripped behind her. Her gasps sucked in the stench of blood.
No,
she whimpered, shutting her eyes.
Not real, not real, not real.
Her tense fingers squeezed tight around her mouse. But it wasn't her mouse. Her nails cut into cold flesh. The hand she was holding grabbed tight to hers. When her gaze jolted open, just enough light came through the door to show her M. Shadow's face. Gray, bloated flesh drooped from the bone. It was those eyes she recognized, the color of ice.
"Come with me,"
he said, echoing the back of his photo.
"You'll get what you deserve."
Emmy's scream wasn't captured on camera. The live stream went dead at 9 p.m. Fans clung to the chat for almost an hour, some angry, some worried. Many suggested that it must have been a power surge, ironically timed though it was. A few called the timing a sign of conspiracy, a ploy for attention.
"She's just trying to scare you. After all, that's all she's good for,"
one viewer wrote. At midnight, another live stream started on Emmy's ZTube channel. Many of her most devoted and most obsessive subscribers stayed up late to watch it. Emmy's face greeted them. As usual, she smiled through her webcam, but the most worried fans noted the tear stains on her cheeks.
Hello, geeks and gamers.
Her voice shook as she spoke.
I'm sorry about my earlier stream. It was, well, something went wrong. I hope I didn't frighten you too much.
Her grin shifted into a more genuine shape, even as her eyes glistened like glass.
I know I said it before, but I wanted to say it again. Thank you. Really, thank you to those of you who've supported me, who gave me the chance to be myself and do what I loved. Whenever you told me I helped you smile, you helped me smile too. I love you.
Her face changed, the smile twisting into a frown that swallowed the rest of her features. Later, when people paused the recording, they would find one frame where her eyes turned pure black.
To the rest of you, all of you who treated me like a fantasy to claim, I'm not surrendering. I won't go with you. If you've watched my videos, you should already know one thing. I play to win.
Each word seethed with rage.
You'll get what you deserve.
The video ended. By morning, hundreds of bodies were found hanging from rafters and shower rods and balconies. The victims were from all over the world. Some of them still had their computers open to Emmy's midnight video. The police would later find one commonality between each suicide. Each victim had left abusive comments in Emmy's ZTube inbox. Emmy's body was found that morning, too. She'd hung herself from the ceiling of her studio with computer cords. Her death was ruled a suicide despite her autopsy showing signs of a struggle. Her time of death was estimated at 9 p.m. No one could explain how she'd live-streamed her final video 3 hours later. ZTube and other video services purged this suspicious recording, but it lived on as an urban legend in the stranger corners of the internet. Rarely, and seemingly at random, it would re-upload to her channel with a timestamp of 12 a.m., and a few intrepid viewers would watch it before the censors took it down. Not all of those viewers saw the next sunrise. Little Girl Lost by Ron Ripley. The nail gun thumped and coughed as Ethan installed the braces to the new studs. His tools and equipment were scattered about the large room, the drywall stripped out and the bare studs revealing the rest of the house. Like the living room in which Ethan worked, both the bathroom and the kitchen were bare. Pipes were zip-tied in place, the subfloors lay stained and battered, and all the kitchen's appliances were gone. Doors and windows were missing as well. Ethan had purchased the home at an auction, and he had every intention of flipping it once he got everything up to code and repaired. He was, unfortunately, putting far more time into the project than he had originally intended.
Read the fine print next time,
he told himself as he reloaded the nail gun.
Make sure to ask questions.
Those two thoughts were the product of what he had found when he arrived to inspect his new purchase. The house, which stood in the center of 13 wooded acres, had previously belonged to Colonel William Davenport, USMC, retired. The colonel had fought in the Philippines during World War II, and, according to the history of the man on Wikipedia, had a huge collection of militaria and Philippine folk art, all of which he had donated prior to his death. The colonel had died in bed at home. Ethan had known about the death. It had been part of the general disclosure. What he hadn't known, and what he didn't learn until after he bought the property, was the fact that the colonel had died in bed on the 1st of June. His body wasn't discovered until August 30th, when a disgruntled postman wanted to know why the colonel wasn't checking his post office box any longer.
Well,
Ethan thought, glancing up at where the ceiling had once been.
he found out.
The second floor's subfloor was stained a dark brown, and a foul, putrid odor could still be detected in the cool October air. Ethan's stomach still flipped and twisted at the memory of how many times he had thrown up while gutting the ceiling and the floor in the colonel's bedroom.
I still have to cut the flooring out and replace those joists,
he thought, frowning. He glanced at the subfloor in the living room, shaking his head as he looked at the small stains there, too. The alarm on his phone went off, and he set the nail gun down, took off his safety glasses, and placed them alongside the nail gun. He stretched a little, took the phone out of his pocket, and turned off the alarm. It was the only thing the phone was good for. There was no service at the house. Not with the plan he had.
9 a.m. and time for coffee,
he thought, grinning. Ethan wandered out of the house to his black pickup. He enjoyed the clean scent on the October wind as he looked out over the property. The driveway, a long dirt affair, twisted out of sight, leaving only a wall of oak and maple trees surrounding the house. There was half an acre or so of grass, most of it gone to seed earlier in the season. The leaves of the trees were beginning to change, and Ethan knew he would need to get windows in sooner rather than later.
I'll need to bring a second generator and a heater in,
he thought, taking his thermos of coffee out from the pickup's cab. He poured himself a cup, took a sip, and smiled. His smile vanished as a wail pierced the morning air. Ethan froze, the plastic cup halfway to his mouth. "Tulong!" The voice was that of a young girl, and while Ethan didn't know what it meant, the message was clear. She needed help. Ethan put the cup on the hood of the truck as the girl sobbed and called out, "Tulungan niyo po ako!" "Hey!" Ethan yelled, twisting around, trying to pinpoint the sound.
Hey, where are you?
The child wailed, the sound coming from the left side of the house. Ethan hurried to it, his heart thumping as he looked around for her. "Hey, kid! Where are you?"
Tulong! Para no baño na! Tulong! She wailed.
Damn, she doesn't speak English,
he thought, jogging toward the tree line. The girl's voice had come from directly behind the house. Undergrowth filled the gaps between the trunks of the old trees, and Ethan wondered how she had gotten this far out into the woods.
There are the apple orchards,
he thought.
She might have gotten lost while with her family. Hell of a walk, though. Gotta be at least a mile, if not more. And how the hell do you lose a kid out here?
He reached the tree line and paused. Cupping his hands around his mouth, Ethan yelled, "Where are you?"
Too long!
The cry seemed to come from no more than 20 or so feet inside the forest.
Damn it,
he muttered.
She sounds like she's about 4. I don't think she'll be able to come to me.
"Hey, kid," Ethan yelled. "I'm coming in. Stay where you are." A sob was the only response he received. Pushing his way through the undergrowth, Ethan paused, letting his eyes adjust to the dimness of the forest. The leaf canopy was thick enough to create an almost dusk-like light. As he paused to listen for the girl, he realized the forest was silent.
She's scared the animals away with her yelling,
Ethan thought.
Good. It'll make her easier to find.
Cupping his hands around his mouth again, he yelled, "Kid, talk to me!"
Tulungan niyo po ako!
She cried. Her voice was still coming from just in front of him. He peered through the dim light, searching for a glimpse of clothing or skin, something to help him pinpoint where she was. Ethan couldn't see anything. He moved forward a few steps, then a few steps more. Her crying was distinct, always ahead of him.
Did she fall into something?
He wondered.
Is she too tired to get out? Hell, did she get hurt?
The last thought bothered him. He could picture a little girl with a broken leg or ankle sitting there, terrified. The thought spurred him forward. His work boots crushed leaves and branches underfoot. The forest floor dipped down, and tall ferns reached up to his waist. If the child was hurt and lying down, he would almost need to trip over her to find her. Hey, kid, Ethan yelled, pausing. Where are you?
Tulong!
She screamed, her cry coming from a little off to his right. Ethan looked and saw how the ferns followed the floor of a slight valley. The plants dipped and rolled, revealing the hidden flow of the forest floor. Ethan knew he would need to move carefully. Even in boots, one wrong step and his ankle would twist or snap. Okay, he yelled. I hear you. If you can understand me, just stay where you are. Ethan walked cautiously, searching the ground with every step so he didn't accidentally step on the girl or in a hole. His boots skittered across something slick, and he swore as he lost his balance and crashed to the earth. A grunt escaped his lips as his head bounced off something hard, and stars exploded around his eyes. His breath rushed from his lungs, and he was left trying to breathe. For several moments, Ethan was flat on his back, unable to move. As he lay there, his vision faded in and out until he realized he was staring up at the tree limbs. The alarm on his phone was going off, and he sat up, wincing. He took out his phone and saw it was 12.
Oh, no,
he thought as he scrambled to his feet.
I knocked myself out. Where's the kid?
As he finished the thought, he heard her call out,
Tulong!
There was a new note of terror in her voice, and she was further away than she had been. The child was wandering in the forest.
Hey!
Ethan yelled, wincing as he did so.
Hey! I'm still here! I need to call for help,
he thought groggily.
I can't do this alone.
Ethan looked at his phone, and his shoulders sagged. He had forgotten his phone had no service.
Damn it,
he sighed, getting to his feet.
Damn it all to hell.
Muttering curses, Ethan shoved his phone back into his pocket as he stood up. He wavered slightly and spread his arms out to either side, attempting to regain some sense of balance. It took a moment, and the little girl continued to cry.
I'm coming,
he yelled, and stumbled through the ferns toward the sound of her voice. Within a few minutes, the small valley dipped down again, then came to a sudden end at a large boulder. It was at least 10 feet high, too far for him to climb. With his head pounding, Ethan looked around for an easy way up, but nothing presented itself. The sides of the valley were steep, and as he looked around, Ethan realized how far he had traveled along its length.
Too long!
The girl called out, her voice growing ever fainter. All her terror could be heard in the single word. Ethan hurried to the valley's side, dug his hands into old leaf debris, and pulled himself up a foot, then another. His eyes scanned for handholds as the girl continued her cries. By the time he reached the top, he was gasping for breath. He rolled onto his side and stared out at the wilderness. Ethan listened and realized the girl's sobs were almost too soft to hear.
No,
he thought angrily. Climbing to his feet, he staggered forward.
Hey!
He screamed, his throat burning from the effort.
Kid! Hey!
Tulungan niyo po ako!
Her voice continued to recede.
Stay where you are!
Ethan yelled.
She can't understand me.
He broke into a run, his entire body a pulsating mass of pain. His knees ached and his back spasmed, but he kept running. The girl was going to be lost without him. He pictured her crawling on the ground, slowly dying, succumbing to the October night. Ethan shuddered at the idea of an animal finding her. The sound of water reached his ears, and a new fear arose.
She'll drown.
Ethan felt the ground rise beneath his feet. Within seconds he was standing at the edge of a small ledge. Below him was a small pool of water, fed by a brook that tumbled down a few feet.
Tulungan niyo po ako,
she whispered, and the sound seemed to come from behind him. Rolling his eyes at the madness of the chase, Ethan turned around and stopped. A girl, no more than 3 or 4, stood less than 5 feet away. Her skin was a soft nut brown, her long black hair tangled and hanging to her waist. She was slim, dressed only in a light blue summer dress with bright red birds printed on it. The garment hung to her knees, and her feet were bare. Her small toes wiggled in the dead leaves, while her large brown eyes observed him with an interest he found uncomfortable in a child so young.
Hey,
Ethan said, clearing his throat.
You're there. You're okay. Oh, man, you are okay.
Relief flooded through him, and the girl smiled at him. As she did so, her lips spread and revealed her bright white teeth. Teeth which grew as he watched. They became elongated, pushing her jaw down as the teeth sharpened into needle-like points. Her smile stretched almost from ear to ear, while her fingers and toes transformed into black claws.
Gutom ako, gusto kong kumain.
Her whispers transformed into a growl, and she sprang at him. Ethan sprinted from her, skirting the edge of the short drop. He didn't bother to look behind him to see if she was chasing him. Her laughter was soft and abrasive in his ears. His foot caught on a branch, and he tumbled forward, managing to leap back up in time to see the creature jump up onto a tree, her claws digging into the oak's bark as she grinned at him. She dropped to the ground and chased after him, running on all fours like a dog. Ethan's chest ached as he tried to catch his breath, but he was out of shape, and he had already been running and climbing in search of her. His blood thundered in his ears as he drove on through the forest's gloom. He skittered to a stop, jerking around, trying not only to see where the creature might be, but to spot any sort of landmark as well. Ethan felt panic rise in him. He hadn't been looking at landmarks. There hadn't been any sort of thought about finding his way back. He had been worried about the girl, about a little girl who was lost in the forest, cold and tired and lost.
But she wasn't a little girl. She isn't a little girl,
he thought, his blood pounding in his temple.
I need to keep moving.
Ethan started forward, jogging at a slow pace, twisting himself around every few steps. All the trees looked familiar. He couldn't hear any cars or any voices. There was no way to tell where he might be.
Moss,
he thought suddenly.
Moss is supposed to grow on the north side of trees. If I can find moss, then I can go north. What the hell does that matter?
He asked himself, even as he finished the thought.
What's north of here? Maine? I don't know what's what.
Ethan shook his head.
Don't panic. Think.
Coming to a stop again, he peered into the forest, hating the way it seemed to be darker. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then opened them. The forest wasn't going anywhere, and the creature wasn't anywhere to be seen. Ethan walked slowly, keeping his thoughts in line, refusing to give in to his fear.
Fear will kill me,
he thought.
Quicker than anything else.
He tried to figure out where he was and remember how he had gotten there. But he couldn't see the valley he had followed. There was no sign of where he had climbed up. Suddenly, the creature was in front of him, dashing out from a clump of ferns. Ethan jerked away in time and cut hard to the right. He stumbled, but managed to keep his balance. She laughed behind him, and again the sound was soft, almost as if she was a great distance away. A glance over his shoulder showed she was only a few feet off to his left.
Keep going. Stop looking back,
he thought. Ethan couldn't help it, though. The creature was terrifying. Her teeth were meant for eating and rending flesh, he was sure of it. His mind tried to understand what she was, what she possibly could be, but he was unable to put a name to her.
A demon child,
he thought, his mind racing.
That's it. That's all she is.
He heard the rattle of branches and looked up for a split second. The creature was in the trees, leaping from limb to limb. Seeing his gaze, she laughed and spit at him. A wad of bloody phlegm struck him in the face, and he gave a strangled cry as he wiped it away. The creature dropped down in front of him and lunged, forcing him to turn to the right again. Her laughter was high-pitched and joyous, the sound a child would make. Shuddering, Ethan forced himself to sprint. A sense of familiarity wrapped around him.
These trees are familiar,
he thought exuberantly.
I know this place.
Behind him, he heard the creature increase her speed. Soft, angry mutterings reached his ears, as if she didn't want him going any further.
I'm almost back to the house.
The realization left him feeling ecstatic, and it gave him enough energy for another burst of speed. As the forest floor slowly angled up, he smiled despite a sudden cramp in his side. And then horror descended upon him as he caught sight of the waterfall and the pool. Ethan screamed and tried to change direction. He felt his right foot twist. His boot kept his ankle from going completely, but as he tried to regain his balance, the ground gave way. He fell several feet and landed on his left side. Pain exploded in his hip, and he let out a howl which nearly ruptured his throat. Despite the pain, he looked up and tried to see the creature. She walked to the ledge, her smile growing impossibly wide. A long, dark red tongue darted out over her teeth, and she cooed,
Gutom ako, pagkainin mo ako.
Ethan tried to get to his feet and collapsed. The pain in his hip was too much.
Oh, no. No. I think it's broken.
The creature backed away, and Ethan felt an irrational elation.
She's gone away. She's not coming back. I don't know what the hell she is, but she's leaving now,
he thought ecstatically. Then he caught sight of her black hair. She was skipping along the left-hand side of the pool, working her way slowly down the slope. Ethan's eyes darted to the point where the slope would meet the edge of the pool, and he knew she wasn't going away. The creature vanished behind a wide and ancient oak. He waited for her to come out on the other side, his heart racing. Ethan pushed himself onto his elbows as the minutes passed. Finally, with his breath racing in and out of his nose, he tried to picture where he was on the property.
Maybe I can get away.
Bulaga!
The creature shouted as it leaped out from behind the tree. Ethan screamed, and she fell to her knees, clutching her sides and laughing hysterically. Anger combined with his fear, and his eyes darted around, looking for something to throw. He saw several fist-sized rocks. Picking them up, he threw them at her. The first two missed, but the third struck her squarely in the chest.
Bakit no gumawa yun?
She scolded, getting to her feet.
Masama yun!
Adrenaline surged through Ethan, and he rolled over onto his stomach, searching for some way to escape the creature. He saw what looked like a cave, nothing larger than a crawl space, and he dragged himself forward. Beneath the adrenaline racing through his system, he felt the pain of his broken hip demanding attention. He ignored it as he pulled himself hand over hand toward the cave. Every painful breath left his lungs aching. His fingers bled from their rough use on the ground and against the rocks littering the pool's sides. The sound of the water was maddening, forcing him to realize how thirsty he was.
Get in the cave,
he told himself.
The cave is safe. You know it is. It has to be. Everything is going to be okay when I'm in there.
He was less than a foot away from it when she hissed at him. Involuntarily, Ethan turned around, expecting to see her standing there, waiting for him. She was waiting, but she wasn't standing. Instead, the creature clung like a spider to the dirt and boulders. She glared at him, her playful attitude gone. With small, delicate motions, she moved forward, her teeth bared and her nostrils flaring.
Pakain mo ako,
she whispered, and the sound of her voice sent chills racing through him. He struggled to tear his eyes away from her, but it was in vain. Her gaze pierced him, pinned him to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move. She sang softly to him, bits of dirt and small pebbles falling from her clawed hands and feet as she crept along. Carefully, she came abreast of him, rotating her position so she was head down, her dark red tongue slipping out to lick her lips. The creature crawled down the side of the boulder, reaching out with one hand, then the other, as she came to the ground. Her feet followed suit, and soon she was crouched on all fours near him. She tilted her head to one side, a displeased expression on her face. The creature reached out and dragged a claw down the side of his cheek. Ethan moaned as he felt blood well up. When she withdrew her hand, he saw a single drop of his crimson blood on the tip of one claw. She gazed upon it, mesmerized. Then she brought the claw to her mouth, closed her eyes, and licked it clean. The creature shuddered and opened her eyes. She smiled at him and giggled. It was a soft, childlike sound, one which was at odds with her appearance. The creature nodded to herself, and her claws scraped loudly as she rubbed her hands together, her eyes narrowing.
Oras na para kumain.
She reached out with her left hand and grasped his right boot.
Please,
Ethan begged.
Please, let me go.
She ignored him and tugged on his leg. Her strength was disproportionate to her size, and she moved him easily, turning him around so he was no longer facing the cave.
Please!
He shrieked.
I was trying to help you!
When she didn't respond, Ethan sat up and swung at her. His right connected solidly with the side of her head, knocking her to her knees, his knuckles bleeding from where they had connected with her sharp teeth. It took him only a moment to see she had let go of his leg, and he scooted himself back with his hands, the pain of his broken hip forgotten. The creature looked at him, all humor gone from her twisted visage. Without a word, she darted forward, grabbed his left leg, and jerked back on it. Ethan howled with terror and pain. When he could finally look and feel beyond the agony in his hip, he saw she was dragging him toward the cave. No longer was it a place of sanctuary or salvation. It would be his grave, and the place where she would devour him. Ethan knew it. He tried to slow his progress by clinging to rocks, but she was stronger than he was and easily jerked him free. He snatched up loose stones and threw them at her. For every rock which connected, she twisted his leg. After the third one, he vomited. As he screamed and spat, she dragged him into the cave. He latched onto either side of the opening, clinging desperately as she pulled and tugged and twisted. His fear and adrenaline kept him from passing out, He continued to scream frantically for help. Then, suddenly, she stopped pulling on him. The world was filled with the sound of the waterfall. For a long time, Ethan lay there, sobbing into the dirt and trying to gather his thoughts. He tried to understand what had happened and what would happen next. The creature answered the question for him when he felt her on his legs. His terror immobilized him as each claw pierced his clothing, leaving behind a trail of blood. Ethan saw her black hair first as she exited the cave and sat cross-legged upon his chest. She adjusted her blue dress and stared at him with her brown eyes. Then she leaned forward, put her hands on his shoulders, and whispered,
Kakain no ako.
The creature opened her mouth, leaned forward, twisted slightly, and clamped her needle-like teeth on either side of his head. As her claws dug into him, pinning his arms to the earth, Ethan screamed. His howls ended a moment later, when she tore off his lower jaw and ate it in front of him, his teeth falling from her mouth. Locked by Ron Ripley. Ron Sturm woke up with a headache and rolled off of the couch, casting his bedding aside. He got to his feet, wavered for a moment, and then shambled through the doorway into the kitchen. The dull orange glow of the streetlight on the corner illuminated the small kitchen, guiding Ron's steps to the sink. Gripping the edge of the countertop, he yawned and shook his head, wincing as he did so. Finally, he cleared his throat, spat a glob of mucus into the sink, and ran the cold water to wash the expectorate down the drain. Letting the water run, he got a glass and his aspirin from its place on the windowsill. He sighed, shook out 4 of the small white tablets, and dropped them into the glass. Ron filled the glass a quarter of the way with cold water and then turned the faucet off. He yawned again as he picked up a fresh bottle of Zhenka vodka and opened it. Silently, Ron filled the rest of the glass with the sharp and bitter vodka. He closed his eyes for a moment, gently swirling the mixture in the glass with an absent-mindedness created by years of drinking. After nearly a minute, Ron opened his eyes and held the glass up to the light of the street lamp. The mixture of water, vodka, and dissolved aspirin tablets was filmy.
Good enough,
Ron thought, and drank the contents in one long, continuous gulp. He gasped for breath as he lowered the glass and shuddered. The effects would kick in shortly, and Ron needed to be back on the couch. More than once he had stumbled and ended up sleeping most of the night on the floor.
No more black eyes or chipped teeth,
he told himself with a snicker. He put the glass back on the counter, hesitated, and then went into the bathroom to empty his bladder. His couch stank enough. There was no need to add to it again. Ron finished up, didn't bother with any sort of hygiene, and stumbled out into the kitchen. He kept his right hand on the wall and then the appliances, guiding himself toward the couch. From the second-floor porch, he heard his tenant, Mary Elizabeth's, wind chimes. Ron rolled his eyes as he came to a stop in the doorway to the front room. The noise of the chimes could keep him awake even through the worst drunken stupor. Suddenly, light poured into the room through the bare windows. The security lights for the building next door bathed the area in a bright, crisp glow. It illuminated not only the exterior of Ron's building, but his old bedroom as well. He shuddered at the thought of the room, of what was there, and then, without wanting to, Ron glanced at the closed door and the locks on it. A total of 76 locks were attached to the door and its frame. There were combination locks, key locks, and locks that were a mixture of both. Religious symbols from every faith were nailed to the solid wood door, and the doorknob was missing. The hole for the knob and the keyhole were both stuffed with pieces of wood, and shims had been jammed under the door itself, blocking everything. The world twisted in front of him, and the chimes sounded again.
Should have just brought the bottle with me,
Ron thought. He turned his attention away from the door and tottered to the couch. The piece of furniture creaked and groaned as he laid down upon it, his head resting on his pillow and facing the door. Around him, the house was silent. There was no ticking clock, and the refrigerator didn't hum. He had thrown out the clocks years before, and the refrigerator was unplugged, serving only to store the bottles of cheap vodka he bought by the case. The stove was silent, an electric appliance he unplugged whenever he wasn't using it. Ron needed to listen. The chimes rang out loudly, and Ron had the urge to get up, go out, and knock them down.
Would serve her right,
he thought angrily, closing his eyes.
Been asking her since she moved in a month ago to take the damned things down. Doesn't believe me when I tell her I don't sleep well. Judging wench. Who cares how much I drink? What does she know?
The wood of the locked door groaned, and Ron's eyes snapped open. He stared at it, his heartbeat quickening. Nothing happened. The chimes whispered their song in the wind, and the security light went out, plunging the room into darkness. Despite his fear, Ron felt a wave of relief wash over him as the darkness seemed to settle around him. In the absence of light, Ron had no fear. It was safer, although he didn't know why.
Who cares why?
He murmured to himself. Blindly, he reached down, found a blanket on the floor, and pulled it up. Ron wrapped himself in it and turned to face the back of the couch. It was an uncomfortable position physically, but psychologically it helped him. He suspected he was safest when not looking at the door. Ron settled beneath the blanket, closed his eyes, and listened. The wind picked up its pace, causing the wind chimes to create a madman's symphony. Frustrated, Ron rolled onto his back and wondered if he was sober enough to confront Mary Elizabeth.
She's my damned tenant,
he thought angrily.
I should just tell her to take the damned things down.
But the truth was, he liked the younger woman. She was nice to him, even when he was drunker than anyone ever should be. The bedroom door groaned again, and as Ron opened his eyes, he realized he would need to turn on the light to see what was going on. To do so would mean getting off of the couch to go to the light switch, which was located by the front door. Ron tried, but he couldn't get up. The door continued to make noise, as if the wood itself was complaining, begging for help.
I need to turn the light on,
he thought.
I have to.
His body refused to respond. There was too much vodka in his system, and combined with the aspirin, which enhanced the liquor's effects, he was awake but immobile. A second after realizing he couldn't move, the security light came on and revealed the door. At the top right of the door was an old padlock, and as Ron watched, the door frame swelled. The latch and ring through which the padlock was attached twisted and bent until the hinge finally snapped and the lock slammed against the door. For a split second, there was silence. Then the door vibrated in its frame. All the locks rattled at once, producing a cacophony in the small room.
I'm dreaming,
he thought.
I know I am. I have to be.
Ron. Ron shook violently, his eyes locked on the door. He knew the voice, knew who was back there.
Ron,
his father said again.
Let me out of this damned room, boy.
Doug Sturm's voice was hard and flat, just as it had been in life. There was rarely joy in it, and only when Ron had done something spectacularly bad.
Because bad is all you are,
Ron thought, remembering his father's favorite phrase. The door shivered in its frame.
Come on, Ron,
Doug hissed.
Let your old man out. Don't you want to go out and play?
Ron didn't answer him. Sometimes, when he was quiet, his father went away.
I know you do,
Doug whispered.
You were out playing when Mom did her thing, weren't you?
Ron winced and bit his tongue.
I caught her. You know I caught her,
Doug continued in a low, vicious tone.
I had every right to beat her. Hell, I had every right to kill her and him. Didn't raise a hand, though. Didn't get my gun. Just turned around and walked to your room. I was going to get the suitcase, pack up our stuff. Wasn't that right, Ron?
Ron squeezed his eyes shut and managed to press his face into the side of the couch.
She shot me, Ron,
his father screamed.
Right in the back of the damned head. Do you know what it feels like to have a .22 round kicking around your brain pan, huh? Course you don't. I do. She and that damned boy she was with hauled me onto your bed and laid me out. How'd she explain the smell, boy? She left me there for days. I stank something fierce, I bet.
Ron nodded while his father continued.
I want out of this damned room, Ron,
Doug said in a soft voice.
Heard you talking to your neighbor, telling her your mother's in the nursing home up off Main Street. You and me, we need to pay her a visit, don't you think?
The wind chimes continued their maddening, discordant symphony, and Ron remained silent.
Ah, boy,
Doug continued.
We're going to set this right. Tonight, mind you, not tomorrow. We are going to set this right.
The room sank into silence, and Ron opened his eyes. Cautiously, and with a tremendous effort, he rolled back onto his side as the security light went out. He listened as the door rattled slightly.
You'll let me out sooner or later, boy,
his father snapped, Doug's voice suddenly close to the door.
Don't think you won't.
Ron laid on his back, staring up at the darkness, remembering the smell. It hadn't been as bad as his father said, not too bad at all. His mother had lied at first, of course. She had told him a squirrel had gotten into the room and died. Ron couldn't go in until she found where it was. He had listened to her, believed her. But on the third day, he had wanted one of his comic books, a Batman comic.
I held my breath,
Ron remembered.
Opened the door and saw my dad there, stretched out on the bed. She had put a raincoat under his head, and the flies were taking a bath in the blood and brains that had leaked out of the hole. She found me there, sitting on the floor, crying. Mom said Dad was a bad man. I believed her. He was never nice to us. But should she have shot him?
It was a question Ron had been asking himself for 61 years. Some days he wanted to go to the nursing home and ask his mother what she had done with the body. The day after Ron had found it, the corpse was gone. She had scoured the room and painted the walls. There had even been a new bed. Years passed, and life went on. His mother dated a great many men, none of whom lasted more than a month or two. Some were even fished out of the Merrimack River, their bodies found bobbing at the bottom of the falls near the old mills. Death was always by drowning, the bruises and broken bones caused by the tumble over the dam. The men had been drunks and day laborers, men with no ties to anyone or anything. So no one knew where they had been or who they had been with last. 3 years earlier, when his mother had been moved to Greenbrier Nursing Home on Harris Road, she had left the house to Ron. He moved back home then, rented out the apartments as she had, and enjoyed the extra money. For a short time he had slept in his mother's old room, even used her bed. But the more he thought about what she had done in there, the greater his distaste for the room and the bed grew.
I wanted my room,
he thought, cracking his knuckles nervously.
My own room back.
There had only been one lock on the door then, a single small master lock. Ron had thought it was because of her memories, of her wanting to forget what she had done there. So when Ron didn't find a key, he had tried to break the lock off.
"Run!"
his father screamed, cutting off Ron's memories. Unseen fists thundered against the door, shaking it in its frame. Then, in the darkness, pinned to the couch by fear, Ron heard a horrendous noise. The popping of locks. Moaning with fear, Ron tried to get off the couch, but he only succeeded in entangling himself with the blanket. Several locks thudded to the floor, and his dead father let out a tremendous roar of satisfaction. Jerking like a fish on a hook, Ron managed to twist himself off of the couch, landing on the floor hard enough to break his nose. While the pain was dulled by the amount of vodka and aspirin pumping through his system, he panicked. A second later, he tasted the sharp, salty tang of blood on his tongue, and it was as though his father knew Ron was hurt.
"How are you, Ron?"
Doug hissed.
"Land a little harder than usual? Little blood with that one?"
Ron didn't answer. He tried to crawl away, but none of his limbs responded.
"Imagine how I felt,"
Doug snarled.
"when your mom left me on the floor. Why are you protecting her, Ron? Didn't think I'd brought up a little mommy's boy. Guess I didn't bring you up, though. She took care of that. Other kids tease you about me running off?"
Inwardly, Ron winced at the statement. They had teased him, mercilessly at first, but then it had stopped as quickly as it had started. Their fathers had made them stop, and it was Ron's mother who had convinced the fathers.
Mom always took care of me,
Ron thought.
I'm not going to let you hurt her. Not now. She's almost gone.
Doug slammed into the door again, and more locks broke. His father let out a stream of invectives, and Ron waited for his upstairs tenant to complain. She had done so in the past, mostly in the form of mild rebukes, occasionally leaving a pamphlet about local AA meetings under the door.
She'll hear this,
Ron thought, breathing hard.
She'll come downstairs to complain, and I'll beg her to call the cops. Or she'll call the cops, worried I'm hurt. She'll do something.
His father stopped the attack on the door, and Ron tried to hear the woman's footsteps on the stairs. He waited for the sound of her gentle knock on the front door, asking him if he was okay.
"What are you listening for?"
his father asked in a hushed voice, snickering.
"For your upstairs busybody to come down and complain about dear old Dad?"
A chill raced through Ron as he waited for his father to continue.
"You shouldn't do that,"
Doug said.
"She left earlier today. Saw her out the window, climbed into some white car, and off she went. Had a bag packed and everything."
In the darkness, Ron felt his eyes widen.
What day is it?
He thought frantically.
Oh no, it's Friday.
Every weekend, that tenant went away, off with her sister to some place in Maine. Ron couldn't remember where, but he knew it didn't matter.
He can't see me,
Ron thought, trying to comfort himself.
I can get to the door. I can get to the hall. When I do, I'll get outside. Then he can't get me at all. He won't make me bring him to Mom.
A long, low squeal sounded, and then something slammed against the far wall. His father laughed. A similar noise issued forth, and a second thing hit the wall. It bounced and struck Ron on the side of the face, causing him to hiss and his father to laugh even harder. Struggling, Ron finally made his left hand listen to his commands. His fingers, though they felt numb, responded, and he clumsily searched the floor around his head. A moment later, they came into contact with a small metallic object.
It's a screw,
he thought, dropping it back to the floor.
From one of the catches, it has to be.
The door groaned again, and a trio of locks fell, 2 landing heavily on others.
"Did you hear that?"
Doug asked. The humor had vanished from the dead man's voice.
"Those are locks breaking, Ron. After all these years, those are locks breaking."
You can't,
Ron whispered.
"Of course I can,"
his father snarled.
"I've been here long enough. She's going to die soon. I know it. She needs to see me. I need to be there. I have to kill her, Ron. She deserves it."
Stop it,
Ron said.
You can't kill Mom.
"I can,"
his father said simply.
"I will."
Struggling, Ron rolled onto his side and managed to push himself into a sitting position. He tried to get his legs to respond, but they were nothing more than dead weight. Ron tried to twist around and failed. He didn't have enough strength. The security light on the other building burst into life and flooded the room with its starkness. Ron let out a low moan at the sight before him. Nearly half of the locks were on the floor in front of the door. The door itself was cracked in 100 places. Flecks of white paint littered the fallen locks, and as Ron watched, the wood seemed to swell outward as if his father was pressing on it.
"I'm getting out soon,"
Doug said in a soft voice.
"If you don't let me out, Ron, I'm going to kill you, too. Because if you keep me trapped in here any longer, you'll show me just how good for nothing you are. I tried to make you a good boy. I tried to get you to listen. You didn't. You always ran to her, and we see what that's done, haven't we? Oh, yes, we have. Look at you. I can see you sometimes. When you walk by the windows, you're old and skinny, got that drunk's belly hanging over your belt. Why are you a drunk, boy?
I can't listen to you,
Ron whispered.
Go figure,
Doug said with disgust.
Boy who can't listen to his old man. I said that to my pappy, he'd have hung me from the rafters and whipped me 7 ways to Sunday. Maybe that's what I did wrong with you. Never hit you. Should have, I guess. Maybe you would have stopped your mom from getting away with killing me.
Stop it,
Ron said, and then screamed as his father slammed against the door again.
I won't,
his father howled.
Not till she's dead, boy. Not until she is dead.
The last declaration broke something in Ron, and he found the strength to twist around. He fell flat on his face and screamed as the fresh pain cut through the haze of vodka. Spitting out blood and part of a broken tooth, he dug his nails into the floorboards and managed to pull himself forward a fraction of an inch. It wasn't much, but it was enough to spur him on. Inch followed inch as he dragged himself along the floor. All the while, his father screamed and hammered on the door. More locks fell, each one sounding like a clap of thunder as it struck the floor. Ron didn't risk looking back. He knew what was happening, what would happen should his father break free before Ron could get out. He tried not to think about what his father would do, but Ron's mind raced.
He'll beat me,
Ron thought, moaning as his index finger's nail was torn out when it caught in a deep groove of the floor.
He'll try and kill me. No, he will kill me.
Ron reached out, felt the leg of the end table by the couch, and tried to use it to pull himself forward. Instead, he jerked it too hard and brought the lamp with it, crashing down on his back and neck. Ron shrieked as something sharp pierced his shoulder. The pain was intense, far more than the broken nose throbbing on his face. Shuddering, he lifted his head and glanced over his shoulder as he reached back with his right hand and tried to get a hold of the item. His fingers brushed against it, but he couldn't grasp it. Sweat ran down the sides of his face, and he moved his left arm, only to stop as a nauseating pain exploded in his stomach. A second later, he vomited vodka and water onto the floor. His head sank down, and the stinking bile rolled back, oozing around his head. Ron shuddered and threw up again. He tried to pull himself forward and realized he couldn't. His body refused to respond. It was too tired. No amount of adrenaline could propel him forward. Not even the fear of death could force his body to move. Ron rolled onto his side, away from whatever protruded from his back, and stared at his bedroom door. The security light was still on, illuminating the scene unfolding in front of him. 6 locks remained on the door. One of them was his mother's original lock, the one she had placed there when Ron was living on Main Street. when Ron was a man who lived alone and didn't know his murdered father's ghost was trapped in his childhood bedroom. Doug seemed to sense Ron's inability to move, and his beating on the door became slow and rhythmic. As Ron watched, the topmost lock shuddered and shook. Finally, it jerked the latch out of the doorframe and tumbled to the floor.
"How many are left now, Ron?"
his father asked gently. Ron licked his lips and whispered,
5.
"I knew how many were there,"
Doug said, slamming into the door.
"I counted them each time you put another one on. How many did you think it would take to keep me in here?"
I don't know.
"How many did you hope?"
his father asked.
1.
Ron moaned, trying not to cry. Another lock broke. Doug chuckled.
4 more, kid. When I get out, I'm going to kill you."
Ron sobbed.
"You've got it coming."
Doug said, not unsympathetically.
"You know it."
No.
Ron whispered.
"No use complaining about it.
His father went on.
Got to be done.
A lock crashed down.
3, Ron. 3.
A deep crack appeared in the center of the door as Doug slammed into it. A combination lock fell and landed with a dull thud.
2 more.
Please,
Ron whimpered.
just stop.
Don't you whine.
Doug snapped.
You got this coming to you. Won't be easy for me, you know. You're my boy. I don't want to kill you, but Father's got to do what needs to be done.
The second to the last lock snapped and spun out into the room, skittering to a stop by the couch. His father stopped, and the two of them were silent for a moment.
You got one last chance,
his father said.
You gonna let me out now, boy, or are you gonna make me break out?
Ron wept.
Ron.
There was heartbreak in the man's voice.
Ron, don't make me do this to you now.
When he didn't respond, his father struck the door with slow, heavy blows. Numbly, Ron counted every one of them. At the 8th, his mother's old lock cracked down the center and fell to the floor, tumbling down a pile of broken locks.
Oh, Ron,
his father whispered.
Boy, I only wanted you to open the damned door for me. Now, though, now I've got to do what needs to be done. You need killing, boy. You surely do.
The battered bedroom door eased open, and Ron's father stepped out into the room.
Lost His Senses by Bronson Carey. Would it kill you to just act like a human being for one night? My wife asked on the grim drive home. The sun set a while ago, long enough for darkness to set in. A mist in the air suggested an oncoming storm, so I hoped to make it home before it caught us. Oh, right. Sorry. Were my horns showing in front of your family? I asked with sarcasm etched in my tone. We were coming back from a pointless family gathering of hers, one I never wanted to go to. Silence prompted me to continue. You know your parents don't like me. What were you expecting to happen? She shook her head, eyes locked on the passing silhouettes of trees. "What? Not going to talk to me now?" I continued. "You know how important this was to me. I haven't seen them in 8 years, damn it." Her voice carried a soft but firm rage to it, one I knew well. I sighed and focused on the road ahead, stretching into an endless void, just like my life. It wasn't like this in the beginning, you know. We used to be happy, used to get along well. Where did the time go? "Look, hon, I'm sorry, but—" I started. I needed to find the words that would convey how I wanted to make things right, without letting her win like she always did. "Kid," she replied, perking up. "Huh?" "Kid!" she exclaimed, pointing toward the road. My eyes followed the motion toward a small child in the middle of the street. My muscles tensed, jerking the wheel in panic across the median with a swear as the car shifted in response. We flung hard to the right, narrowly avoiding the figure. But before I could steer us back on track, 2 shining lights flooded the car with incandescence. It pierced my eyes, spots whirling on the edges of my vision as the world quickly faded to black with a deafening crash. I noticed the pain before anything else, an ache that crept through my bones and numbed any chance of moving. The slightest attempt at sitting up sent a wave of agony I couldn't push through. When my eyes finally opened, they met a softer light above me, along with a white ceiling and some medical equipment to my left. Then I noticed the bandages wrapped all around my arms, ending at swollen fingers much larger than they should be. A hospital. I made it to a hospital, somehow. I tried to recollect what must have brought me there, but those lights were all I could recall. A panic stirred in my chest as I remembered my wife, and I groaned in a weak, dry tone. "Julia!" But the words barely passed my lips. Once again I tried to move, to get up, to find someone and ask them what happened, but a soft hand rested on my chest before the pain could return. "You need to rest," it said in a familiar voice. The hand connected to a pale woman with sunken bags under her eyes and a large bandage draped across her forehead that set her apart from the woman in the car. But I could still recognize her all the same. "Julia," I breathed in relief. She sat beside me in a small metal chair, so close I wondered how I didn't notice her before. A nightgown draped around her form, loose and honestly not the most flattering thing I'd seen her in, but I suppose she still made it work. Somehow her presence eased the agony inflicting my body and brought peace to my mind. Not long after, a man wearing a lab coat and slacks approached the bed. A hollow smile carved across his face and a clipboard in his hands. He scanned over the board for a moment before devoting his attention to me. "Mr. Baker, right? It's good to see you coming around." He started with a light-hearted grin. "Looks like you were in a pretty traumatic accident. Truck hit you, head on." He flipped one of his papers up, and it kept his focus as he continued. "You were in rough shape. Been out for a few days, but all in all, I think you'll make a full recovery." I stared at him for a moment and tried to take the news in. "Head on, huh? Guess I'm pretty lucky. Are the other people okay?" It was my fault. I must have swerved right into it. My mind raced with thoughts of insurance and liability, but they paused with his next assurance. "All you need to do right now is rest.
I'm Dr. Parker. If you need me, just ring the call button."
Without answering my question, he gave a slight nod and began to turn toward the door. But for a moment I could have sworn his eyes shifted black. He walked away too quickly for me to be sure, so I disregarded it as some kind of trauma impeding my vision. When he left, my wife pressed her lips to my forehead, a gesture she'd never done before. "Try not to worry too much. We'll be okay." I gazed up into her eyes, a stormy sea of blue and gray whirling within them. We were fighting when it happened, and it all seemed so petty in hindsight. "Julia, I'm so sorry. You were right. She shook her head and softened my worries with a loving smile. "It doesn't matter anymore. I'm just glad you made it out." I felt myself tearing up, and I wanted to say something sincere, something to show her how much I cared, but the words evaded my grasp. She stayed with me for the rest of the day, and we chatted as though the world hadn't nearly come to an end. When she left, I felt lighter, like we might finally make this marriage work. Night came, and a nurse with it to turn out my lights. She didn't say anything. In fact, she didn't even make eye contact before forcing me into a world of darkness, which I found a little peculiar. However, my mind raced with too many thoughts to worry about it. Moments before the wreck flashed into my mind like a slideshow, there was the boy, the turn, then the lights, brighter than the sun. So why didn't I see them when I swerved? I tried to peer into the recesses of my memory, contemplating how it could have been avoided, or who that kid was, but a foul odor drew me from my thoughts. Something between rotting eggs or rotting meat filled the air, creeping into every corner of my lungs the moment I noticed it. I gagged and sat upright, ignoring the pain that followed, and covered my mouth with the top of my hospital gown, desperate for clean air. The stench continued to suffocate me, despite my best efforts, and a lightheaded stupor crept into my mind. I tethered on the edge of consciousness, gasping for air, but each breath only drew more poison into my lungs. Within a blink, light filled the room, the warm glow of morning sun shining through the far window. The disgusting odor disappeared as quickly as it came, as though it had never existed. Clean, fresh air filled my lungs in massive gulps until dizziness once again snuck into my head. Somehow the night passed without my knowledge, a fact which left me unnerved. Before I had the chance to dwell on it, however, a nurse returned with a milkshake and some yogurt. She seemed friendly enough with her short, curly red hair and plump demeanor. Her bright eyes found me as she told me, "The doctor said you shouldn't have any solid foods for a while. If you don't like it, we'll get you a new flavor, but there's not much I can do about the texture." She rested the metal tray on a nightstand next to me. "Is there anything else I can get you?" I blinked a few times to clear my head enough to ask a question. I think something was leaking through here last night. Smelled like something was rotting." Her expression shifted from sociable to concerned before she responded, Well, I'll look into that right away. It's possible one of the previous patients left their food near one of the vents. I don't smell it now, so it might have already been dealt with." I nodded with narrow eyes, skepticism still etched in my thoughts. It smelled much more potent than rotting food, enough to make me pass out. Still, the nurse seemed to have a handle on things, so I left it to her discretion. The next thing she said, however, did little to quell my nerves. Her lips parted, and sound came out, but instead of her cheery tone, All I heard were strange words I couldn't make out, in a tone so deep it didn't seem possible to come from a woman so light-hearted. Excuse me? I asked in bated breath. I asked if there was anything else you needed, she sweetly repeated. Right. Just the head trauma, I told myself. Head trauma, or maybe some kind of shock. Sorry. No, I'm fine, I assured. All right. Drink up at your own pace, and I'll be back in a few hours to make sure you're all right. I nodded and noticed dark crimson tracing the hem of her scrubs as she walked out. Instead of questioning it, I simply shook my head and lied back down. As I took a sip of the vanilla-flavored milkshake, I wondered what kinds of medications they gave me while I was out. Maybe some of the side effects were mild auditory hallucinations. I had read somewhere that certain prescriptions could have whole lists of possible ailments that go along with them, so it wasn't too far-fetched. Julia returned later in the day, and her ability to move from one room to another suggested that I got the worse end of the crash. When I brought it up, she laughed and said, Always the victim, aren't you? Normally, something like that would have started a fight, but the way she said it, coupled with her laugh, made it seem more teasing than anything. So I laughed along. In this case, yeah. I mean, you're the lucky one who can move around and go to the bathroom on your own, I chuckled. Well, she started with something somber in her delicate tone. I wouldn't call it luck, really. She didn't elaborate. Instead of thinking to question her on what she meant, a different inquiry came to mind. Hey, have you noticed any weird smells at night? She shrugged. Nope. Nothing other than the saline and dust. Why? It's just... I wondered if it was worth it or not to even bring it up, and, in the end, I decided against it. Nothing, I guess. So, how much longer do you think they'll keep us here? I asked, in an attempt to change the subject. Until they're done with us, I guess. How long will that be? She stared out of the window for a few moments, and the sun brought rays of light to the storm that raged in her eyes. It's different for each person. You might only be here a few days or weeks. Hard to say. Something felt off about the way she spoke, but it left me wondering if I ever really listened to her anyway. That's about when a new scent wafted into the room, the heavy stench of copper. Once again, I covered my nose and squinted my eyes in disgust as the air grew denser with every passing moment. God! They need to do something about this. It's ridiculous, I scowled. My wife, however, seemed generally unfazed. About what? She asked. That damn smell. First eggs, now this. I choked on my breath as the words struggled out. The odor was almost intoxicating, and nothing I did seemed to filter it out. What's this? She asked. I was about to get pissed, to yell at her for playing with me like that, but the expression on her face seemed genuine. There's no way she could fake calmness for that long without cracking beneath the strain, so there was no choice but to believe her. Maybe the accident took away her sense of smell somehow, but I needed to do something before I passed out again. I glanced near the IV and found a small button labeled Call. With due apprehension, I pressed it hard with my thumb, over and over again, until a nurse finally rushed through the door. What is it? Is everything okay? I coughed, the foul copper infiltrating my lungs. This smell, I gasped.
Do something!
I pleaded, but she only stared at me with the same confusion my wife held. Mr. Baker, please calm down, the nurse cooed. What smell are you talking about? All right. I was pissed. Anger sank into my choking heart, but I couldn't even find the air to yell it out. Hun, what smell? My wife asked, and the anger grew as the scent of rotting meat joined the copper. I couldn't take it anymore. My heart pounded, my breath hitched, and the only thoughts I could muster all centered around that stench, that suffocating stench. Blood, damn it! It smells like blood! Everywhere! I screamed, much to my audience's surprise. Once I said it, the smell began fading away, retreating to whatever source it had come from. Mr. Baker, the nurse started, hesitantly. Do you know anything about the condition phantosmia? What? I asked with heavy breaths. Phantosmia. It's when a patient experiences certain odors that aren't actually present. It's quite common in victims of head trauma or stress, and you've been under both lately. What she said made sense and left me feeling embarrassed at my outburst. Yeah, that sounds about right. I knew it was medical, of course. Is there any way to get rid of it? It's like I can't breathe when it's happening. The nurse sighed. There are ways to correct it, but they aren't particularly pleasant. I think we should give it a few days and see if it goes away on its own. I'll let Dr. Parker know about it in the meantime. Think you can manage until then? Before I answered, the nurse's eyes shifted. She peered down with two pitch-black orbs and a Cheshire grin that stretched a little too wide. My heart stopped in my chest as every muscle froze in place. Yeah, that sounds good. I stuttered, horror seeping into me despite my best efforts. Then she said something else, something I couldn't understand in that same language she had used before. Deep, menacing, like the inhuman growls of some woodland beast forged into words that were never meant to be heard. I couldn't speak, I couldn't move, and I could barely think. Fear kept me petrified and helpless to whatever creature stood before me. I blinked, and she returned to normal, asking in her sophisticated voice, "Did you hear me?" I couldn't think of what to say. The image had looked so real, but it couldn't have been. I said that if you experience any more events, you should tell me right away. Course, I lied. As she left, Julia rose to her feet and held her hand against my cheek. I told you to relax. Everything is going to be okay. Everything. She emphasized the last word with an affectionate squeeze of my cheek before leaving after the nurse. I wanted to believe she was right, but it felt more and more like I couldn't trust my own perception. How much brain damage did I take? Was it even reversible? True terror followed me into the night as I contemplated the idea of these experiences never going away. Still, sleep somehow found me, only to be interrupted by a creak at the door. I groaned and tried to ignore it, but the scraping of metal against tile drew my attention. At least that's what it sounded like. I tried to sit up, but my body didn't cooperate. Squinting my eyes open was all I could manage, and even then, darkness still held most of my vision. The smell hit first, that same encroaching odor of copper and rot, but somehow even stronger than before. It stuck to the air like dew on a spiderweb, heavily seeping into my lungs. After the initial shock, I managed to glance down enough to see a column of light pouring from the hallway, but a figure blocked most of it. At first, I assumed it to be the doctor, but as I focused on the shape, I realized there was no way that thing could be human. Although shadow covered most of it, the light still illuminated the outline of its rancid pink flesh, as well as the stitches that ran across it like streams carving into the countryside. I realized the sound I heard wasn't metal scraping across the floor, but bones protruding from several limbs that held it upright, moving with a cacophony of cracks and pops. As it moved from the door, inching closer to my bed with each scrape against the tile, light shone upon the extra arms, legs, and even heads hastily sewn to the creature's bulbous torso, with rot collecting along the hems. If I had had any control over my body, I would have screamed, thrown up, or made some attempt to escape, but my limbs were paralyzed, helpless as the creature approached. It moved to the side of my bed, all of its extra parts moving fluidly with it. The smell was so potent that a single breath felt like it could prove fatal, yet I couldn't stop breathing it in. Up close, I could make out the expressions of agony etched on the faces, their skulls poking out of flesh and creating lumps all across the beast's carcass. The centermost head, the one it seemed to use for navigation, eerily resembled Dr. Parker, even down to its shining black eyes that surveyed my soul with their cold gaze. It smiled, that wicked smile I saw before, but it kept going. Nearly ear to ear, it carved across the creature's face and parted just enough to reveal rows of needle-thin teeth. The fiend drifted its attention from my face and slid the covers off of my bed with two elongated fingers that ended in sharpened bone. Without the covers, I somehow felt more vulnerable as terror continued to creep into every twist of my mind. Those long claws began tracing across my legs. First, the feet, leaving a line of burning pain as it passed across my skin. Then just above the knee. Then it moved to my arms, measuring out distances before spreading the same pain in a thin streak of scarlet. That's when I realized the true horror of its intentions. It was segmenting me, marking off pieces to take later. My eyes scanned hastily over the stitchwork that encompassed the being, and panic began to take root. My muscles tensed, breath hitched in my throat as I tried to issue something, anything to get me out of that situation. But nothing worked. The creature continued to work all the way up to my eyes, tracing a circle directly around each one, and another across my forehead. Finally, it stepped back and mumbled in satisfaction at its handiwork. The same low, beastly growl I'd been hearing, and the stench retreated with it. Bones slid and snapped against the floor as it gradually slid toward the door, that vile smile still carved across its grotesque expression. It left the room and closed the door delicately behind it, distorted fingers leaving a scarlet ooze across the handle. Finally, the stench departed, and the air felt clean again. But I scarcely brought myself to breathe. Panic petrified my lungs as I tried to reason what I'd seen. I didn't remember falling asleep, but suddenly the sun was once again shining through the window, and there was a new milkshake by the bedside. I didn't feel like drinking or moving. My arms and legs were bare of any scars, and no evidence of the creature's visit remained. Still, the experience haunted my waking mind, and even though I tried to rationalize it as a dream, I couldn't look at any of the doctors or nurses the same again. I avoided eye contact at any opportunity, lest I find those black, soulless orbs staring back at me. Days passed like that. My wife visited less and less, and I found myself desperately missing her company when she wasn't around, something I never would have expected of myself a few weeks ago. The medical staff spoke to me, and I understand them most of the time, but as the days slipped away, more of their words seemed to come out as that callous growl that morphed into a tongue I couldn't understand. Meanwhile, the odors came and went, sometimes only softly, but most times they smothered the room with their suffocating stench. Nonetheless, nothing compared to the nightly visit from that creature. Each time filled me with a terror more intense than the last, because each time that door creaked open, I wondered if that night would be the one. If that would be the night it would finally sever me into pieces and add my screaming face to its collection. It never did. The stench returned. The creature traced new lines in new places all along my body that would disappear by morning. The doctor said that the nightmares were a type of trauma-induced sleep paralysis, while I wondered if the only reason it hadn't made its final move was that it was still deciding what pieces it wanted me in. Finally, a day came in which I didn't see my wife at all, which left me plenty of time to dread the coming night and the terror that came with it. Parker kept insisting my symptoms were normal and to be expected from someone in my situation, but I had a hard time believing his explanations. The things I heard sounded too real, the smells too potent, and what I saw every night? The human brain couldn't possibly make up something like that, could it? The night came, lights shut off, and I waited in dread for the paralysis to set in. But it didn't. Instead, I retained control of my body, even as a slight whisper carried along the air. The sound, light and soft, reminded me of a woman, though I still couldn't make out the words. For the first time I sat up and threw my legs over the side, surprised at how much the pain had passed in the last few days. The whispering voice seemed louder near the door and stopped when my fingers wrapped around the handle. "Is this what you want?" I asked, though I couldn't say to whom or what I was talking to. The door clicked open, and I stepped into the dimly lit, abandoned hallway. The voice continued to the right, so I followed it, the cold floor shooting pins and needles through my feet. Stretchers scattered the hall, holding bodies under tarps, but the bodies didn't quite look human. Some of the sheets stretched too long. Others had strange bumps and jagged protrusions sticking out of them. I imagined the creature with all its limbs and shuddered. I knew I couldn't look under them, even if I wanted to. I had to keep going. That smell of rotting meat and eggs wafted from the tarps, growing more potent as I progressed down the hallway. When I saw one of the figures sit up, I started running. The voice sang its alien tune as the cadavers all around me began rising, sheets still covering their deformities. I tried to ignore them, to focus solely on the voice as it grew louder and more defined. I could almost make out the words it repeated when one of the creatures reached out from under its sheet and grabbed my wrist. Its arm, the only thing visible, was covered in purple skin so tight across its flesh it could have torn at the slightest strain. I tore free of its grip, and the creature howled low and deep, echoing through the hallway. But I kept my focus on the voice. It led me to a door, which I opened before glancing back at the hallway's figures. Dozens of them stood in white cloaks, like phantoms as the lights flickered. One of them pointed, its arm sewn to another to give it disturbing length, and the rest charged, cracking and screaming as they scampered across the hall, closing the distance between us. With a panicked scream, I retreated inside the office and slammed the door shut behind me. I hyperventilated, dread creeping through my veins like fresh venom in an IV. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell do I do? The creatures cried on the other side of the door and peered through the windows, sheets soaked with wet blood, as the outlines of their grotesque forms pressed through the cotton. I covered my ears as they banged on the door, shaking its hinges, but the voice, soft and melodic, still pierced through the chaos. I inched nearer to its source, the desk in the center of the room, just in front of a large window. The voice nearly cheered when my hand rested upon a file labeled Baker. When I picked it up, the voice went silent. I furrowed my brow and opened the file to the first loose page. My eyes widened as tears traced the edges of my vision. A death certificate. Julia's death certificate, declaring she died just a few hours after the crash. My fists tightened and crumpled the sides of the file before throwing it back on the desk in disgust. I turned and fell to the ground, holding my face, determined to keep the tears from bleeding through. I didn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I'm sorry. That same voice called from in front of me. I lifted my head to find her, my Julia, the purple gown she was wearing that night, soaked in blood. It's better this way, she said, while her bones began to pop out of place. I choked through my tears, unable to do anything but watch as my wife's beautiful, stormy eyes sank into darkness, consumed by inky black. Shards of bone protruded from her fingers, forming into horrid talons that wrapped around the door handle, much to the excitement of the creatures clawing on the other side. There's only one way out of this, darling, she said, as her voice shifted down to that low growl. I got back to my feet and wiped the burning tears away. I know, hun. I turned and sprinted toward the window, throwing it open as she opened the door. The creatures poured in, reaching out and screaming as I faced the ground below. Without thinking, I fell forward into the abyss, their serrated talons barely scraping at my feet. I landed on my back, pain seeping through every bone in my body, and the sensation of something splitting through the back of my skull. Through tear-soaked eyes, I made out the forms of a few men in lab coats gawking out the window a few stories up, but their images soon faded away as black spots collected along my gaze. I turned my head away and let the concrete dig into my cheek. My breaths drew shorter, more strained, like something heavy pressing against my chest as darkness seeped along the edges of my vision. The world faded in and out, but I managed to focus on an image just a few feet away. My wife, but not my Julia. She grinned lightly and beckoned me toward her. But even though she looked like the woman I married, I knew I couldn't trust my eyes anymore, and it wouldn't matter anyway.